When Yekong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers came back, they were shocked speechless as they found a beautiful sleeping Onisan on Yue Yang's bed. In front of a bed, there was even a little panda girl, shaking her little feet while eating her sweets happily. What's going on? Yekong stared blankly at this scene. Had Yue Yang won over this Onisan already? This speed was practically a miracle. I picked her up from the roadside. Yue Yang explained in an indifferent tone. Brother, which road did you pick her up from? Hearing Fatty Hai's tone, he seemed to also want to pick one up too. Just downstairs. Yue Yang spoke a rare sentence of truth. I don't want to live on this planet anymore, I want to commit suicide. Fatty Hai's tears streamed down his face. He banged his head hard on the wall. He felt that he had wasted his 2 years in school. Over those 2 years, he had never managed to pick up a stray loli on the roadside. However, this fellow actually had such an amazing luck. Within a single day of coming here, he had picked up 2 beautiful girls, 1 Onisan and 1 loli. Comparing himself to others would only make him angry. Fatty Hai felt that if he stayed longer with this guy, even if he did not die from anger, he would die from tears. Moreover, it was the kind of death where one would die of dehydration by crying too much. This fellow's luck was so great that it made other people feel inferior. Could it be that he was the bastard child of Lady Luck? How could all of the world's luck converge to him? Fatty Hai really wanted to arrange 3 big bowls of vinegar in front of him and then drink them all down in one gulp. Perhaps if he did that then his heart wouldn't be so sour right now, and he would feel a little better. The little panda girl sucked her finger cutely, and batted her eyelids while looking at Fatty Hai. Suddenly, she said a remarkable sentence. Big brother, this Fatty is an idiot. Ah, she can talk. Yekong was going to faint. Could this be another beast that could talk? I'm not an idiot. Let me tell you, I'm exceptionally smart. I could easily count to 100 when I was 8, and I could write my own name when I was 9. After I was 10, I never peed in my bed again. How is it? Am I not amazing? Little girl, my name is Hai Fu, but everyone calls me Master Hai. I'm your big brother's boss after all, you know. Come, I'll give you candy to eat too. Coincidentally, Hai Fu also had a packet of malt candy. This was what he had bought specially to win Yu Bing over. The little panda girl, Niu, looked at the ember-like malt candy and was slightly fascinated. Shiro, but in the end, she shook her head. Mom says that I can't eat things that was given by idiots, otherwise I will be infected with their idiocy. I don't want to become an idiot. Fatty Hai fell onto the ground with a thud. This blow was far too great. If not for the Li brothers stopping him, he would have jumped to his death. Yekong was laughing until his tears were flowing. He continuously praised the girl, giving her a big thumbs up. Right, you are definitely right, idiocy is contagious. The little panda girl instantly revealed an extremely scared expression. Seems like she was really scared that Fatty Hai's idiocy would infect her. Yue Yang hurriedly soothed her who was about to cry. This big brother Yekong is just teasing you. Don't worry, idiocy isn't contagious. Niu, don't be afraid, have some candy. Towards the malt candy that Yue Yang gave, the little girl took it impatiently, and happily put it inside her mouth. After eating it for a while, she tilted her head again, and asked doubtfully, is idiocy really not contagious? Fatty Hai cried. Wah, even if it's contagious, I'm not an idiot. I don't want to live anymore. From the door, the old cunning fox had brought Yu Bing in. He smiled, students, what are you discussing about? It's so lively in here. Ah, Niu, why are you here? The little panda girl instantly jumped from the bed, assuming an attacking pose, baring her small white teeth and warning him, Arrow uncle, stay away from my mother. Perverted uncles like you who like to peek at other people changing clothes are the kind of people I hate the most. Everyone looked at the old cunning fox as if they were seeing the most perverted madman in the world. The old cunning fox was extremely embarrassed. Thankfully, he had an equally thick skin. Otherwise, he would probably be hugging Fatty Hai as they bawled together. Aha, that was actually a misunderstanding. How could an upright person like me do that kind of despicable and shameless acts? Virtuous people like me will even be cautious with what they say normally. Not to mention peeking, even when we are talking or doing our daily chores, we are all extremely careful with our actions so that we could act as role models for the students. Before the old cunning fox's words had even finished, Yue Yang had already taken out a colored arrow book from the old cunning fox's robes. Virtuous vice principal, would it be convenient for you to explain what's going on with this? Yue Yang honestly asked. This is what I confiscated from a student. The old cunning fox's reaction was fast, and his skin was extremely thick. His face did not change when he was lying. Then what about this girl's bra? Yue Yang took out a pink female bra from the old cunning fox's sleeve again. A strong wind blew it to the ground. I was just about to give it back to the person who lost it. The old cunning fox's reaction was extremely natural. His face had the look of an upright person, as if it was an extremely heavy sin for someone to have doubted his character. Vice Principal truly is the role model for us students. Amazing. Yue Yang gave the old cunning fox a thumbs up. The old cunning fox immediately shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "That's only in name. As a role model, I have always disagreed with the societal corruption. It is so painful for me to watch the younger generation become even more corrupted with time. It is really a pity that my abilities are limited and I can't do much more to change this fact. I can only act as a role model and hope that I can influence more people. Today, aside from showing you Bing around, I would also like to inform you, Student Titan, that due to your exceptional performance, you have been successfully chosen as one of the members of the Hell's Trip, a deathly class. I hope that you will enjoy the process of your education. Doesn't this count as an abuse of power and publicly declaring your revenge on me?" Yue Yang smiled brilliantly and questioned him. "Actually, it was my heartfelt desire to want to help you cultivate. If you're trash like Fatty Hai, I wouldn't care whether you lived or died." The old cunning fox smiled wholeheartedly as before. "I'm trash." Fatty Hai was angry. "No, my bad. You're not trash." As the old cunning fox said this, Fatty Hai's expression turned a bit better. He did not expect that the old cunning fox's next sentence would cause him to faint over from anger. This was because he had said, "You're not trash. How could you be trash? Even trash is 100 times stronger than you. You're basically the remnants of the worst trash. If I were your instructor, I would have long thrown you into the demon abyss and fed you to the demon worms already. You damned old sex maniac, it was you who told us to enjoy our lives in comfort and do nothing." Fatty Hai was as angry as a mad dog. He had almost wanted to bite the old cunning fox to death. "I'm telling you to go and die, why aren't you doing so yet?" The old cunning fox was indifferent to him and shrugged. "If you want to prove that you aren't trash, then attend the Hell class along with Student Titan and participate in this year's Hell's Trip. How about it? Do you have the guts to do this, trash of trash? Forget it, I don't want to speak with a coward. Please stay away from me. You damned old sex maniac. Isn't it just a Hell class? Where would there be anything I wouldn't dare to participate in?" Fatty Hai was about to go crazy with anger already. "I hope you won't become a demon worm shit and continue to exist in this world." After the old cunning fox had finished speaking, he put up a kind smile and rushed towards Yu Bing, saying, "Student Yu Bing, from tomorrow onwards, you may attend the lessons conducted by Grandma Wu Teng. She is a reputable plant-type grandmaster. I have specially invited this old folk to tutor such a special student like you. You have to do your best." "But..." "Yes, I will do my best." Yu Bing had actually hoped to train alongside Yue Yang instead. "They're trash, it's not a pity for 100 of them to die. You're a genius, so you can't die before you grow to your utmost potential. You must definitely work hard and become a strong ranker. Don't disappoint everyone's expectations of you." The old cunning fox's words made Ye Kong and the others sweat profusely. How could the treatment of the different sexes be so different? The whole Soaring Dragon Continent was a patriarchal society. However, this Ivy Academy was the exact opposite and valued women over men. They really did not know whether they should laugh or cry attending this kind of school. Although Yue Yang furrowed his eyebrows, he felt that this old cunning fox was actually not valuing women over men, but rather teaching in line with the student's ability. For example, he had found the best tutor for the obedient Yu Bing. As long as she was taught with great care, she would succeed. As for Fatty Hai, who constantly craved for enjoyment, as well as Ye Kong and the others with extremely high male ego, he had decided to employ extreme methods against them instead. The harsher the old cunning fox's words, the more he could agitate Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and the others' manly self-esteem. This Ivy Academy was actually not as trashy as what normal people thought it was. As for this old cunning fox who seemed lecherous on the surface, using his level 3 divine vision, Yue Yang found out that he still could not analyze the old cunning fox's true strength. There were only 2 people out of all the male rankers that Yue Yang had ever met where he could not analyze them with divine vision. The first was the Assassin's Guild hempen-clothed elder, and the other was the old cunning fox in front of him. Aside from those 2, it would be the Xia Empire's Emperor Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and rankers like them who most people knew about. Yue Yang could still see a part of those people's strength, unlike the hempen-clothed elder and the old cunning fox where he could not even analyze their strength at all. "Niu, grandfather is going off now. When your mom wakes up, tell her to go find big sister principal." The old cunning fox straightened his sleeves. A white light flashed from his body and he disappeared from his position. Ye Kong and the others may not have been aware of anything, but Yue Yang was shocked in his heart. The teleportation speed was too fast. It was even faster than the teleportation balls of the demon abyss. This old man who looked like a lecher on the surface had actually managed to grasp such a powerful teleportation technique. Ivy Academy shouldn't have been able to fight neck and neck with Shangjing Academy for 3,000 years. It seemed like getting into the Hell's Trip of the Hell class was some kind of random luck. Perhaps this class would be very interesting. As Yue Yang thought about this, his lips suddenly curled into a grin. Afterwards, the sister who woke up from her drunken stupor was a completely different person. When she woke up, she used her terrifying brute strength and extreme power to beat everyone she saw up. Yue Yang just happened to not be present there. He was learning some basic knowledge from the Beast Encyclopedia with Yu Bing. When he had come back, he found that all the guys in the building had been hit until they were lying on the ground. There were students who were groaning from their injuries everywhere. Fatty Hai was even beat up until he became a pighead whose eyes could not be seen. Ye Kong, who was hit until he was hanging from a clothes rack in the corridor, gave Yue Yang a piece of paper. This was not the drunken cat sister's paper, but rather something that the little panda girl Niu gave him. There was a cute panda paw stamp on it. She could not write, but she did not forget to leave behind a little paw stamp for Yue Yang, this elder brother. As Yue Yang looked at it, he wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Was his charm only effective towards little Lolis? Before Yue Yang had the time to fix the damage done to his room, suddenly a voice charged with killing intent rang from downstairs. All the students from the Hell class gather right here right now. You must be at the Blackstone Square within 5 minutes. All the latecomers will be subject to 10 military lashings for every minute they are late. Any person who tries to disobey this order will be dealt with like deserters from a battlefield. It's really this strict? Yue Yang was curious. Wasn't this Ivy Academy a place which let students enjoy their life? He suddenly remembered the old cunning fox's words. The Ivy Academy's aim was to make outstanding students more outstanding, and the worst students worse. This was hell for excellent students and heaven for trash students. Since when did he become an excellent student? When Fatty Hai, who was originally sprawled on the ground half dead, heard the order to assemble, he suddenly jumped back up and pulled Yue Yang along. Quick, let's go, quick. This isn't a joke, that fellow is a bloodthirsty homicidal maniac. It's been said that he once killed 10 students who were late with his own hands. Is he that terrifying? Why are you joining us if you obviously knew that it was this tough? Ye Kong fainted in his heart when hearing this. Don't speak rubbish, if we die together. We're brothers after all. Fatty Hai shamelessly answered. If he had never killed and beheaded tens of thousands of people, it was probably impossible to accumulate this much murderous aura. It seems that this eagle-eyed man in front of him was also a military officer who caused much blood to spill on the yellow sands of the battlefield, narrowly managing to escape death himself. That sort of murderous intent was entirely different from that accumulated by an ordinary warrior who merely hunted beasts. If this black-armored guy's murderous aura was a sharp blade for killing people, then the ordinary warrior's murderous spirit was at most a fruit knife. It was practically impossible to compare the two on the same footing. The students in the death class had rapidly gathered. They were different from Yue Yang and company who had just joined. These people had almost immediately lined up in 2 columns neatly upon arrival. Amongst the students, there was a very small number was guys, there were only 6 of them. Most of them were girls and there were about 20 plus of them in total. What surprised Yue Yang was that there was also 5 small children. There were both male and female kids, and the oldest amongst them looked not more than 10 years old. But they were all exceptionally solemn and serious, their little heads raised up, their backs straight like ramrods, and their little legs stretched taut, all with the appearance of qualified warriors. The 5 of you allocate yourselves into a small group and stand at the back. The black-armored eagle-eyed guy with a potent murderous aura used his slightly hoarse and extremely magnetic voice to shout at Yue Yang. After waiting for Yue Yang and company to arrange themselves properly, he used his eagle eyes to sweep across his surrounding. Then he coldly spoke. Our soldiers ran into an ambush at the dragon's intestines path. Even though they had achieved victory after a bloody battle, there were 300 people in total who were poisoned. They were bitten by a special type of demon worm, and there is a shortage of a type of main medicine at the clinic, hence they are unable to give proper medical treatment. Now, we must proceed into the demon abyss to collect and gather a type of especially efficacious medicinal herb to treat the soldiers who were poisoned. In 10 seconds, those who want to withdraw, can get lost to enjoy your fine lives. Those brave warriors who are not afraid of death, follow me. In Fatty Hai's heart, he actually wanted to withdraw. A large group of students gathering medicinal herbs in the demon abyss, wasn't that equivalent to seeking death? But seeing that Yue Yang did not say anything and even the few kids in front of him had determined looks on their faces, he found it too embarrassing to say that he did not want to go. Ye Kong and the Li clan brothers were on the other hand, extremely excited. Previously when they fought back the demon army in the demon abyss, they were unable to contribute any effort towards the fights. It was all solely done by Yue Yang. He, alone, killed the demon general, and saved everybody. This made them feel very ashamed of themselves. They might not have the qualifications and strength needed to fight against the demon army in the demon abyss, but to gather medicinal herbs to save people, there should not be a problem. As for Yue Yang, there was more surprises. The academy often brought their students out to gain experience. This was quite normal. However, Ordinary academies including Shangjing Academy only went to the various districts within Soaring Dragon Continent, for example places like Wild Horse Plains, Snow Bear Icefield, Wind Wolf Canyon, White Shark Gulf or Goshawk Cliff, to gain practical experience. At the most, they would only visit the first and second levels of Tongtian Tower for practical experience. Even the third level was only for the student's final graduating test. He did not think that this Ivy Academy would go straight to the Demon Abyss on the first day. What kind of place was the Demon Abyss? Not talking about other people, even Yue Yang understood that it was definitely a place where death run rampant. Even if they did not meet the demon army, they could still meet all sorts of formidable demons and monsters that were also extremely dangerous. Just for a few hundred soldiers' lives, Ivy Academy was going to send these 30+ most outstanding cream of the crop students to the Demon Abyss to gather medicinal herbs? Amongst the elites, there was even Emperor Jun Wuyu's daughter, the small girl in front who was also one of the youngest in age, little Princess Bei, who had played with clay together with Yu Shuang during the New Year's celebration. It was hard to imagine that at only 6 or 7 years of age, she was already sent to the Demon Abyss to train. No wonder she could score 80 marks for her tests. What kind of education was this? It was practically an education system fitting for its name, Hell Class. Sweating, Yue Yang thought, this guy Jun Wuyu was really demanding. He really had the makings of being an emperor. A middle-aged doctor who was responsible for the teleportation circle and explaining medicine-related knowledge came forward. In his hands, he separately held 2 bottles. The medicinal herb that we want to collect is black-eared shriveled heart orchid. It is an extremely poisonous herb. Before boiling, if anybody takes even a drop of it, or infected his wound by even a smidgen of it, he will spurt blood by the 7 apertures of his head and die within 1 minute. At the same time, it is very similar to rat spot flying yang grass. The former's leaves has spikes at their corners, whereas the latter has hairs growing at the corners of their leaves, but there are only a few of these, and it is practically impossible to tell the difference with the naked eye. One must rely on touching or using Beast's special responsibilities. The bottle on the left is black-eared shriveled heart orchid, while the bottle on the right is rat spot flying yang grass. All of you can let your Beast smell them for a bit. After boiling, the toxicity of black-eared shriveled heart orchid is greatly reduced, and is able to cure wounded persons, but the toxicity of rat spot flying yang grass increases greatly after cooking, and would cause immediate death if taken. Also, there is another kind of plant which grows close to them, called silver fragment leaf smelly flower. Normally the plant which grows taller than it is black-eared shriveled heart orchid, the plant which grows shorter than it is rat spot flying yang grass, but one must take note that the young sapling of rat spot flying yang grass will be a lot shorter than silver fragment leaf smelly flower. The words of this middle-aged doctor made Yue Yang sweat profusely. These 3 plants grew close to one another. If they gathered 1 or 2 herbs wrongly, and let the poisoned soldiers take them as medicine, would it not completely wipe out the entire army? Not even thinking about the lives of the soldiers, the academy letting kids 6 or 7 years old into the Demon Abyss to gather medicinal herbs, this was also not a good idea. If, in the process of proceeding into the Demon Abyss, there was an accident and little Princess Bei or some other kid did not manage to return, how would the academy be able to answer to Jun Wuyu? Also, in the group, there were new students who, like him, had absolutely never heard of what black-eared shriveled heart orchid or rat spot flying yang grass was before. The probability of gathering the wrong herb could be estimated to be over 90%. With this trip to the Demon Abyss had really unimaginable consequences. The situation however was one where Yue Yang could not think much longer. The gigantic teleportation circle had momentarily opened and it could be maintained for only 1 minute. If they were not able to complete their mission and return within 2 hours, then all the poisoned soldiers would die. Everybody get 1 delivery scroll each. If you meet a demon which you cannot defeat, you are allowed to use the delivery scroll to return to the academy. Go. The eagle-eyed guy did not say much. With a wave of his hand, he led the team out. All the students of the Hell class had allowed their beasts to smell the liquids in the 2 bottles. Other than letting Hui Tai Lang smell it, Yue Yang himself also sniffed at it. Realizing that it was odorless, he scolded the middle-aged doctor in his heart, calling him a quack and swindler. These 2 liquids of black-eared shriveled heart orchid and rat spot flying yang grass had completely no difference from each other, because they were both odorless liquids. The colors were also the same, and were both slightly black with a tinge of light purple. How could they ask somebody like him, who cannot differentiate between Salvia miltioriza and Codonosize root, or between licorice root and Atractylodes macrocephala, or even between wolfberry and magnolia vine, to find the difference between black-eared shriveled heart orchid and rat spot flying yang grass, which appeared to look exactly the same on the surface. This level of difficulty was even higher than scaling the skies. The Demon Abyss, as always, had a blood-red sky. However, the place they were teleported to was not the ancient battlefield, but a gloomy and frightening damp valley. Countless demon worms were crawling about. As they were afraid of the human students' numerous beasts, they temporarily did not dare to attack, but faced with fresh and tasty human meat, they were also unwilling to retreat. The clinic said that we can find black-eared shriveled heart orchid in the depths of this bug-infested valley. For those who have beast mounts, ride them, if you don't, then follow us and run behind. Our time is tight. Students who find the black-eared shriveled heart orchid, only need to gather about 10 of them, and return immediately. Every one of the medicinal herb is able to save one soldier's life. Time is life, do it as fast as possible. The eagle-eyed guy took out his crystal and summoned a level 5 bronze-ranked male-plated beast. Mounting it, he took the lead and sped towards the depths of the bug-infested valley. Gosh! There's not even a demonstration, how do we pick? Yue Yang, Ye Kong, and company hurried to catch up with him. But the more Yue Yang traveled, the more he was puzzled. Because he found that along the way, apart from continuously killing demon worms, the eagle-eyed guy also gathered the herbs at the same time, and wherever he went, he practically left not even a blade of grass and not a single plant behind. All herbs and plants had been picked and placed into his bag. If it was only a student assignment, why would this guy need so many herbs? Also, he picked not only 1 or 2 types, but all of them, which was really strange. As he walked, Ye Kong lowered his voice and spoke to Yue Yang. There's something fishy. I am guessing that the number of poisoned people is not only 300. His words made Yue Yang's heart jolt slightly when he heard them, and he suddenly realized something. If an army encountered an ambush and were poisoned, then the number of people who were poisoned would definitely not only be just 300. Because the human Union army was weaker than the demons, for the purposes of marching an army, they must have formed a tens or thousands men strong legion, so that in dispatching together they would be safe. If it was only 300 people, it was not even enough to let the demon worms nibble at it. According to the words of the eagle-eyed guy, the human army even in a situation where they encountered an ambush still achieved victory. If so, the human Union army must have been superior in terms of military strength. In such a situation, how could the number who participated have only been 300? How could the number who were poisoned have only been 300? So you meant that we are only one squadron who are coming to the demon abyss to pick the medicinal herbs earlier? There are still other squadrons who are carrying out the same mission at the same time, but just not here. After Yue Yang said this, he immediately mentally associated with another frightening matter. If the poison was deliberately administered by the demons, then would the demon army in general set up an ambush of hidden troops at the place where the black-eared shriveled heart orchid grew? If there were ambushes by the demon commander and demon general in this bug-infested valley, with the eagle-eyed man bringing everybody into the valley and falling headfirst into this trap, wasn't it akin to courting death? Once Yue Yang thought of this, he immediately wielded the Huijin magic blade in his hands and took measure of his surroundings with a guarded expression on his face. In picking the medicinal herb, he could not help much. However, he must at least protect everybody in safely gathering the black-eared shriveled heart orchid and returning. Now Yue Yang had finally realized the importance of basic knowledge. If he could differentiate between black-eared shriveled heart orchid and rat spot flying yang grass at one look, then there was no need to let so many people take the risk into this foray, he could complete the mission just by himself. Unfortunately, he was a guy from a different world, so he had to learn everything from the beginning. Yue Yang was suddenly enlightened in his heart. Today's lesson, this journey to the demon abyss, was going to be a turning point in his life. After he returned, quickly master his primary major in physical skills, then concentrate on medicinal studies. If he was able to better his knowledge of medicine, then the mysterious knowledge in his mind would be able to unleash its formidable power. In the future he would definitely be able to create a pill better than Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill. When that time comes, not only he himself would benefit, but his beast's capabilities would also be increased. As for knowledge relating to beasts, mechanics, and runes, he would also pursue his studies in them. If he knew of all the weaknesses of all the beasts, and once again encountered powerful beasts, then it would no longer be disadvantageous for him. If he mastered knowledge on mechanics, he would not only be able to create puppet beasts, but he could also inherit the secret grimoire left by ghost genius Yu Gong in the puppet palace. As for runes, they looked useless on the surface, but they were the only key to opening the ruins shrine. Big brother, you don't know how to pick the herbs, right? You guys should be our bodyguards and we will complete the mission together. But all of you must listen to our instructions. A few kids riding flying-type beasts flew beside Yue Yang and company, and started to negotiate with them conditions of being their bodyguards. Did you guys discover something? Yue Yang's brain worked faster than anybody else, and he understood a little after hearing this. These little imps must have found something good. These little imps were not that simple, now Yue Yang did not dare to underestimate them too much. What good things did they actually find? Even though they were little kids, they were sly and clever imps. Unwilling to say much, they only told Yue Yang, Ye Kong, and company to not move from their original position. Their intentions were that they did not want to compete with the older brothers and sisters. It goes without saying that they were young and weak, plus with demon insects roaming about everywhere, once they dismounted their flying-type beasts, the situation could become dangerous for them quickly. Hence these smart little chaps targeted the new students like Yue Yang and company. They realized that Yue Yang, Yekong, Fatty Hai and company did not know how to recognize the herbs, and were the type to just look around upon arriving in the demon abyss. Hence, under the leadership of a little girl around 10 years old, they came over to discuss the possibility of cooperation with Yue Yang. If it was purely to defeat demons or hunt for magic crystals, it would be a wonder if Yue Yang would even bother to pay attention to them. But when it came to gathering medicinal herbs, did he, who did not even know what the black-eared shrivel-heart orchid looked like, even have a second choice? Found it. A female classmate had first used her snow wolf beast to disperse the demon insects, then, in a pleasant surprise, found the medicinal herb in the rock crevice. She hurriedly placed it into her medicine sack. The one who helped her find the medicinal herb was a little jumping mouse. It did not have any battle capabilities, but through jumping and hopping about, it helped its owner find 3 black-eared shrivel-heart orchids in succession. At the start, Yue Yang initially thought that the black-eared shrivel-heart orchid was only about 1 meter tall, and that they grew all over the ground, mingling with rat spot flying yang grass, in a way that was so visually confusing that it was hard to differentiate. What he was unaware of was that it was entirely different from what he thought. This black-eared shrivel-heart orchid was actually only about 2 centimeters tall in height and was also a weird type of plant that grew in the depths of rock crevices. Not talking about one entire plain, even to find one of them in a mass of stone rubble was definitely not going to be easy. You cannot just pick any grass. This isn't a black-eared shrivel-heart orchid at all, it isn't rat spot flying yang grass either. It isn't even silver fragment leaf smelly flower. This isn't even a herb. Fatty Hai tried to imitate their actions, digging up anything resembling a demon abyss plant. He thought that if he collected an entire nest, no matter what he would find a few black-eared shrivel-heart orchids. In any case he just needed to bring the herbs back and cause headaches to the clinic's doctors. However, there was a tall and pretty girl, who saw the herbs in his hands and could not help but laugh at him while covering her hand over her mouth, as if she saw a big gorilla that didn't know how to peel the skin of a banana. Not even one. Fatty Hai still refused to accept this reality. If it grew all over the ground, why is there a need to send us here? Besides, you did not employ the proper methods to gather the herb, so even if you collected it, it would have also become useless. Take your time to learn, don't worry, I will collect more and not let the poisoned soldiers be deprived of the cure because of your failure to gather the herbs. That tall girl's tinkling laughter sounded like the ringing of bells. Fatty Hai felt embarrassed upon hearing this, and hurriedly discarded the weeds in his hands. Yue Yang did not distract himself gathering the herbs. He knew that in terms of differentiating between the herbs, he still had much to learn. Now what was most important was to prevent accidents from happening. Yue Yang thought that working with little Princess Bei Bei and company was a successful method of gathering the herbs. The eagle-eyed man did not stipulate that they must personally pick the herbs, working in teams was also within the rules. Otherwise, why would he require a group to be formed between every 5 people? Yue Yang reckoned that teamwork training was also an implied purpose in this. Newbie greenhorns should learn more. A boy with a haughty appearance came over and picked a medicinal herb beneath Yekong's feet, sauntering off looking immensely pleased with himself. The beast he was using was a long-legged spider which could accurately detect the location of the medicinal herb. This guy was actually not very good at it, he was just a little better than Yue Yang, Yekong, and company. Currently he had also only picked 2 black-eared shrivel-heart orchids. There was also a solitary girl wearing thief's clothing that acted the most extreme. When everybody was still turning over rocks everywhere, she had already unfolded her scroll, and in a thin streak of white light, had directly teleported back. Evidently, she had already collected 10 black-eared shrivel-heart orchids. If you guys really can't recognize the herb, you can ask for your beast's help. Your beast's sense of smell and sight tend to be sharper than humans on average. The tall girl was a little puzzled by Yue Yang, who was currently using his divine vision to sweep his eyes over the surroundings, vigilantly guarding against sneak attacks by demons. But she was happy that somebody was being a bodyguard free of charge. This way, she could set her mind on gathering the herbs. She saw that Yue Yang's group of newbies really had such poor foundations that she couldn't hold back from guiding Yekong, who looked more honest. Black-eared shrivel-heart orchid, generally speaking, would not nestle in places that are too deep. They also need to absorb energy from the devil moon, so you don't need to search in very deep and submerged areas. Secondly, you must keep a lookout for demon insects. Normally, they do not like to stay near the stone crevices where the extremely poisonous black-eared shrivel-heart orchids are normally found, but they do not mind staying near the rat spot flying yang grass, so places where the demon insects roam about can also be ignored. Thirdly, with the guidance of the tall girl, Yekong spent quite some effort before finally finding one herb growing in the middle of a shallow rock crevice, without any water submerging it or demon insects crawling about. Since it corresponded with all the requirements, this should be that black-eared shrivel-heart orchid, Yekong was just feeling inwardly gleeful. But, as he grasped the herb, the little Princess Bei Bei, who was riding a level 2 bronze hobby and spiraling about swiftly, swooped down on him fast and her girly voice continuously shouted. Idiot, quickly throw it away. The tall girl also reacted, crying out, "Oh God, that is fishy juice temptworm grass, the juice from this type of grass will attract large amounts of demon insects, quickly discard it." Ye Kong indeed detected that there was an additional faintly fishy smell in the air, and it was really different from the odorless juice of the black-eared shrivel-heart orchid. Looking around him again, he didn't notice when, but suddenly a large group of demon insects bearing their fangs and brandishing claws had appeared. Frightened, he hurriedly threw away the herb. He noticed that he hadn't thrown it far enough away from himself. The group of demon insects surged upon him, and it was still a far from good situation, so he hurriedly picked the herb up again and took to his heels, drawing the tide of demon insects after him. When he threw that fishy juice temptworm grass far away and wanted to escape from the swarm of worms again, he realized that he had already been surrounded by the torrent of demon insects. When the Li clan brothers and Fatty Hai saw this, they hurriedly summoned their beasts to save Ye Kong. After a long time, the four idiots, who had their entire bodies filled with bites of the demon insects and covered all over in wounds, finally fought their way out of the swarm of worms under the help of the Hui Tai Lang. They immediately fled to Yue Yang's side, every one of them worn out as a dead dog. Ye Kong was still okay but had received a big shock. Fatty Hai was so tired that he immediately fell to the ground, unwilling to move even an inch even when demon insects had crawled all over his body. Yue Yang had only sent out his Hui Tai Lang and did not personally go to rescue them. These demon insects were of a very low level. Ye Kong and company could deal with them. This was also a good opportunity to toughen them up. Little Princess Bei Bei showed a very burdened expression and chided Ye Kong and company like a little adult. "Brothers, if you do not know how to pick the herbs, don't randomly pick them. This is the demon abyss. My Empress mother, my mother said that in the demon abyss, one cannot lower one's guard no matter what we are doing." When they realized that they were even scolded by a 6 or 7-year-old little child, Ye Kong and company looked at each other in dismay, not knowing whether to laugh or cry in their hearts. There was one little girl of the group of 5 kids who flew down and waved her hand, advising them. "All of you don't move. We discovered a few hundred black-eared spheres growing as a thicket. They are probably going to blossom in about an hour. We will gather them at that time, as that would be the most fresh and most useful type of black-eared shrivel-heart orchid. All of you don't be too anxious and maintain your body strength. Later, just concentrate on protecting us while we are picking the herbs. Bei Bei, summon your beast to give them some treatment first. We'll search again later and see whether there are still black-eared spheres around here." "Where are the black-eared spheres?" The tall and pretty girl was astounded. "Princess Qi Ming, it had not occurred to me that there's somebody who can actually recognize the black-eared sphere amongst you. I have already learnt medical skills for 3 years and even now I do not dare to guarantee that I can definitely differentiate between the black-eared sphere and the rat spot sphere, because they really look too similar. Can you really recognize them?" "We all recognize them." Little Princess Bei Bei nodded her head proudly. Yue Yang inwardly sweated, looks like these few kids were members of the royal family, if not princesses, then they were princes. Being princesses and princes, they did not study in Shangjing Academy which was run by the royal family, but actually came to Ivy Academy to participate in the death class instead. No wonder the royal family of Soaring Dragon Continent could maintain its reign for 1,000 years and not fall. Just looking at this type of educational method, one would know that the royal family was extremely strict in cultivating and nurturing their later generations. To receive a long-term education in such a brutal environment, how would the princesses and princes, who matured from this, not be the most outstanding rulers in the future? The fact that the 3 royal households could rank higher than the 4 major clans was not without reason. Little Princess Bei Bei and the other little boy, who had a running nose and who was probably some country's prince, had both summoned special type beasts to administer medical treatment for Ye Kong and Fatty Hai. Yue Yang discovered that neither of the kids had grimoire contracts, but were already very proficient at summoning. The blood moon of the demon abyss is already at its apex. Stronger demon insects will be coming out to look for food soon. All herb gatherers immediately leave now. The black-armored eagle-eyed man rushed over while riding an armored beast, shouting sternly towards the students. "Our mission requires 10 herbs. Greedy people often fail and ultimately end up not having anything at all. They even suffer a tragic death in the demon abyss. I definitely do not encourage such behavior. Everybody who has accomplished the requirements of the mission immediately leave now." Upon hearing the warning of the eagle-eyed man, almost all the students opened their scrolls, teleporting away. Only a few students were still indecisive. They hadn't picked enough herbs, but the number of powerful demon words was increasing and they could not guarantee their own safety. Especially when their peers had already left, they would definitely fail if they continued to stay here. Eventually, some of them gathered together and discussed a little with one another, finally teleporting back. 2 guys who were more confident in their battle strengths were still continuing. The eagle-eyed guy went over to berate them, scaring the 2 of them and made them left in a hurry. Finally, only Yue Yang and company were left. The tall and pretty girl looked at Yue Yang and Ye Kong, then shifted her gaze to little Princess Bei Bei and company, who were still circling the sky riding on their beasts, and gritted her teeth. I can stay back to help you guys gather the black-eared spheres. However, my primary major is not battling. You guys need to ensure my safety. If you guys can promise that under any situation you will never abandon your comrades, I will stay. Ye Kong, you will be responsible for protecting her. Yue Yang waved his hand at little Princess Bei Bei who was still in the air. All of you come down. There is an abnormal undulation in the air. It's possibly a swarm of black-winged worms. Quick! Descend! Upon hearing this, the little girl, who was called Princess Qi Ming's face changed, and she took the lead in descending. In this moment, the black-armored eagle-eyed man rode at flying speed to them with a fierce expression on his face, yelling sternly. What are you doing? Aren't you guys not going back? We haven't completed our mission. Fatty Hai was so scared by him that he almost burst into tears. At most 5 minutes later, large swarms of black-winged worms, and an entire sky of blood-sucking mosquitoes will flood this entire bug-infested valley. You guys definitely cannot wait till the black-eared spheres blossom. Your failure to complete the mission is only one failure. But if you guys die here, then you will forever fail. In life, there can be many failures. Nobody can win all the time, but one must be living in order to move towards victory. All of you go back at once. The eagle-eyed man saw dark clouds raging in the sky and his face immediately became cold. Lowly shouting, people who have grimoires immediately summon their grimoires. Everybody hide under the shield and don't use the teleportation scroll for now. The air movement here is extremely strange. All of you stay here. I'll go and see why the demon insects are causing such a violent disturbance. Riding the armored beast, the eagle-eyed guy sped towards the other side of the bug-infested valley towards the rumbling sound. Yue Yang looked at his retreating back and a trace of unease flashed across his heart. Even though he still could not see anything abnormal with his divine vision, but something bad was definitely going to happen. Could it be that the demon army found this herb-gathering group? Or could it be that some scary demon insects had come out? At this moment, the sky was dark, and black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes emerged in large numbers like dark clouds filling up the sky. The little girl, who was called Princess Qi Ming, immediately summoned her grimoire and hid the 5 little kids under her shield. As if in a mutual understanding, they even kept their beasts without panicking at all. Princess Qi Ming then summoned a normal ranked level 4 flaming hatchet puppet and calmly waved at the tall girl, indicating that she should also hide in here. The tall girl hurriedly squeezed herself in, carrying little Princess Bei Bei. When they saw Fatty Hai idiotic manner of clumsily unable to summon his grimoire for a long time, they stamped their feet in worry. Ye Kong and the Li clan brothers had already gotten used to it. If Fatty Hai could swiftly summon his bronze grimoire, as a grimoire contractor, he wouldn't be weaker than an ordinary warrior's. It is precisely because Fatty Hai summoned his grimoire a lot slower than other people, so usually the others had already beaten him to a pulp while he still had yet to summon his grimoire, hence he was such a tragedy. See, Orsama, the boss is still the best. Fatty Hai, having summoned his grimoire with much effort, and after that summoned the Iron Rhinoceros, started to brag with a proud and pleased look on his face. Ye Kong and company were speechless. Brother Xiao San, quick come behind the shield. Little Princess Bei Bei hurriedly called out to Yue Yang whom she noticed was still outside. Everyone, there's no need to worry about me. All of you don't move. There's something strange coming. Yue Yang stood in the midst of the black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes, which filled the sky with their hairs. Channeling his innate chi into his blade, the purple fires of the Huijin magic blade roared. All of the black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes, which flew near to him, were burnt to ashes. However, there was even a higher number of black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes that pervaded the air like dark clouds, hiding the sky and covering the earth. Ye Kong and company could only vaguely see that in front, 2 masses of raging flames had ignited and rocketed into the sky. One was the soaring purple flames of Yue Yang's Huijin magic blade, the other was the black flames of demonic qi from the body of the Hui Tai Lang. Yue Yang had used the yin-yang twin fish circle, the spherical beheader, the skill which he had self-learnt during the Yu clan's New Year tournament. The Huijin magic blade slowly spun. The purple flames burned the demon insects, which were trying to get near with all their efforts. The 1-meter radius of space around him had become an area of demon insect vacuum. No worm could approach. Suddenly, the black flames on Hui Tai Lang's body became larger. With a final roar into the sky, all the black flames on its body exploded, gushing and squirting out with a rumble. The frightful demonic qi that radiated from its body, as well as the infernal black flames enveloping its body, not only burnt and killed the surrounding demon insects, but even had an oppressing, pressuring quality that resembled a demon king's presence, scaring the weak and little demon insects in front of it into disorder. As they hurried to scuttle away from Hui Tai Lang, Fatty Hai's Iron Rhinoceros was so intimidated that it directly lay down on its stomach. Not only the beasts, but Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and the Li clan brothers also felt a wave of heart palpitations. Looking towards Hui Tai Lang, it gave them a feeling as if it was the Demon King standing right in front of them. Yue Yang was also slightly surprised. Turned out that it was only at this time that Hui Tai Lang finally started to emit the formidable power of Demon King Xian's demonic power. Even though Hui Tai Lang only absorbed Demon King Xian's demonic qi, it was after all the qi of the Demon King, hence it was not a small matter. Could it be that being in a dangerous environment could stimulate the hidden capabilities within the Hui Tai Lang's body and let it level up or evolve? Yue Yang was inwardly gleeful. If it really was so, then that really was an unexpected pleasant surprise. As the black flames on the Hui Tai Lang's body intensified and its body continuously reconstructed and evolved in the black flames, the ground suddenly shook with tremors. The entire valley was shaking, as if there was something about to dig itself out from the ground. What the hell is that? Yue Yang had a shock in his heart. Aren't these tremors, caused by this demon who was trying to dig itself out of the ground, too big? Could it be the Godzilla of a different world? The black flames on the Hui Tai Lang's body intensified increasingly. Its body was also continuously perfecting itself. As if it was stimulated by the gigantic demon, its evolution process picked up speed yet again. The earth split apart and mountains collapsed. A deep crack had rapidly formed, and suddenly, a giant mountain had suddenly formed from the earth. Gloomy rumblings of rocks and stones falling to the ground resounded non-stop. The black-winged worm in the sky flew around together with the blood-sucking mosquitoes, mixing and buzzing around. Due to the pressure from both Hui Tai Lang and the gigantic demon, they were all trying to disperse and escape, forming clouds of insects that flew around, as if they were reluctant to leave so easily. Hui Tai Lang's body that looked like a small ox originally had become more solid and firm, its muscles rippled as its bones underwent an evolution, changing and reconstructing. It slowly expanded and grew to become gigantic. The black flames on its body burned intensely as the size of his body grew twice of his former size. In the end, Hui Tai Lang looked upwards and howled loudly, its claws penetrating deep into the ground as its body exploded with a burst of a black flame pillar that rose up to the sky above. The black-winged worms and the blood-sucking mosquitoes that filled the whole sky froze at its howl, then fell to the ground one by one. The whole scene looked almost like a weird bug rain. Is this the pressure of a Gold King beast? Yue Yang could only feel such a strong pressure from a Gold King beast. Normal king beasts wouldn't even compare to Hui Tai Lang's current oppressing aura. Hui Tai Lang was still not a Gold King beast, yet it had such a domineering aura. Could it be due to the fact that it had absorbed too much of the Demon King Xian's evil demon qi? Ye Kong and the others watched dumbstruck as Hui Tai Lang's body grew larger within the fiery black flames. In the end, it had become a colossal monster with a dense amount of demon qi, looking extremely frightening. When it stood up proudly, it reached the height of a full 3 meters. Its 2 bloody mouths were decorated with dagger-like wolf fangs, and its noses breathed dense flames and smokes. On its body, black flames had weirdly burned on its black, glistening fur. It had changed Hui Tai Lang's whole appearance, making it look extremely tyrannical as if a demon king had arrived. Yue Yang had initially thought that Hui Tai Lang would grow another head and turn into the legendary Cerberus. However, he found that it only grew larger. When he used his divine vision to check, he found out that it was still a 2-headed demon wolf. However, it had successfully leveled up from a bronze-ranked level 5 to silver-ranked level 4. This special evolution, although it had dropped its level instead of rising it, would increase Hui Tai Lang's battle power and potential greatly, like a giant leap to the sky. This silver-ranked special evolution was the start of a new hope. If Hui Tai Lang had leveled up to bronze-ranked level 6 instead, then it would be destined to only be a laborer beast who would only do coarse tasks in the future. However, the current Hui Tai Lang was a beast that had successfully undergone a special evolution to a silver-ranked beast. Undoubtedly, it had opened a brand new path filled with hope. There would be a whole new world of possibilities waiting for him. Yue Yang would also be more patient and confident in raising it. If it had successfully evolved into silver-ranked, wouldn't a gold-ranked evolution be coming soon? With the basis of the amount of oppressing aura Hui Tai Lang gained when it underwent the special evolution, and its clever nature that it already had before, it would definitely become a Gold King beast at least, maybe even higher. Yue Yang suddenly thought of an even crazier idea. If one day he managed to get a Demon King's corpse and let Hui Tai Lang eat it, what would it evolve into then? Of course, this was only an idea at the moment. But he wouldn't eliminate that as a possibility. A woo after Hui Tai Lang evolved, it was filled with a tyrannical aura. Its fighting spirit had increased to its maximum. Hui Tai Lang leapt to right in front of Yue Yang, and gave a loud roar towards the gigantic demon which was drilling its way out of the mud, as if it wasn't afraid of its opponent, even when it was a gigantic demon. A loud rumbling resounded, shaking the earth, as the demon that had been drilling in the ground suddenly burst forth from within the earth. Against Yue Yang's expectations, this demon was not an elite monster, it was simply a normal-ranked demon insect. However, its body was as big as a small hill, and it looked like a rhinoceros beetle. But the weird thing was that this rhinoceros beetle who was as big as a small hill actually had 3 horns instead of 1. The 2 horns on the sides were shaped like half-moons, as if they were giant, hard pincers. In the middle, there was a spear-like pointed horn. Its head looked extremely sinister and frightening, and its body was covered in a black carapace, making it look just like a small hill made of iron. If it was compared to normal beasts, it was definitely much more frightening. Even a battle mammoth or a battle kodo beast would pale into insignificance by comparison. Shiro, the gigantic demon, I think it's this. When Fatty Hai saw the demon, he was so scared that his knees went weak and fell to the ground. Heavens! How could there be such a big dung beetle? Ye Kong's teeth were also chattering, is this a level 7 monster? Fortunately it's not an elite monster and is only a normal ranked level 7. Otherwise we'd all probably be dead. The tall girl disagreed instead and refuted immediately, are you guys blind? This is obviously a level 8 three-horned rhinoceros beetle, also called the Battle Hercules beetle. Normally people would call it Herculean rhinoceros beetle. It is a rhinoceros beetle, and it is not related to dung beetle at all. Level 8. Fatty Hai immediately started crying out of fright when he heard it. Even if it's normal ranked, a level 8 creature's power and strength was not at a level that Fatty Hai could imagine. Furthermore, this Herculean rhinoceros beetle whose body was like a small hill could already sweep through the battlefield just by crushing and colliding around with brute force. How could a battle kodo beast compare to it? Compared to it, the kodo's size wouldn't even reach 1/5 of the beetle's size. If that Herculean rhinoceros beetle were to use its 3 horns to knock over the kodo would probably be sent flying away high up into the air. However, Fatty Hai had cried for nothing. This Herculean rhinoceros beetle did not have any intention to attack humans. Instead, it made its way with booming steps and crawled towards the valley. It even turned a blind eye on Hui Tai Lang who had jumped on its back. The crowd were all confused. What exactly was happening? Didn't it crawl out from the ground to fight? Princess Qiming suddenly realized something and screamed loudly, pointing towards the direction of the valley and said, it wanted to eat the black-eared sphere that was about to bloom. Stop it, quick! Otherwise all of the black-eared spheres will be eaten by it. When Yue Yang heard her, he immediately chased after it hurriedly. Raising his Huijin magic blade, he ignited its purple flames and slashed down towards the Herculean rhinoceros beetle's back legs with an almighty amount of power. Rumble! The slashing sound was like a bolt of thunder in the clear blue sky, shaking the whole valley and echoing through the distance. However, that Herculean rhinoceros beetle almost had no reaction at all. It had continued to walk as if nothing had happened, completely not paying attention to Yue Yang's slash. Everyone's jaws had dropped to the ground and their tongues hung down from their mouths. What kind of crazy defense was this? Even if it was an extremely hard rock, if it was hit by that heavy slash, it would probably be turned to dust. Or at least, a deep gash from the blade would be left on that rock. However, there was not even a scratch on this Herculean rhinoceros beetle's back legs. Hui Tai Lang also raised its claws, that could easily crush rocks, and used the explosion-killing move that Yue Yang had taught him, slashing its claws ruthlessly on the Herculean rhinoceros beetle's back section, that looked to be the weakest spot on its body. However, it was still to no avail. The iron rod on Ye Kong's hands dropped to the ground with a loud clang as his whole body collapsed weakly. Fighting against a level 8 beast with such a frighteningly abnormal defensive power such as this Herculean rhinoceros beetle, it would simply be wishful thinking if they thought they could injure it and break its hard outer shell. Of course, it had its own weak spots, and that was its airways, that could not be protected by its hard, outer crust. It had a total of 18 airways, but every single one of them were located on its abdomen. Furthermore, it was still protected by its extremely hard exoskeleton and outer shell, that was even harder than metals. Yue Yang was also frowning. He thought that this Herculean rhinoceros beetle probably didn't have a very high attack power or even worthwhile skills. However, its defense was way beyond abnormal. How could they stop it from eating those precious black-eared sphere? Attacking the mouth and eyes on its head might be a good idea, however, it must be very dangerous. It wouldn't be a joke if he were attacked by those 3 horns. Yue Yang ignited the purple flame on his Huijin magic blade even further with his innate qi, and prepared to attack it one last time. If he really couldn't inflict any damage on it, he would just rush in front of it and take some of the black-eared sphere first. Then he would see if he could outrun it. Seeing that Yue Yang was about to continue his attack, Princess Qiming hurriedly shook her hand and said, "Brother, don't attack it. Herculean rhinoceros beetle's defense is really high, so it is immune to physical attacks. Furthermore, it has a Herculean strength, it could easily lift up an object 800 times heavier than itself. If you were to receive its attack, even your bones would break to ashes. Bei, you are the person most familiar with insect-type beast here. Do you know if this Herculean rhinoceros beetle has any other weak spots other than its airways?" "I know. Attack the beetle's butt, that would definitely catch its attention." Little Princess Bei's words made Yue Yang fell to the ground with a thud. Maybe normal beetles would behave that way, but the fellow in front of them was as big as a small hill. Would that method even work? Furthermore, groping its butt. That was really too depressing. Yue Yang was only used to groping girls' butt. He should just let depressing stuff to be done by others. He waved his hands and said, "Boss hi, go and grope some butts." Fatty Ha's body jolted when he heard Yue Yang. How could Yue Yang give him a chance to grope some butts, such a good thing? He replied surprisedly, "Why me?" Yue Yang replied full of common sense, "Easy, because you are the boss." Fatty Ha wailed miserably first, before replying, filled with grievance in his voice and tears in his eyes, "Why didn't anyone think of this boss when it comes to groping a girl's butt? Take it down first. We can talk about girls later. You are the boss, everyone would definitely let you grope girls first. Quickly grope its anus and take it down. You must act like you are the boss, and caress its anus carefully." Yue Yang lectured Fatty Ha and ordered him to move. He the tall girl and the other kids started to laugh. "No, I don't want to. I mean, I'm too stout, so I would definitely not be able to caress its butt which is almost 10 meters high. I am unable to help however I would like to." Fatty Ha thought that this kind of work that required him to go high up above the ground was much too dangerous. If he were to fall down in a moment of carelessness, he would probably have a cerebral concussion at least. Furthermore, such a vulgar act of caressing a Herculean rhinoceros beetle's butt in front of everyone, would he still even be able to get girls if that matter goes out to the public? Fatty Ha refused to do it even if he die. He would rather let Yue Yang tie him up and slice him up into red braised pork, than do such an embarrassing act. He was still the boss after all. Just as Yue Yang was about to violently beat him up and turn Fatty Ha into a roasted pig, another Herculean rhinoceros beetle slowly crawled out from the gigantic pit behind them. This one was a tenth of the size of the one in front. Although it was only as large as a long-tusked mammoth, even a blind person could see that it was still a growing beast, a young one at that. It was a beetle larva. Normal ranked level 4. This one can still be defeated. Yue Yang immediately approached the beetle larva and hacked down heavily with his Huijin magic blade on the young beast's body. Although it didn't seem hurt on the outside, that beetle larva's body had suffered an internal injury. Yue Yang's innate chi had penetrated through its thick, hard outer shell and the Huijin magic blade's purple flames had seeped into its internal organs, burning it from the inside out. The beetle couldn't stop wailing miserably. However, when the young beetle was attacked, the gigantic Herculean rhinoceros beetle immediately became furious. It turned its body viciously and charged towards Yue Yang with a loud rumble. Its sharp horn that was like 100 sharp iron spears bound together, terrifyingly charging towards Yue Yang, whose body was like a grain of sand in comparison to the Herculean rhinoceros beetle. Seeing that his method was effective, Yue Yang immediately leapt and dodged the attack. He executed his spherical beheader once again, hacking right into the beetle larva's back. If he wanted to kill the beetle larva, he could just use his maximum strength and aim at a fatal spot. However, in order to stall for time, Yue Yang did not do that. "What are you guys waiting for? Quickly see if all those black-eared sphere have already bloomed." Yue Yang bellowed loudly towards the crowd of people who were still stunned dumbstruck while he was luring the gigantic beetle away. Hui Tai Lang also helped on the side. It would jump at times and spit fire towards beetle larva's head or bite at its back legs, threatening it to leave this place. "There is still half an hour, brother, please persevere a little more." Little Princess Bebe almost made Yue Yang sweat to death. Luring the enemy for such a long time, wouldn't he be tired to death? On top of a faraway cliff. In the darkness, the eagle-eyed man was just about to turn his body around and leave. This idiot, he truly only has brute force. He doesn't have any beast-related knowledge at all. Half an hour later, after Bebe and the other just finished gathering all the black-eared shriveled heart orchid flowers that had just sprouted out, Yue Yang and Hui Tai Lang ran back from a faraway place. Yue Yang shouted towards Yekong, Fatty Hai and the others, "Do any of you guys want to contract this beetle larva? Although it is not a battle-type beast, its defense is extremely high. It can be used as the perfect meat shield. Any of you want it? If nobody wants it, I'll slash it off and take out its magic core." "Forget it, quick, that gigantic demon beetle is going to come back soon." Fatty Hai insisted on his own decision, "As your boss, I wouldn't contract any other beasts except for beautiful humanoid gold king beasts. Furthermore, for meat shields, I already have my iron rhinoceros. We also don't want it, it's too ugly and too big." The tall girl and the other 5 children all waved their hands and refused. "Then I want it." Yekong stood up. Although it was normal ranked level 4, but Yekong had high hopes for it after seeing the Herculean rhinoceros beetle's defense. Furthermore, he also understood that if the beetle really had no future, Yue Yang wouldn't keep it alive and even intentionally bringing it back to ask if anyone wanted to contract the beetle larva. "Didn't you have feelings for its anus? I can't wait for the day when you will caress the beetle larva's anus while smiling pervertically." "Ah, alright, please pretend I didn't say anything." Fatty Hai had actually wanted to ridicule Yekong, but when he saw that everyone was glaring at him, he was scared and hurriedly looked downwards and took back his words. He had to act pitifully like, "Please go ahead and hit me but just don't hurt my face," before everyone finally reluctantly let him go. Facing against the dying beetle larva that had suffered serious injuries all over its body, Yakong had used 5 contracting scrolls continuously to no avail. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Little Princess Bei handed him one last scroll. If he still failed to contract it, there wouldn't be any hope left. Usually, it's very normal to fail a beast contract. However, Yakong didn't want to disappoint Yue Yang, and he also didn't want to let such a good chance that Yue Yang had given him to go to waste. Calm down a little, you will definitely succeed. The gigantic demon beetle is going to come back soon, so Hui Tai Lang and I will lure it away first. 5 minutes. Use this last 5 minutes to meditate a little and calm your heart. Unite both your body and mind and don't be nervous to let your spirit chi take control of you. Yue Yang motivated him for a while before going with Hui Tai Lang to lure the gigantic demon beetle away. Of course, he also had another purpose. When he was luring the gigantic demon beetle away, he saw a weird-looking plant with a spherical stalk. Not only normal demon insects, even the gigantic demon beetle didn't dare to come near it. Yue Yang decided to use the time when Yakong was contracting the beetle larva to observe the plant more clearly. He wanted to find out what kind of mysterious secret this plant with the spherical stalk had. He couldn't even see through it with his level 3 divine vision. What exactly was it? Yue Yang decided to summon his thorny flowers so that it could use its roots to link with the spherical stalked plant. He could then channel some innate chi into it and probe around it a little. When Yue Yang approached that weird spherical stalked plant, the gigantic demon beetle which was chasing after Yue Yang immediately turned around and retreated. Yue Yang thought that this gigantic demon beetle would need at least 3 minutes to return to the place where Yakong and the others were. He thought that he had given enough time for Yakong to contract the beetle larva. Yue Yang walked right in front of the weird spherical stalked plant and was about to summon the thorny flower that was still evolving. However, against expectations, the spherical stalked plant suddenly moved, its cactus-like, thorny surface slowly opening up. A bright white light suddenly filled the air, looking extremely holy and soothing. The surrounding dirty earth had even melted into black particles under the bright white light, slowly ascending to the sky. At first, Yue Yang had thought that there was a precious pearl inside the spherical stalked plant, just like those pearls that were stored inside shells. When the bright white light was not that dazzling anymore, Yue Yang reached out to see and froze as he saw what was inside. In the spherical stalked plant, there was a coconut meat-like layer. And in the middle of the plant that did not have much meat left, was a beetle with a jade-like, sparkling and translucent body, whose innards could be seen through its shell. It looked a little like the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, but its horns weren't that developed yet and also not as sharp. The horns didn't even look like they were capable of injuring someone, instead, they gave others a mellow, lustrous, and satiny feel. The beetle looked like a masterpiece of a sculpture that had been polished repeatedly. Its sparkling and translucent body looked like white jade and carried a tinge of gold barely visible to the eye. There was no other color in its body. Its little horns, little feet, and little body were all extremely adorable. Yue Yang was secretly surprised. Even with his level 3 divine vision, how could he not be able to see through this beetle? Hui Tai Lang seemed to be a little annoyed by the white jade beetle who had enormous powers although it was still a baby. The reason was that the pure and holy power inside the beetle could disperse the demonic chi inside Hui Tai Lang's body. Hence, Hui Tai Lang was unwilling to come near the white jade beetle. If it was any other beetle with such an abundant power instead, Hui Tai Lang would probably already swallowed it whole. Yue Yang reached his hands out and took this white jade beetle into his hands. If he didn't see that its feet and horns were moving ever so slightly, Yue Yang would have thought that this white jade beetle was a sculptor's valuable art piece. Was this really a living thing? In this filthy demon abyss, how could there exist such a pure living thing? There were really so many weird, unexplainable things in this world. Yue Yang opened his beast encyclopedia and looked through the insect-type beasts for a long time, but he couldn't find a matching record that fulfilled the description of this white jade beetle. When he tried to feel it with his innate chi, just when he managed to get into it a little, a bright white light suddenly enveloped him whole. Hui Tai Lang seemed to feel unwell amidst the white light and immediately retreated a few meters back, escaping from the vicinity of the white light. Yue Yang studied it for a long time but he still could not find a good answer to this bizarre event. He knew for sure that this beetle was a good thing, but he didn't know what beast this white jade beetle was. The white jade beetle didn't struggle in his hands, even when Yue Yang was turning it upside down and all around to observe its every nook and corner. Only its little feet moved a little at times. Most of the time, it only stayed still quietly, as if it was in a deep sleep. Forget it, let's just pick it up and see what it is later at home. Yue Yang put the white jade beetle into his backpack. Suddenly, Hui Tai Lang immediately charged forward with all his speed, intending to bite on that white layer of meat that was left behind. Yue Yang sent it flying with a kick. What a good fellow, turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to its master's words upon seeing a good item. Wang Wang Wu, Hui Tai Lang hurriedly acted like an honest dog and wagged its tail excitedly. He even put on an "I'm a good boy" look. Could this fruit's flesh be used to nurture beasts? Yue Yang searched it using his innate chi and found that this fruit had a life energy just like the oak tree's heart, but its energy was a little weaker. Furthermore, there was also a kind of pure energy that Yue Yang couldn't figure out. Yue Yang started to think. Maybe if he used this fruit's flesh to nurture beasts, especially nurturing young beasts, it would have a stronger effect than eating magic cores. That was because this fruit's flesh was simply too pure, almost untarnished. No wonder Hui Tai Lang, this fellow, looked at it with its drool falling like a waterfall. The weird spherical stalked plant's fruit flesh had almost been all eaten by the white jade beetle, only a little layer of flesh was left. Yue Yang scraped off one chunk and gave it to the drooling Hui Tai Lang, who chomped it as if it was Zhu Bag * who was eating ginseng. The piece of fruit flesh did not even touch its teeth and went straight to its stomach. Rango, on the contrary, when Yue Yang summoned Xia Wen Li out and gave her a piece, she took the fruit flesh and smelled it before giving it back to Yue Yang, as if she had no interest in that piece of flesh. Yue Yang sweated hard as he caressed her little head. Kids are not supposed to be picky with food. Xia Wen Li still shook her head, her 6 arms hugging Yue Yang's thighs as she acted like a spoiled child. When Yue Yang still forced the fruit flesh to her, she took it and pretended that she was going to eat it, before suddenly passing the fruit flesh to Hui Tai Lang and turned into a ray of rainbow light and entered back into Yue Yang's body to rest. Yue Yang sweated hard when he saw this, but Hui Tai Lang, on the other hand, was overjoyed to eat another piece of fruit flesh. It was so happy that its long tails wagged hard to the left and right. Trying to test it again, Yue Yang summoned the Bloody Queen out. When she received a piece of the fruit flesh, she nodded her head at first, then shook her head and started spouting a chain of demonic abyss language. She even gestured a few hand gestures to Yue Yang. It was a pity that Yue Yang couldn't understand her at all. Based on the Bloody Queen's hand gestures, Yue Yang reckoned that she was saying this fruit flesh was quite delicious indeed, it was just that its real core was already missing. Yue Yang guessed that the best part of the fruit had already been eaten by the white jade beetle. As for the remaining fruit flesh, Xia Wen Li wasn't interested in it while the Bloody Queen's reaction was only so-so. She liked to eat it but not to the point of drooling after it like Hui Tai Lang had. I should keep it first, maybe it will be useful in the future. Yue Yang had never disliked more treasures coming his way. He put the rest of the spherical stalked plant into his lich ring. With this ring, Yue Yang could gather treasures more easily. Far away, a loud rumbling, followed by an earthquake had suddenly resounded. In the air, the 5 little kids rode on their flying beasts as they rushed over to Yue Yang, screaming. They had not even arrived before their shout reached Yue Yang. The swarms of insects are coming, we need to go to the teleportation gate quick. Below them, the miserable-looking Yekong, Fatty Hai and company were running along the valley. There were even more black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes in the sky, forming clouds of insects swarms. But the scariest thing was still that Herculean rhinoceros beetle, its large body destroying everything in its path as it chased after Yekong and the others. The impact from its body shook the whole valley, causing chunks of rocks to turn into dust when it touches them with its horns. If it managed to catch up with Yekong and Fatty Hai, they would probably be turned into meat paste in an instant. What are you guys waiting for? Open the teleportation scroll quickly. Yue Yang almost sweated to death. Under such a dangerous circumstances, why are they still running here to find him? I have no problem with that, but Fatty Hai would need some time to activate the teleportation scroll. Before Yekong even finished his words, Yue Yang had already taken out his Huijin magic blade and charged right at the furious Herculean rhinoceros beetle. On the other hand, Hui Tai Lang looked upwards as it gave a loud howl. Its whole body suddenly started emitting a demon king-like demonic chi, threatening the swarms of insects and pressuring them from coming closer. When everyone had teleported away, Yue Yang took Hui Tai Lang away from the head of the gigantic Herculean rhinoceros beetle and immediately teleported back. At this time, a more terrifying swarm of insects had appeared in the sky. It was the parasitic bee swarm that liked to feed on young beasts. Yue Yang thought that the demon abyss was indeed a terrifying place. It was no wonder that the monsters that grew in the demon abyss were all much stronger than the monsters in the Soaring Dragon Continent. The environment here was extremely harsh. Any monsters that managed to survive in this environment would naturally be the strongest. Very well, everyone has safely returned. The tall girl saw that the 5 kids had all returned. Yekong, Fatty Hai and the others had also returned safely, although they looked miserable as hell. As for Yue Yang, who returned last, she didn't need to worry as Yue Yang's battle capabilities were the reason that everyone had managed to survive in the first place. If not for him, their 2 little groups would probably have been completely wiped out. Hey newbies, you guys are really late. I even managed to take a nap. That arrogant guy ridiculed them ruthlessly. Let's see, what did you guys bring back with you? Your hands are all empty, haha, how could you even think of joining the death class with this kind of abilities? Shilun, don't be too much. You can show off in front of us again if you can win the weekly championship. The tall girl's face darkened, as she replied his ridicule with sarcasm. All of you shut up. We have to go to the medicine hall to send the medicines and complete our mission. The black-armored, eagle-eyed man suddenly bellowed strictly. In the Blackstone Square, the students of the Hell class who were waiting immediately fell into their formation and walked towards the teleportation gate that the middle-aged doctor had opened. Yue Yang didn't want to go at first. Such a thing like getting rewards from their work, he would rather leave it all to Fatty Hai, the boss. However, Princess Bei Bei pulled his hands and was adamant to bring him along. Unable to change this little royal lowly's mind, he could only follow along. The medicine hall that they were teleported to was extremely large. It was at least 10 times bigger than the medicine hall that Yue Yang had seen in the Tongtian Tower. Surrounding the medicine hall, there was a large square and 3 different buildings located in a triangular position with the medicine hall as the center. When they were teleported, the first thing they saw was the huge number of people on the large square. Most of them were soldiers. There were also different students wearing different school uniforms. There were some wearing Shangjing Academy's uniform, and some others that Yue Yang didn't recognize, but all of them were elites. The whole ground was filled with injured soldiers. With simple estimations, one could clearly see there were at least 3,000 people with one look. Yue Yang secretly confirmed the suspicion in his heart. Indeed, not only Ivy Academy had dispatched their students to pick herbs, everyone who knew how to pick herbs had been dispatched to help. The number of injured soldiers that the Ivy Academy was responsible for was 300. If there wasn't enough black-eared shriveled heart orchid, then the soldiers that were under the Ivy Academy's responsibility would die due to failure in completing the mission. Yue Yang guessed that there shouldn't be many problems in completing the mission for the Ivy Academy, but what about the other academies? Did they manage to reach their targets? Ivy Academy's students, please submit the herbs over here. A sweet-sounding female doctor welcomed them and led the Ivy Academy Hell class students to a benevolent, kind-looking old lady matron. Bowing slightly, she said, "Doctor, the Ivy Academy has come to submit the herbs. Seems like they have managed to gather quite a few. Very good. You are in charge of recording their achievements. Those with outstanding achievements will be given twice the reward from the Empire." The old lady matron received every single medicinal plant and checked through them carefully. Almost all of the Ivy Academy's Hell class students took out 10 stocks, only 5 students didn't manage to get 10 and failed the mission. However, the old lady matron still thanked them gratefully and said, "Every single black-eared shriveled heart orchid would be able to save one life. You guys have already done very well. Furthermore, you guys have all picked the right herbs, there are no mistakes or scraps. You are all extremely outstanding students, we hope that you will continue to do your best in the future." This old lady matron had even given a passing mark on the point cards for students who hadn't reached the target. Her actions caused some people on the side to protest. There was a guy from Shangjing Academy who stood up and criticized loudly, "Doctor, this is not fair. Why didn't you give me a passing mark even though I have completed the requirements of the mission? They didn't even manage to reach the quota, why do you give them a passing mark? Young one, I thought you had known the reason yourself. Do you know why? That's because they didn't cheat. You must be willing to help people from your own heart when you are helping someone, and not simply for the sake of completing a mission. Although you did submit 10 stalks of black-eared shriveled heart orchids, you had asked others to help you gather them. When you put herbs that were picked with different methods together, although you can't see any problems with it on the outside, it would affect the medicinal herbs' quality later on. Luckily you didn't mix too much, otherwise they might even be useless. Student, I hope that you will remember that being honest is the foundation for saving lives. For the herbs that you have brought back with much trouble, I would like to thank you for your contribution on behalf of the wounded soldiers. However, as a doctor, I can't give you a passing mark." The old lady matron's words made that guy deeply ashamed and embarrassed. Yue Yang saw that the records were recorded in different signboards according to students from different academies. Most of the academies had picked up around 200 stocks each. The only different one was Shangjing Academy, who had gathered more than 500 stocks. There were also herbs gathered by elite soldiers who totaled up to around 100 stocks. Looking at these results, Yue Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There were 3,000 poisoned soldiers, and they had not even gathered 1,000 stocks of herbs. What would the remaining 2,000 soldiers do? Could it be that other than the black-eared shriveled heart orchid, there was no other way at all? The white jade beetle's pure energy was extremely effective to disperse demonic qi, would it be effective in curing poisons? Yue Yang entered into a deep thought. On the recording signboard, the names of the academy and students were listed and ranked. For both, the Academy Ranking and Student Ranking Board, Shangjing Academy was listed as one of the top. Shangjing Academy gathered 502 herbs, its records far surpassing other academies. Even the total amount gathered by the herb gathering teams could not measure up to the quantity gathered by Shangjing Academy. The top name on the Student Ranking Board was Yan Po Jun. Yue Yang saw that this guy had actually gathered about 45 black-eared shriveled heart orchids, looks like he was considerably knowledgeable in the study of medicinal herbs. Next was Feng Qi Xiao, with 36 herbs at number 2. As for that fellow Xuetan Lang, Yue Yang realized that he was martial arts obsessed, and had limited knowledge in medicinal herb research, and had picked only 10 herbs, barely passing the assignment. Yan Po Jun, Yan Pojun picked 45 herbs. The Ivy Academy students, who were queuing to hand over their herbs, also discovered this ranking board, and an uproar was instantly caused. So cool! Just as what you would expect from the 3 great killing stars. For a moment, all the girls' eyes sparkled like little stars. This arrogant fellow! Fatty Hai was extremely jealous. The few of you, what are you doing here with both hands empty? The boy who was criticized just now saw that Yue Yang, Ye Kong, and Fatty Hai were empty-handed and could not help but sneer at them. You guys can't even gather one herb? Just as expected from students of Ivy Academy, tisk tisk tisk. Ivy Academy's students are just of that standard. Our standards, no matter how low, will never involve us cheating. Do you think you guys, as students from Shangjing Academy, are outstanding like that? Good, all of you are excellent, each and every one of you are experts at cheating. The tall girl laughed coldly. How can you talk like that? On hearing this, the 2 companions behind that boy seemed to react as if a nail had been pierced their feet, glaring with anger. Want to fight? The robber girl who had previously picked the herbs the fastest walked out. With eyes as cold as daggers, she tightened her gaze and glared at the few students from Shangjing Academy. I can entertain you any time. Enough, get lost after you hand over the herbs, don't stir trouble here. The eagle-eyed guy shouted sternly. At this moment, the Shangjing Academy students who had surrounded them on all sides backed down. Before leaving, the boy who had cheated left harsh words for them. Ivy Academy students, remember, we'll meet again at the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. At that time it will be obvious who is superior and who is inferior. Today you have your teacher covering up your shortcomings, when it comes to the competition, let's see whether he can still protect you all. As long as trash like you all dare to step into the arena, let's see if I, Orsama, won't beat all of you down. This is practically bullshit, how could cheating fellows still dare to strut around here? Fatty Hai was so angry that his nose was almost askew. I don't wish to talk to trash who will be beaten down after 10 seconds in the arena. That boy completely treated Fatty Hai with contempt, leaving with his nose high up in the air. Don't block me, I want to beat him up, all of you don't stop me. Fatty Hai was indignant. He rolled up his sleeves for battle, posing as if he was about to rush up to stake all and fight the other party like irreconcilable adversaries. Pighead, it's not that I want to put you down, but given your strength, you completely can't measure up to him at all. I reckon that you will persist for at most 10 seconds in his hands before going down. If you want to seek death, go ahead, we will not stop you. Don't worry, when you die, I guarantee that I will help you clear your corpse. Ye Kong put him down ruthlessly. When Fatty Hai heard this, he fell headfirst onto the ground. This was too embarrassing for him. He, the boss, was actually being looked down upon by his own underlings. No, perhaps after special training, Fatty Hai still has a chance to win if he really fights. Yue Yang shook his head, disagreeing. Special training. Fatty Hai bounced up from the floor with one leap. This special training regimen is a little challenging. Ordinary people perhaps cannot take it, so never mind. Yue Yang obviously had a low opinion of Fatty Hai's ability to take hardship. What are you saying? I am born to this world for the purposes of special training. You think I am an ordinary person? Do normal people have an entire body of stout and strong muscles like me? Let me tell you that there is nothing in this world that cannot be done by me, Master Hai. Sometimes when I really get serious, let alone other people, even I, myself would be scared by my own capabilities. Isn't it just a special training regimen? For me, it's as easy as pie. Does this special training regimen involve me eating a bowl of simmer-fried meat every day? Let me tell you that even though this is difficult, I dare to slap my chest and tell you that I have absolutely no problems with it. Fatty Hai slapped his chest, stirring up tides of meat. Why am I friends with a pig? I really regret this. Ye Kong covered his head with his hand, looking extremely dejected. Idiot. The students of Ivy Academy hurriedly distanced themselves from Fatty Hai, in case other people misunderstood that they actually knew this fellow. Little classmate, were all these black-eared shriveled heart orchids that you have gathered herbs that had just blossomed? The old lady matron who had been smiling calmly all this while, could not help but be moved when she saw Princess Qiming and little Princess Bei Bei hand over their medicinal herbs. Did these black-eared shriveled heart orchids grow together in the hundreds? You guys must have found black-eared spheres. Children, all of you did very well, each of these herbs have medicinal value twice the normal effectiveness. I am grateful for you on behalf of the soldiers. Children, because of your great effort, you are about to save many more lives. This time, you were lucky to succeed, but in commending you I must also raise my criticisms to you. This method is extremely dangerous, especially in a situation where you are short of sufficient defensive ability. To wait till the black-eared spheres blossom is a mistake. The eagle-eyed guy dampened the uplifted spirits of Princess Qiming and company. Indeed, children, in the demon abyss, whichever rare medicinal herb blossoms or bears fruit will draw formidable beasts searching for prey to them. Children, it is dangerous to wait for the black-eared sphere to blossom. You are the future of the country. Even if our soldiers die, they would not wish to see young children like you sacrifice their previous lives to save them. Remember, children, what you should first think of should not be the completion of our mission. For completing missions, one must think first before acting, and evaluate whether you possess sufficiently strong abilities or capabilities to do so. All of you did well, but it makes me worry. I don't wish to chide all of you, but I must remind you all that in future, you must be careful when completing your missions. When proceeding into the dangerous demon abyss, you must be 100 times, 1,000 times more cautious and prudent than completing your missions normally. The old matron stood up, and successively kissed the few children's faces, finally carrying little Princess Bei, tenderly advising them. We had our older brothers protecting us, they played a part in getting these medicinal herbs. Little Princess Bei pointed at Yue Yang, Ye Kong, and company. Did they? I had guessed correctly indeed. The old matron took measure of Yue Yang, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers successively. Finally, she returned her gaze to Yue Yang and nodded slightly. You all did well, I will give each and every one of you a distinction. Also, I want to tell you guys, thank you so much for your trouble. Your performance is worthy of the title of elite humans. On hearing this, Fatty Hai was so moved, that his eyes brimmed with tears. It was the first time for him, who had been trash all his life, to hear such an honorable praise. His heart was so moved that he almost cried out. Ye Kong and the Li clan brothers similarly felt their blood burning with anger. Originally, they had thought that they would die of hunger in Tongtian Tower. They didn't expect that after they met Yue Yang, they would not only not die of hunger, they would actually turn from useless rubbish into elite humans. Of course, they were also clearly aware that there was still a disparity between their strength and elite humans' strength. All this credit was hard-earned by Yue Yang. But being a member of the small Yue Yang team, they felt that there was a reason to feel proud and honored. Even though currently they were still not elite humans yet, they believed they would eventually be worthy of this glorious title in the future, especially under Yue Yang's leadership. They just needed to follow his footsteps closely and they will be able to stride to the very front of the elites. Ye Kong and the Li clan brothers looked towards Yue Yang, with a proud blaze burning in their eyes, just like raging flames. These words, they would never say out loud, but they would engrave them into their hearts and use their entire lives to achieve them. Are these medicinal herbs sufficient? Yue Yang asked a question that all the students, including the 3 great killing stars, had not asked. On hearing this, the old matrons had a slightly astounded expression on her face. On the contrary, the black-armored eagle-eyed guy's expression was as if it was to be expected, because he had always been secretly observing Yue Yang. No matter whether Yue Yang was running his eyes over the injured, or looking at the recording signboard, or his subsequent reflections, all of them were taken in by the black-armored eagle-eyed guy. Earlier in the demon abyss, the eagle-eyed guy had discovered that Yue Yang was completely different from the masses, hence he had paid special attention to him. With regards to the doubtful Yue Yang, the old matron first muttered herself slightly, then lightly shook her head. Originally, the number of all the medicinal herbs did not reach 1,000. Adding the number that UIV Academy picked, which is 400 plus, the total is 1,390 herbs. Your last 100 plus herbs has twice the effectiveness of the normal herb, but it can only save about 1,500 people. But the number of poisoned soldiers is over 5,000. Even the ones that you saw in the square was already over 3,000 poisoned soldiers. Why not send more people to pick the herbs? Yue Yang thought it was strange. Why did the army not dispatch more soldiers to gather the herbs? Other than the army doctors, how would the ordinary soldiers know how to pick the black-eared shriveled heart orchid? Besides, there isn't much more black-eared shriveled heart orchids to pick. Your harvest is already an unexpected pleasant surprise. To save these people, we gathered the most elite students of the few academies. Bearing the gravest risk and sending you to the demon abyss is already the biggest gamble. To be honest, although I am a doctor who saves lives, I oppose this method of doing things, because once the demon army discovers this, you will most likely be completely wiped out. All of you are the future of the Xia Empire. We shouldn't use you as a gamble. However, this is an order by His Majesty, so we could only nod and agree. Luckily, all of you have returned safely. Children, you do not need to feel guilty, you have all already did very well. The soldiers that we saved and their families, will be very grateful for your help. As for the remaining soldiers whom we cannot save, I will think of a way. Hopefully we will be able to keep them alive and let them see their loved ones one more time before they die. The old matron's voice was filled with pity, as if she was seeing her own loved ones on the verge of passing out. For the remaining 3,000 people who cannot be saved, how do we choose them? They are also soldiers, is it by drawing lots or according to their achievements? Yue Yang thought that no matter who died and who lived, it was a difficult question of choice. Who was willing to die in a situation where it is possible to be saved? Who was willing to look on helplessly at other people being rescued, but die himself? It is difficult to choose, but the soldiers themselves already made their decisions earlier. The young soldiers, who are the only child in their families, who have just become a parent, and those with aged parents can obtain priority treatment. The older soldiers, who have spent their entire lives on the battlefields, are willing to sacrifice themselves and be role models for the youngsters. Matters like these are not a first to us, and also will not be the last. Students, this is where the spirit of the Xia Empire lies. With the military soul not dead, it is precisely because generations after generations of people sacrificed themselves, the older soldiers have today's Xia Empire, and tomorrow's hope. When you all grow up and gain knowledge and experience about more things, then you will understand the older soldiers' wishes. If the humans of our Soaring Dragon Continent do not possess such noble sacrificial spirit, perhaps we would have fallen to the demon abyss. The old matron lastly nodded at Yue Yang, and said, just like you guys risked your lives to protect the kids in gathering the herbs, your behavior and the choices made by the older soldiers, are essentially the same. The soldiers in the square have voluntarily given up treatment, hence they are here in the square waiting to say their last goodbyes to their families. The eagle-eyed guy suddenly added a sentence. At this moment, Yue Yang's heart felt deep respect for these people. No wonder the soldiers on the entire square looked quite old, individually they were old people with grizzled white hair. So it turns out that they were the old soldiers who voluntarily chose to sacrifice themselves. Yue Yang was overwhelmed by their sacrificial spirit. In front of life and death, how many people could do this? In China, there were countless incidents of people simply standing by and watching, saying it's none of my business, not assisting even as one sees death in front of them. All the different sorts of coldness and detachedness in the society had sealed Yue Yang's heart off tightly. What he saw was a lot of ingratitude, betrayal, and repaying kindness with violence. What he saw the most was vile people making threatening gestures and kind-hearted people weeping bitter tears. All sorts of despicable, gloomy incidents such as bumping into fragile items, death by depression, death by nightmare, entrapment, hitting people without seeing blood and related things like that, made Yue Yang's heart tremble in cold. Yunichan, what Yue Yang means by bumping into fragile items is the practice of how merchants of porcelain antiques sometimes place their most fragile items at certain positions of their roadside stalls so that passers-by will easily knock into them, hence getting them to pay for them. As for hitting people without seeing blood, it's usually an expression of getting an advantage out of somebody without having to resort to physical violence. What Yue Yang is referring here are basically unscrupulous methods of harming others mostly to reap benefits for oneself. Kindness? Honesty? Aren't these things precisely the weaknesses that were preyed on and used by some people to their advantage? He had always thought that the spirit of sacrificing oneself for others had already been spurned by people. Only idiots would do something like that. Learning from Lei Feng to do good deeds was something that was indeed present in the past. Now if anybody tried to do selfless deeds, that was equivalent to courting death. Of course there would still be people who do that, but what they get from it was mostly tears of pain and suffering. For example, if one were to see a hit-and-run robbery and stepped forward bravely to defend the weak, one would be stabbed by a knife. Even the person who was being robbed would not see this as an heroic action for a just cause and would probably even think that this fellow was meddling in other people's business. Another example, if one were to help an old woman, one must pay a great number. If one were to find a wallet and gave it to the authorities, one would immediately be suspected of hiding and keeping a part of it for oneself. Yunichan, Lei Feng was made into a model of altruism and dedication to the CCP by propaganda from 1963 onwards. After traveling dimensions, he came to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Yue Yang discovered that the world here was entirely different from the one he had known. It was extremely normal to behave just as he was in China, but after coming here, he had become a weirdo. He was a weirdo for always protecting himself, not letting himself be harmed and always protecting his own interests first. In China, Yue Yang believed that the people, who thought like himself, were practically innumerable. But in Soaring Dragon Continent it was the opposite. Fourth aunt could reduce her family fortune to 0 for him and use the 1,000 jin of gold that she had saved up for countless years to seek and buy a spirit beast awakening knowledge pill for her adopted son. She even left her own daughter with no money to learn skills. If fourth aunt could do all that for her family, then what about these old soldiers? Each of these old soldiers were blood-soaked from their battles and had rolled about in piles of corpses. They have came back alive with great difficulty. Yet in the final life and death crossroad they did not hesitate to choose to sacrifice themselves for other people, to give away the opportunity for them to save themselves to other people, to young people who were total strangers but with more hope. If he did not see this with his own eyes, Yue Yang would absolutely not believe that this would be true. China also used to have this practice of sacrificing oneself for others. There was an innumerable succession of heroes from the Yan Huang tribe. Hence the flame of Wenming was able to extend its life and became the only one left burning in the 4 big Wenming ancient empires. In Soaring Dragon Continent, for the Xia Empire to be able to stand for thousands of years and not fall, it should be because of the long-standing existence of such spirit. Precisely because of the devotion and sacrifices made by the predecessors. That's the reason why later generations could grow and multiply and hand down from generation to generation. Let's go, we have already done our best. The eagle-eyed guy patted Yue Yang's shoulder, and waved and commanded the students of death class. Everybody return to the academy, we will continue training tomorrow. Competition is cruel in this way, if you do not want to be knocked out of the race by natural selection, then you must be stronger than anybody else and more outstanding than everybody else. Yue Yang took huge steps, while following the procession to leave the place, he took measure of the surrounding poisoned soldiers. He discovered that although these old soldiers had dark-colored facial complexion, their expressions bore some calmness and even pride. Many soldiers surrounded them, helping these old soldiers change into brand new military uniforms. Some of the old soldiers' chests were filled with all sorts of metals, as dazzling as the stars. Yue Yang saw numerous medical personnel carrying bowls of farewell wine to them, handing them over to the hands of the old soldiers one by one. Even for those who were injured so badly that they could not hold the bowl, the medical personnel wet their fingers with the wine and lightly dabbed it on their lips, with eyes brimming with tears. General. A few soldiers put on a gold and dazzling general badge for an old person with his head and beard grizzled and white. One of them, who was the youngest in age, suddenly had red eyes and started to wipe his tears. Brat, what are you bawling for? Get lost. Don't make me lose face. I already got my money's worth. The old man's voice was weak, but it was still as imposing as a lion. General, you cannot just die like this. You still need to lead us to continue fighting. If you're gone, what are we supposed to do? That youngest soldier started to cry bitterly. I am already tired. I don't wish to fight anymore. Now I just want to take a comfortable nap. For so many years, I have never rested before. Every day I am fighting battles here or there. I got an entire pile of medals, but I never even had the time to sleep a complete nap. All because of you brats, making me worry the entire time. Vexing me every day, and only after great difficulty have I transformed you all from cowards to true soldiers. All these years I am really exhausted. All of you do your jobs well. Don't make me lose face. Otherwise, even if I am buried under the ground, I will still kick your butts. Give me the wine. Since the last time I heeded that goddamn doctor to give up drinking, I haven't drunk a drop of wine in 3 months. Now that I am about to die, I don't care anymore. Give me all the wine. At death's door I want to be a hearty drunkard, haha. When the old fellow changed into the general's uniform, Yue Yang saw that his body was thickly dotted with wounds and injuries. Some of the injuries were terrifying, with the cuts so deep one could see the underlying bone. A poisoned general actually couldn't get treatment? Of course that was impossible. If it was not it being him who refused treatment personally, the first in priority to be treated was probably him. But why did he reject the treatment? Was it really just to give the young people a chance and that he would rather sacrifice himself? Yue Yang was a little curious and he could not help but stride over, asking, "Are you really a general?" On hearing this, the old fellow was astonished. Then he laughed out loud involuntarily and asked in reply. "Young fellow, you don't know me?" Well. That brat, Junwu Yu had even praised me and said that no man does not know me or haven't heard of me in the entire Xia Empire. I knew that that fellow was just exaggerating, his purpose is to trick people into haplessly give their lives into working for him. Luckily I did not become very self-satisfied by his words. Otherwise, my face would be lost a lot by now. The black-armored eagle-eyed guy appeared behind Yue Yang and his voice had increased in reverence. This is General Dao Feng, he is one of the top 10 generals in Xia Empire. What top 10 generals? We all are just dead old fellows. If we were really so awesome, there wouldn't be just me left alone from the 10 of us. They had all gone. I really have had enough of living all alone for all these years. They are all enjoying being enshrined, worshipped and offered incense to in military soul hall every day, but here I am using this weary old body and fighting to my last breath. Even that fellow Yu Hai also threw in the towel and gave up. What do I even persevere for living in this hell every day? Would letting people call me one of the top 10 generals stop the pain of the wounds on my body? I can't even drink even a cup of wine. There is simply no meaning in living like this. I might as well go to the netherworld to gather together with those old fellows. The old fellow's name made Yue Yang a little distracted. This name of General Dao Feng, even he, being the guy who had traveled dimensions and had arrived at this place for not long ago, had heard of it. General Dao Feng was one of the top 10 generals of Xia Empire and was also the last living one. This old general's age was unknown. It was said that he was already over 200 years old and had the longest experience in the army. He had entered the army at 18 years old to train and was promoted to general at 40. Then he had continuously fought till now and achieved many meritorious deeds and contributions for society. His legend was so long that even a few books could not finish covering it. Originally with his achievements and capabilities, he was more than up to the task to become the Empire's Grand Marshal of the entire military forces. Shiro, but the strange thing was that he had rejected the promotion to become the Grand Marshal 10 times and insisted on just being a general. The reason behind this was unknown to everybody. Only Jun Wuyu the Xia Emperor and Elder Yu Hai, who had strongly recommended him for promotion to Grand Marshal, knew why. This General Dao Feng practically had the existence of a living fossil in Xia Empire and was also a fortunate general at the same time. He had escaped from desperate situations alive countless of times. He had fought 1,000 battles in his life and had never experienced a total defeat. Even in the nastiest of environments and under a crushing defeat, he would still be able to preserve the maximum strength of his subordinate Dao Feng Legion. Dao Feng Legion was personally set up, organized and trained by him and can be said to be one of the 3 great legions of Xia Empire. It was hard to imagine that such a legendary person would actually reject treatment, leaving the opportunity of living for his subordinates and soldiers, and lie on the square himself waiting for death. Why? Isn't it better to live? Without you around, who is going to lead your soldiers into battle? Do you really feel assured in handing over Dao Feng Legion to others? Yue Yang discovered that he really had the innate gift of being a gossipy paparazzi. I am about to die, what do I care? The old fellow was very open-minded. What if you can continue living? Yue Yang paused, asking. Actually, I am sick of living. If I want to live, I can still live now. But who in the world will not die in the end? To live till 200 years old and still be stuck fighting wars, is too much of a shitty life for me. I am a soldier, an old soldier, I should die with glory on the battlefield. I don't want to die on a comfortable bed. This war, even though the demon abyss finished off about 3,000 of my subordinates, but I had also not lost entirely. I killed off about 30,000 of their soldiers and also slaughtered 2 of their demon generals. So now even if I die, it doesn't matter anymore. If I waited till I am so old that I can't even carry my sword, then got myself killed off by a greenhorn, that is what I call pathetic. The old fellow struggled to sit. First gazing into the distance, then his gaze traveled to look at Yue Yang. Young fellow, I understand your thoughts. Don't you just want to beat me unconscious and then secretly heal me? This trick is useless on me. Leave. For an old soldier to die in glory is the best final destination for me. Yue Yang, who had level 3 divine vision, could see the truth. This old man, this famous General Dao Feng, other than being poisoned, he also had even more severe injuries. Originally, he already had an aged body. With the addition of the multiple injuries and scars from the battle, his strong body had become extremely weak. Yet he had also received a fatal blow by the enemy. All of his internal organs were suffering from serious injuries and poison. For him, even if the poison was completely purged, his body could probably not last for more than a month. This was probably the real reason why the old fellow rejected the medicinal treatment. After knowing the truth, an odd feeling suddenly arose in Yue Yang's heart. Was it really impossible to treat? White Jade Beetle plus Innate Qi could at the same time purging the poison and also help the body recover from wounds. Using Innate Qi to make a breakthrough on the understanding of the study of medicinal science, was probably now. This was the best chance. In any case, one could just administer treatment to an almost dead horse like treating an alive horse. Yue Yang thought that perhaps, he himself could try. Based on his heart and character, Yue Yang was definitely not a noble person. Saving others bravely without caring about his own safety, standing up bravely for justice, and sacrificing himself to help another were things that Yue Yang would distance himself far away from. At any point of time, the first thing he would consider would be himself. Afterwards, he would then think of fourth mother, Yu Bing, and such other relatives. For his own secret, he would lie to his relatives, using white lies to cover for himself. For his close ones, he would raise his blade and kill his way through to the Yu clan's castle, making enemies out of the Yu clan, one of the 4 great clans in the world. Even if the whole world became his enemy, he would not hesitate. However, if it was for some unknown stranger that he was not acquainted with, even if these people were highly respectable or mighty, Yue Yang would not treat them the same. He would acknowledge the devotion that the veterans had shown and praise their attitude for staking their lives on the front lines. He would even admire them from the bottom of his heart for their soul-shaking feats that made people's blood boil. However, that did not mean that he would do such a thing. Not to mention that he did not have the ability to rescue all 3,000-odd soldiers. Even if he did, Yue Yang would not dare to do something so grand when he did not have full self-confidence in his own strength right now. If Yue Yang was already the strongest in the world and could heal all 3,000 men with a wave of his hand, then perhaps he would do it. But the current him did not possess that level of power yet. The world was filled with various kinds of competitions where only the strongest would survive. This was natural selection after all. Yue Yang did not want to ruin it, and he did not have the ability to ruin it as of his current state. He could not change the fate of others. The only thing that he could change was himself. He had to become the victor in the struggle for survival, so that he could grow stronger than anyone else. This was the only way for him to be able to take charge of his own life, and have the ability to protect his own kin. Under the urging of the black-armored eagle-eyed man, Yue Yang walked forward and left. But after walking a few steps, Yue Yang stopped again. General Dao Feng, if you really need it, I can perhaps try to heal your wounds, or I could also try to heal a few people whom you have selected. I must say first that I don't know any medical arts. Yue Yang was already leaving, but he eventually turned back and stood in front of that old general. The words he spoke was not out of respect, nor was it because he was moved by the old general. It was rather because Yue Yang suddenly felt that he was not just a war machine that followed his own principles as his highest order, but instead a human with flesh and blood. He might not be able to execute some things perfectly like a machine, and it might not be a must for him to do it. But at the very least, he had to have the heart to try and do it. Sometimes, Yue Yang felt that he was pretty complex and contradicting. However, he felt that it was more interesting to live as he pleased. He could still have his own principles, but it did not mean that he had to follow it all the way to the very deepest darkest end. After all, even if he asked, the other party might not accept. This was just his kind feelings for the other party. The old general waved his hands, laughing out loud. Very good. I've understood your heart. Ha ha ha. I did not think that I would be able to meet such an interesting kid before I die. I'm really going to die of laughter here. If you don't know medical arts, how can you save others? However, I understand and I'm very happy that this is something that is different between humans and demons. If a demon general collapsed onto the ground, without any chance of being saved, the demons in the demon abyss would eat the dying demon general away without a trace of hesitation, turning the energy of the demon general into their own energy. To be honest, that way would be more reasonable. However, I still prefer the foolish behavior of us humans. Haha, little kid. I'll be honest with you. Dying doesn't matter much at all. Do you know how many people have died in the battlefield since the ancient ages? If you've gone up to the battlefield and saw the millions of foot soldiers falling in front of you, layer upon layer, with corpses piling up as high as hills, would your heart not be numbed after that? Where would there be a battle without casualties? If humans wish to survive, they must compete, and they must fight. Death is also a part of the competition. Although the 3,000 of us were dying from poisoning, acting as a living bait, we have successfully baited tens of thousands of demons. We did not die in vain. Long before we baited the enemy here, we had already known this would happen. So, don't worry. Let us old folks leave in peace. We're already old and we can't do much more for the country. This is our final honor. Yue Yang was silent after hearing this. Little kid, if you don't want to be eliminated like us in the process of natural selection, then remember one thing. Become strong, stronger than anyone else. The old general bestowed Yue Yang with his last words. Yue Yang nodded his head slightly. After pondering for a long time, he finally came in front of the old lady matron. Shiro, calling the old lady matron old lady doctor from here on, sorry for the name change, he took the white jade beetle out from his backpack, and softly asked, Doctor, I found this in the demon abyss. Could you tell me what this is? The old lady doctor's expression immediately changed when she saw it. She quickly told Yue Yang to keep the white jade beetle. Little kid, don't ever use this to save people. This is a terrifying kind of insect. It looked exactly like a golden holy beetle on the outside, and also could be used for healing and detoxification. However, within its body, a terrible demon has been sealed inside. Not even some of the strongest, peak rankers can kill it. These demons can reincarnate through certain methods, so in order to stop them from reincarnating, some peak rankers would seal their opponents within various items or creatures. Yue Yang jumped when he heard this. Seal. He immediately thought of Empress Fei Wen Li, the serpent queen who was sealed within his black jade pendant necklace. Her strength was unimaginably powerful. Even if she did not have a corporeal form, her abilities were sufficient to send Yue Yang out of the black hole. He did not think that other than the black jade pendant necklace, there would be another strong entity sealed within this white jade beetle as well. Thankfully he did not use it to save people, or it would have been a disaster. Thinking of this, Yue Yang secretly broke out in cold sweat. If he had released a human peak ranker, then it might have been fine. But, if he released a demon peak ranker, it would have been a big laughing matter. How could this white jade beetle, that seemed so harmless on the surface, be so terrifying in reality? My teacher had brought up the topic of the warrior seal a long time ago. They are split into 5 layers. The first and foremost layer is an animal type. The seal itself must absorb the energy from the target animal to be sustained for long periods, just like your white jade beetle. Following that is the plant type, treasure type, crystal type and space type. The most terrifying seal is said to be the space type. I cannot imagine how powerful the peak ranker must be to create a space like a black hole, throw his opponent inside, then seal the black hole and cause his opponent to be in a state of ruin forever. Aside from killing the person who created the seal himself, no other kind of power can break through this type of space. This type of everlasting, unbreakable sealing art was called the Nirvana seal. As for the seal on the white jade beetle, it is called a soul imprisonment. Usually, at the 8th floor of Tongtian Tower and above, strong rankers who had defeated their opponents will normally use this method to eliminate their opponents. As the old lady doctor said this, Yue Yang broke out in cold sweat again. The seal that was applied on Empress Fei Wen Li seemed to be the highest grade space-type seal, Nirvana seal. What do we have to do to kill the sealed demon inside? Yue Yang quickly asked for the way. Before the ranker who created the seal uses up his energy, I don't know of any other way to kill it. However, if you can wait until the ranker who created the seal uses up his energy, this white jade beetle will probably die out, and the sealed demon inside will die along with it. This is why, it is best to prevent it from absorbing energy from its surroundings and refrain from using it to save people. Otherwise, once the power of the seal is used up, then the sealed devil will escape from inside. The old lady doctor's words made Yue Yang felt like he had picked up a piping hot sweet potato. He could neither throw it nor keep it. Suddenly, a white teleportation light flashed. A middle-aged warrior whose whole body was shining with splendid rings of light flew over. His voice growled deeply like thunder as he shouted, "Everyone, leave this place now." The face of the old lady doctor darkened and muttered, "Elder Tianzuo? Did His Majesty went to beg the floating mist sect again? Seems like this time, the treasure of the Empire, the White Dragon Pearl, have fallen into the hands of the floating mist sect. Sigh, it looks like the floating mist sect will become much stronger. Xia is in danger. Tianzuo, why are you here? This old folk doesn't need your treatment, hurry up and scram." The old general started swearing loudly. "It was your Xia Emperor who came to beg for help from sect leader Bai Yun. It was only because the sect leader had taken pity on you did he send me here. Do you think I'm that willing to save trash like you? All of you, regardless of who you are, leave now. I will only use a single holy light summon, whether you are saved by it is none of my concern." The middle-aged warrior arrogantly smiled and answered. Following this, he let loose a thunderous roar that shook the body and hearts of everyone present and made their heads buzzed. "I already said, we don't need your treatment, scram." The old general angrily struggled. He wanted to stand up, but his own soldiers held hot tears in their eyes, pressing him down with their lives. "Dao Feng, 200 years have passed. Do you see what you have become? Did you think that you were still the invincible General Dao Feng you were last time? You are just a miserable old dog now. Even a single finger of mine is much stronger than you. Do you think you can roar at me like you did last time? 200 years have passed, have you not learned to respect the strong? It doesn't matter, I will forgive you. It's my own fault for making you my friend last time." The middle-aged warrior who was sparkling with rings of light, Elder Tianzuo, first summoned a platinum grimoire, and then another huge golden drum. He swung a drumstick and hit the golden drum once. With a rumbling sound, all the soldiers present fainted onto the ground. Even Yue Yang felt that his head was hit hard by someone. His ears felt a stabbing pain and his head was ringing. This golden drum used a different method to achieve the same results as the banshee scream that the Bloody Queen could use. They both used sound waves to subdue their enemy. However, this was different from the Bloody Queen's scream. The Bloody Queen could not keep her banshee scream up for long. Also, the more injuries she sustained, the higher the power of the scream. The golden drum was a treasure. As long as Elder Tianzuo had enough spiritual qi, then the drum could be played endlessly. It could continue on forever without losing its power. Aside from the old lady doctor, the eagle-eyed man and Yue Yang, everyone present, including the wounded old General Dao Feng, fell onto the ground. The weakest soldiers already had blood flowing out of their ears, and fainted from serious injuries. "Are you here to save people or to kill people?" The eagle-eyed man furiously took out his great sword and pounced towards Elder Tianzuo. "You are challenging with only your abilities? You're not even my match." Elder Tianzuo's rings of light flickered on his face and he arrogantly smiled. He summoned a white python that shot out from the sky. At the same time, its mouth opened wide, intending to devour the eagle-eyed man in one gulp. Meeting the attack in midair, the eagle-eyed first instinct was to leap high, rose up and dodged the python's deadly mouth. He did not think that the white python would be extremely cunning. Since it had failed on swallowing him whole, it immediately swept its huge tail towards him and sent the eagle-eyed man flying with its terrifying force. The eagle-eyed man crashed with a loud boom onto a wall, causing the walls of the medicine hall to fall. His crash had broken the pillar midway as his body fell onto the hill rock on the other side. However, although that silver-ranked level 8 giant python had successfully hit him, it still chased after him without giving him an ounce of mercy. Elder Tianzuo looked at the old lady doctor. "My conditions for saving the people is to take your life. So, you can die now." The old lady doctor calmly smiled. "I had long guessed that you would propose these conditions. You've always been that kind of person who would kill as much as you wanted when the opportunity came. Elder Tianzuo, no matter how strong you are, you will never become a candidate for climbing the way to become a peak ranker. Because, you don't have a true heart of a rancor. Stop talking nonsense. It doesn't matter what you say, you're going to die today for sure anyway. Elder Tianzuo summoned a monster with its lower half like fog, and ordered it to fly towards the old lady doctor. The old lady doctor smiled softly and shook her head slightly, as she closed her eyes. She met it without resistance, only closing her eyes and waiting for death. The fog monster did not instantly kill the old lady doctor but rather, it emitted great amounts of white fog, engulfing her in it. It looked like he was planning to use the most cruel method to slowly choke her to death. Finally, Elder Tianzuo used a quarter of his vision to sweep across the field. He saw Yue Yang and seemed to be slightly curious as to how a worm-like weakling could still stand properly. Yue Yang would definitely not wait for his death. No matter what kind of opponent he faced, including demons like Demon King Haxian or Lich King Grun, he would definitely not back down. Yue Yang knew that this was the strongest enemy he had ever faced out of all his human opponents. This fellow used saving lives as an excuse to kill off a few elderlies from the Xia Empire like the old General Dao Feng and the old lady doctor. As for himself, he was just a person who saw something that he should not have seen. He was just a passerby whom Elder Tianzuo must kill to eliminate all witnesses. Seeing Yue Yang slowly raising up his Huijin magic blade, a grim battle aura enveloping him, Elder Tianzuo laughed loudly. Did I see wrongly? Instead of taking your own life, you are thinking of fighting back. Elder Tianzuo, who was covered in a splendid aura, seemed to have seen the most hilarious thing in the world as he laughed loudly. If you want to fight, I'll fight. Yue Yang coldly snorted. Purple flames enveloped his Huijin magic blade. A student from an academy wants to challenge me? I really can't help but admire the idiotic courage you have, little worm. Die. Elder Tianzuo summoned an ox-head warrior holding a bloodied axe, then gave the command, cut this little worm into 18 pieces, not a single piece more, not a single piece less. Yue Yang had seen many arrogant people, but he really had not seen before someone as arrogant as this strong Elder Tianzuo. Yue Yang smiled at the corner of his mouth. The more arrogant the enemy was, the more they would belittle him and the higher his chances of victory would be. Hui Tai Lang was furious and roared towards the sky. The demonic chi in its body exploded, and black flames spewed out. Its vigor was as if a demon king had descended. Although it was only silver-ranked level 4, it did not care about the difference in levels and released its pressure directly against the silver-ranked level 6 ox-head warrior. The ox-head warrior was actually scared by Hui Tai Lang initially, taking a step back. However, immediately after that, upon finding out that Hui Tai Lang's levels were far below his own, it angrily roared. With a rumbling sound, the ox's hooves shattered the rock surface of the square and rushed towards Hui Tai Lang, leaving a line of broken rocks. Yue Yang shot up angrily into the air at the same time, meeting the ox-head warrior who was about to swing its axe down in midair wildly. He crashed right into the ox-head warrior, not holding back at all, desiring to inflict grave injuries to it with a single hit. He unleashed Xia Wen Li's inherent skill binding chains instantly, restricting the movements of the ox-head warrior. With his right hand swinging his Huijin magic blade, he created purple flames that enveloped the entire sky, concealing himself from the opponent's view. His innate invisible sword chi shot out violently from his right hand, mercilessly piercing through the point between the eyes of the ox-head warrior. Although Yue Yang could not instantly kill the silver-ranked level 6 ox-head warrior, his cold-hearted attack caused both of its two big red eyes to burst at the same time. In mid-air, the ox-head warrior who had lost its momentum and had both of its eyes destroyed was beaten black and blue by the Hui Tai Lang who had leapt towards him. Hui Tai Lang's sharp teeth dug into the legs of the ox-head warrior. It borrowed the strength from the momentum of its body, and together with its explosive power, it collided into the ox-head warrior flinging it far away. This move was the result of the special training that Hui Tai Lang had received from Yue Yang after he learned about the weaknesses of various beasts. The further away the beast was from its master, the weaker the effect of its master's control. If the movements of a brute beast like the ox-head warrior were perfectly controlled by its master, then its battle prowess would be much greater, as if one were adding wings to a tiger. Conversely, if it failed to receive the commands that the beast's master sent out, along with not possessing a pair of eyes that it previously depended on, it would become a blind beast as well, and the ox-head warrior's combat ability would inevitably suffer a great loss. The ox-head warrior fell onto the ground and immediately jumped back up furiously. Both of its eyes had burst and blood was overflowing. However, its powerful body still possessed extremely high combat abilities. So it wasn't a guardian beast after all. Die. Yue Yang had even thought that the ox-head warrior was a guardian beast initially. Who would have known that Elder Tianzuo did not have any control over this crazy ox-head warrior? The killing intent on Yue Yang's face grew thicker, and with his figure like a phoenix descending from the ninth heaven, he kicked the face of the ox-head warrior, causing it to fly roughly 10 meters away. The ox-head warrior was completely furious now. It swung its axe wildly, but how could it cut the ever-moving and gracefully drifting Yue Yang while being blind? Awoo! Hui Tai Lang snarled. With a thunderous power, it smashed itself against the waist of the ox-head warrior again, knocked him back another 10-odd meters. Yue Yang and Hui Tai Lang worked together as they assaulted the ox-head warrior, completely ignoring Elder Tianzuo. Elder Tianzuo was so angry that his face was completely distorted. Within 10 seconds, the ox-head warrior was knocked back over 100 meters by Yue Yang and Hui Tai Lang's joint force. At the side of the treatment center was a 100-meter tall cliff. Elder Tianzuo saw it, and instantly understood his opponent's battle plan. They had planned to first take out the eyes of the ox-head warrior, and then knock it down the tall cliff. Elder Tianzuo summoned 2 strengthening-type beasts in a row, and applied their buffs onto his body. Then, he raised his great sword and pounced towards them like thunder. "You rat, don't think you can get away with this." Facing the sky that was full of blade radiance, Yue Yang's expression remained calm as he tossed out an object. This was the item that he had taken from the Lichsuoji, the sphere of certain death dimension. As long as it shattered, this treasure could be used to teleport the user and the enemy into the battlefield of certain death. When Yue Yang faced this Elder Tianzuo who was as arrogant as a person could be, his heart had already secretly formulated a plan for murder. If Elder Tianzuo did not have the protection from his grimoire's barrier, Yue Yang knew that killing this guy would be an extremely easy task. But, as long as he abandoned this protection and placed his body at risk, then his time of death would immediately approach. This Elder Tianzuo was definitely a valiant warrior who specialized in strengthening-type beasts. Yue Yang estimated that his beasts were not any weaker than the gold-ranked Mother Earth Bear within Elder Yu Ha's body. It was highly possible that he could have the combat ability of a level 7 overlord like Xia's Emperor Jun Wuyu. This fellow was definitely a difficult opponent. Compared to Yu Feng's instructor, Elder Ming, his strength was a few times higher. Yue Yang had heard before that under sect leader Bai Yun, the floating mist sect still had 2 great higher elders and 4 great elders. He reckoned that this Elder Tianzuo, who was so powerful and could even completely disregard the Xia Empire, was most likely one of the 4 great elders. If he did not use his innate invisible sword qi, then it would be very difficult for him to defeat this fellow. However, if the opponent did not die after he used his innate sword qi and instead managed to escape, the fact that Yue Yang was an innate ranker would immediately be reported to sect leader Bai Yun. Therefore, he had to die. Yue Yang reluctantly used the sphere of certain death dimension. A purplish-black radiance scattered the moment his blades shattered the sphere of certain death dimension, and it was as if a shock wave was emitted as it diffused outwards. As Elder Tianzuo was engulfed by the shock wave, he did not manage to jump out in time. His body had already been swept by the rays of light, and he completely disappeared into the battlefield of certain death. Yue Yang vanished at the same time, but Hui Tai Lang on the contrary escaped, and he surprisingly jumped far away. When the teleportation was complete, it first baited the ox-head warrior to the edge of the cliff, then smashed itself into it with as much force as it could, causing it to fall down from the tall cliff. It ran back quickly, and pounced onto the fog monster which had wrapped the old lady doctor in its fog. Without Yue Yang here, it obviously would not be modest, and it immediately began its desert. At the other side of the treatment center, the eagle-eyed man raised his great sword and slashed wildly at the white python that had coiled itself around him. However, that extremely cunning white python used its tail to coil around the eagle-eyed man. As if it was spasming, it squirmed around violently. The eagle-eyed man's black armor was shattered, and his body was completely battered. Thankfully, his defense was exceptional, and the injuries he had suffered could not be considered very serious. His combat ability was still present. There was a bitterness within the eagle-eyed man that could not be spoken out. He was unable to summon his own beast because python-type beasts just so happened to be the nemesis of his beasts. He had to use his own strength to fight against this silver-ranked level 8 giant python. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, the user of the sphere of certain death dimension would be teleported into the battlefield of certain death along with the opponent. The battlefield of certain death was a little different from the battlefield of certain death in the demon abyss. The space here was larger and a little brighter. It was different from the darker battlefield of certain death in the demon abyss, which was more advantageous for the demon race to battle in. The battlefield of certain death was obviously more suited for the battles between human warriors. Good, what a good little rat. Elder Tianzuo was definitely angry now. He felt humiliated, and this was the type of humiliation that came from realizing that he had been played with by someone else's schemes. Old dog, are these your last words? How would Yue Yang be courteous towards him? He instantly summoned the Bloody Queen and the Barbarian Cow Shadow. Bloody Queen? The Gold King Beast Bloody Queen. With a single glance, Elder Tianzuo's face warped. His heart shook greatly, and he could not believe that this young junior had summoned a Gold King Beast, a level that he was incapable of possessing. Jealousy welled up inside him, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even more intense. If he did not kill this kid now, his days would be spent with a great deal of misery. Luckily, the level of the Bloody Queen was not that high, as she was only gold ranked level 4. Otherwise, nobody could be certain of today's outcome. The Bloody Queen flew high up in the sky, however, under Yue Yang's control, the Barbarian Cow Shadow did not immediately launch a head-on attack. Instead, it closely followed behind Yue Yang, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. As for the Thorny Flower, Xia Wen Li and the Golden Beast, Yue Yang kept them in reserve, as he could use them as trump cards during a sneak attack. Elder Tianzuo seemed to be extremely experienced in battle. He was unable to summon his grimoire again, but he did not put all of his beasts in his platinum grimoire. Shiro, sorry, mistake from previous chapter. Elder Tianzuo has a platinum grimoire. He took out a shining crystal and summoned a bronze-ranked level 7 rock-skinned big idiot beast to fight against the bronze-ranked level 5 barbarian cow shadow. As for the Bloody Queen, he summoned a bronze-ranked level 7 thunder goblin bat. This two-headed goblin bat that had a movement speed that was as quick as lightning, and could put up a fight against her. Elder Tianzuo had initially thought that Yue Yang would hide inside the shield instead of coming out, but who could have imagined that Yue Yang, against all of Elder Tianzuo's expectations, actually stored away his silver grimoire. Seeing that Yue Yang stored away his grimoire, Elder Tianzuo laughed arrogantly. Did you think that you could defeat me with just your gold-ranked level 4 Bloody Queen? What a joke! Yue Yang didn't reply. Instead, he raised the Huijin magic blade in his hands. Purple flames shot up into the sky. Elder Tianzuo also swung his blade ruthlessly and attacked, completely arrogant and confident in his own skills. Yue Yang disappeared like a wisp of smoke as he suddenly charged towards the rock-skinned big idiot beast. Fool! You are seeking death. Elder Tianzuo had thought that Yue Yang wanted to first greedily kill his rock-skinned big idiot beast, then bring his own barbarian cow shadow along to surround him and attack him together. He snorted in disdain as his blades suddenly moved, and they were as fast and fluid as quicksilver as they pursued Yue Yang's figure closely. As for that rock-skinned big idiot beast, it raised its gigantic club and smashed its surroundings foolishly. The barbarian cow shadow in front of it avoided all of the attacks under the directions that Yue Yang gave her telepathically. The great massacring blade in her hands hacked down heavily on the rock-skinned big idiot beast's waist, slicing a chunk of its rocks away. Yue Yang arrived and stepped on the barbarian cow shadow's back before leaping high up into the air. The barbarian cow shadow also matched his move, and as she turned around, she used her hands to push Yue Yang's body, making him fly up even further. Yue Yang's figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, shooting right into the Thunder Goblin Bat and the Bloody Queen who were fighting in the sky. Elder Tianzuo's blade slashed into empty air. When he realized that the cunning little brat had already escaped, he roared angrily and lowered his body before leaping high up into the sky as well, chasing after Yue Yang like a fierce tiger. He felt that as long as it was martial arts skills, there definitely wasn't a single individual in the younger generation who could receive 3 of his moves. Moreover, he even had the added strength from his 2 strengthening type beasts. As long as he could land a single hit on that little brat, he would definitely be instantly killed. But that little brat just had to slip away from death again and again, avoiding his attacks instead of facing them head-on. This made Elder Tianzuo absolutely furious. The Thunder Goblin Bat was not afraid of Yue Yang's attack at all. It was confident in its speed, and had already used its Soundwave ability to probe its opponent's locations early on. It first used its 2 heads to each shoot out a round electric sphere that buzzed with pipa sounds. Then, with its giant wings, it created countless electrical waves as it flapped them around. The former attack was the Thunder Goblin Bat's natural ability, while the latter was an attack that Elder Tianzuo controlled. In Elder Tianzuo's eyes, as long as this cunning little brat touched just one of the electrical waves, he would immediately be electrocuted and paralyzed before collapsing to the ground with no hopes of returning. Elder Tianzuo wasn't that confident that the electric attack could kill his opponent, but as long as this little brat's body was paralyzed, even if it was only for a second, his blade would be able to turn Yue Yang into a ghost. You came right on time. Yue Yang's Huijin magic blade suddenly rotated mysteriously. He unleashed his spherical beheader, the attack that he had gained insight to on his own. The yin and yang twin fish rotated as they chased each other. The electric waves were cut through as soon as they touched this rotating blade. As for the 2 balls of electric charge, somehow, it mysteriously became the eyes of the yin and yang twin fish. The previously disarrayed electric waves in the sky were also absorbed by Yue Yang's rotating blade, turning them into a beautiful, perfect circle. Under the control of Yue Yang's right hand, the electric circle welcomes Elder Tianzuo's blade that was aimed at his back. Elder Tianzuo was dumbstruck. Such a profound and magical martial art skill, it was simply unheard of even for him. How could this be? What exactly was this martial art skill? In the sky, the Bloody Queen suddenly moved with a speed that couldn't be seen clearly by naked eyes. Swooping down, she swung down her crescent blade heavily into the middle of one of the Thunder Goblin Bat's brains, almost splitting the Thunder Goblin Bat, who had lost all of its electric energy, in half. The dragon-slaying dagger in the Bloody Queen's other hand pierced through the Thunder Goblin Bat's shoulder, right into its heart. Less than an instant later, Yue Yang arrived and slashed the Thunder Goblin Bat's chest with his Huijin magic blade. Then, his left hand grabbed onto the giant bat as he threw it straight towards Elder Tianzuo, who had just dodged a piece of his blade that had been cut off by Yue Yang's twin fish electric circle. The flying piece of his blade didn't know who was friend or foe. It finished off the previously heavily injured Thunder Goblin bat, cutting it in two. Yue Yang reached out, and with the help of the Bloody Queen, he jumped while using the corpse of the Thunder Goblin bat who had already been killed as a foothold. As Elder Tianzuo received the attack with a disdainful look, Yue Yang and the Bloody Queen instantly charged into him. Yue Yang gripped Elder Tianzuo's large blade tightly, as he struggled with him. Bloody Queen, on the other hand, went right next to Elder Tianzuo's ears and unleashed an extremely mournful banshee scream. Ah ya ya ya. Elder Tianzuo could only feel his brain going blank. Even with the added protection from the strengthening type beasts, he couldn't fight against a mental attack as he fell into a dizzy spell. When he finally struggled out of the dizzy spell, he suddenly saw the madly turning, extremely sharp twin fish electric circle charging right into him. He couldn't help but to be extremely surprised, and his eyes were round as he hurriedly tried to avoid it. Yue Yang coldly humphed, "It's too late. I'll send you back to the west." TLN, West or Western Paradise is invoked in Buddhist funerals as favorable destination for the deceased. The deceased. The twin fish sphere that Yue Yang controlled with his hands turned and buzzed frantically with electricity. When the spiral cut passed right in front of Elder Tianzuo's face, he cried painfully from the pain of being electrocuted and shredded by the sharpness of the turning force. His face was badly mutilated as fresh blood splurted out. When Elder Tianzuo was still struggling, paralyzed from the pain of being electrocuted, a flaming whip suddenly hit the back of his neck, causing him to stumble. It was Bloody Queen's new ability, Flame Whip. "Do you think you can defeat me like this? Dream on." Elder Tianzuo glared angrily as he madly shouted towards the Bloody Queen who had mounted a sneak attack on him. "Do you think you can still turn the situation around?" Yue Yang laughed coldly. He also beat Elder Tianzuo's face with the Flame Whip. When Elder Tianzuo was writhing in pain from the Flame Whip, Yue Yang's Huijin magic blade once again slashed through him with its purple flames. Elder Tianzuo was thoroughly mad. He had never seen a young person who was even more skilled at physical skills than himself. He had never experienced a predicament of being beaten down by his opponent. Although this brat in front of him was still very young, his skills were so profound that it made others despair. Elder Tianzuo realized that, he, who was an honorable battle skills grandmaster, did not even stand a chance countering his attacks. He couldn't dodge almost all of his opponent's attacks, causing him to be beaten black and blue. Elder Tianzuo had a powerful fist, every single punch from him was equivalent to the strength of thousands of soldiers. However, he couldn't land a hit on Yue Yang at all. He really wanted to brandish his large blade and behead this annoying brat in front of him, but against all expectations, Yue Yang disappeared and reappeared like a shadow. He didn't give him a chance to fully utilize his skills. Instead, punches, kicks, elbows and knees came onto him like a rain of attacks. The thing that made Elder Tianzuo maddest was that whenever he wanted to kick Yue Yang, he would immediately be thrown into the ground by the brat. It could be seen that Yue Yang was extremely good at the technique of throwing people down. It was somewhat thoughtless. The most important thing was to take control the opponent's body for a moment, make him lose his balance and fall hard on the ground. "Big idiot, come over here." Elder Tianzuo immediately called when he saw that the barbarian cow was not at a disadvantage at all, although the rock-skinned big idiot beast was 2 levels higher than the barbarian cow. She could even execute those simple normal soldiers' physical attack and defensive skills. Fighting this barbarian cow with brute force would not yield any results in a short period of time. Elder Tianzuo couldn't wait for too long. He needed time, at least, he needed a few moments to breathe. He ordered the rock-skinned big idiot beast to abandon its opponent and come over to help him attack Yue Yang together. As long as this brat would retreat just a little and give him some breathing space, he could definitely win. 2 dragons vying pearls. Yue Yang suddenly executed a crude, simple martial art skill that would aim at his opponent's eyes. It was a move that even normal soldiers would think is useless. This move was simply too obvious. Furthermore, it would have been better if he didn't shout it out loud. Instead, Yue Yang had shouted 2 dragons vying pearls when executing the move. This was equivalent to telling his opponent that he was about to prick their eyes. Elder Tianzuo laughed coldly in his heart. It was only because he had been paralyzed by the Bloody Queen's scream that he got hit by the brat's twin fish spherical beheader. That brat would be dreaming if he wanted to land a hit on his face in a normal situation. Even noobs wouldn't let others prick their eyes so easily, let alone himself, who was a martial arts skills grandmaster. Elder Tianzuo bent his body backwards and dodged Yue Yang's fingers that were about to prick his eyes. At the same time, he opened up his palms and placed them in front of his face, blocking against Yue Yang's invading fingers. Yue Yang's 2 joined fingers suddenly split apart, intending to drill through Elder Tianzuo's hands and bore his fingers straight towards his eyeballs. Elder Tianzuo's face was filled with ridicule and mockery. Before Yue Yang's fingers could bore a hole through his palms, he suddenly slapped his iron palms hard together, clamping Yue Yang's fingers in a deadlock. Elder Tianzuo laughed coldly, "I have waited for you for a long time, idiot." Yue Yang tried his utmost to prick his fingers into Elder Tianzuo's eyes, but his fingers had been clamped by Elder Tianzuo in a tight deadlock with no way of escaping. Die, you idiot! Seeing that the brat had advanced prematurely and was caught by him, Elder Tianzuo was overjoyed in his heart. The idiot is you! Yue Yang laughed. Suddenly, his clamped two fingers emitted a hissing sound as he shot out two innate invisible sword ki. When Elder Tianzuo realized something was wrong, it was all too late. No matter how tight Elder Tianzuo shut his eyes, the two shots of innate invisible sword ki could destroy both of his eyes easily. Blood splashed to the ground as Elder Tianzuo let out a miserable howl. He relied on his abilities to send a punch in his dying breath, pushing Yue Yang back. He was really afraid of him now, as he rolled around madly on the ground. Not waiting for Yue Yang and the Bloody Queen to attack him again, he immediately jumped and endured his pain, summoning his platinum grimoire out. The blood oozing out of his eyes dripped drop after drop on his platinum grimoire. Elder Tianzuo did his best to channel his last bout of spirit chi and summoned out his guardian beast. Against Yue Yang's expectations, Elder Tianzuo's guardian beast was actually a pitch-black iron snake. Its level wasn't that high, only a bronze-ranked level 5. When the strengthening type iron snake was summoned, it immediately fused together with Elder Tianzuo's body. Due to its low level, its addition to Elder Tianzuo's battle power was limited. However, Elder Tianzuo could draw out the iron snake's ability to sense living organisms with heat to replace his injured eyes. Only innate rank sword chi could possibly injure me. This is an innate rank sword chi. You, how could you be an innate ranker? Who is your master? Who taught you this innate ranked martial art skill? Elder Tianzuo howled loudly, full of grief and indignation. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. This brat was not only a simple brat with a gold king beast. He had even mastered an innate ranked martial art technique, and he knew how to release an innate sword chi that had the capability of ignoring all defense. Previously when Yue Yang had blinded the ox-head warrior, he should have already be on guard. But Yue Yang had concealed it so well. Furthermore, at that time, he would never in his life have thought that this brat had already reached the innate realm at such a young age. He remembered that half a year ago, the 7th innate ranker of the Xia Empire was born, shocking the whole empire. At that time, an elder called Ming Xian from the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion sect had said that this concealed innate ranker was an extremely young person. So it turned out that she was talking about this brat. He was really too careless. How could he have sent his strongest beast, White Python, to attack the eagle-eyed Xia Wei Li? If he had his silver-ranked level 8 White Python by his side protecting him, he wouldn't have ended up so miserable. He had fallen into one trap after another, which had all been set by his opponents in this battle. He had simply been too careless. This brat had shouted 2 dragons vying pearls in order to remind him and make him react to his attack, and then at the time when he didn't feel any danger at all, this brat had shot a sneak attack with his innate sword chi. If not for that, he wouldn't even have been able to pierce his eyes with the sword chi. Kill that rock-skinned big idiot beast. Yue Yang didn't pay attention to Elder Tianzuo. Under his order, the Bloody Queen immediately released her second banshee scream right at the top of the rock-skinned big idiot beast head. Yue Yang shot another innate sword chi right into the big idiot beast's head, creating a bloody hole on its rock-hard head. However, the rock-skinned big idiot beast's head was simply too big. One sword chi injury almost didn't seem to cause any injuries to it. Although fresh blood and brain matters dripped down from the hole, the rock-skinned big idiot beast didn't die. It even kept waving its large stick around, smashing its surrounding wildly. Suddenly, Xia Wen Li floated out with a rainbow light as her dual icicle blade slashed right at the rock-skinned big idiot beast's legs, freezing both of its huge legs. The rock-skinned big idiot beast fell to the ground with a loud thud as the Bloody Queen stabbed it wildly with her dragon-slaying dagger. However, this did not have much effect on the big idiot beast, whose flesh was extremely thick and hard. The Bloody Queen could only add a few more bloody holes in its body. It wasn't possible to kill it instantly. Yue Yang took out the giant hammer that he captured from the gold-armored puppet previously and beat the big idiot beast together with the barbarian cow shadow. When the big idiot beast was struggling, suddenly, a sharp golden arrow accurately pierced into the bloody hole on its forehead. This was actually one of Yue Yang's plans. He knew that his innate sword chi wouldn't be enough to instantly kill the beast, who did not even need to think with its brains. In order to defeat such a beast, he had thought of an idea to use the Medusa's skill, Petrify, to petrify the opponent. Even if its head was immune to piercing, would it be able to withstand petrification? As long as its head had turned into stone, would this fellow still be able to move? With the shot of the golden arrow, the big idiot beast's head suddenly turned into stone. However, the big idiot beast had slowly stood up again, under Yue Yang's speechless, dumbstruck gaze. Xia Wen Li looked a little disdainful as she slashed her dual icicle blades across the rock-skinned big idiot beast. That petrified head flew several meters away. Barbarian Cow Shadow also slashed heavily with her blade, full of strength, hacking that petrified head into 2 stone pieces. It was easier for her to hack the big idiot beast's head that had turned into a stone head. But even then, the big idiot beast did not fall, its body was still moving slowly without its head. If not for Xia Wen Li's dual icicle blades' strong freezing capabilities, it would really be hard to tell when it would truly die. The big idiot beast, which was covered with ice from head to toe, finally fell to the ground with a loud thud. Yue Yang was afraid that it had not died completely, and even ruthlessly broke its 4 limbs. He would never give this tough fellow a chance to revive. Close 1, Yue Yang patted his heart with his hands. Seemed like he was really lacking in beasts-related knowledge. If Elder Tianzuo wasn't blind, he would probably not be able to kill this big idiot beast that could move without its head. Golden Holy Beetle. Haha, I never thought that this thing would fall onto my hands. Heaven never bars one's way, it is indeed true. Elder Tianzuo had suddenly picked up the white jade beetle from Yue Yang's backpack without him even realizing when. He was absorbing the pure energy inside it madly, using it to heal his injuries. Yue Yang secretly screamed, "Oh my god! This time he has really done it." He wasn't afraid of the blind Elder Tianzuo, he was afraid of the frightening demon sealed inside that white jade beetle. If there was really a frightening demon sealed inside it like what the old lady doctor had said, then it would be game over. If Elder Tianzuo really released the seal of an extremely strong demon, who might even be stronger than a demon king and possess an unfathomable strength and power, he would never be able to imagine the consequences. Gosh! Yue Yang watched as what he was afraid of suddenly appeared. A bright light suddenly shone from within the white jade beetle's body as Elder Tianzuo's injuries healed at an amazing speed. Even his destroyed eyeballs had recovered slowly. However, as the bright light magnificently shot to the sky, an extremely mysterious, rapidly rotating golden seal pattern appeared in the skies, slowly turning darker and darker. A frightening dark golden spectre was striving to crawl out. Every single step it took seemed to be extremely difficult. The golden light that was emitted by the pattern seemed to melt its shadow away, at the same time, it was also purifying the dark golden spectre's body continuously. That dark golden spectre seemed to be throwing away his life, firmly set on coming out. Even when the lower half of his body was cut thoroughly by the golden seal pattern, he had given up his lower half body and come out with only his upper half body. If Elder Tianzuo had seen that such a terrifying demon had crawled out right on top of his head, maybe he would have stopped. However, his eyes were blind, so he couldn't see anything. Furthermore, Elder Tianzuo was extremely anxious to heal his eyes and fight Yue Yang to the death. He had already gone somewhat insane and did not care about anything at all. He had never in his life thought that while he was doing this, he had opened the hell's door and released an extremely strong demon with an unimaginable amount of power. The white jade beetle's light was just like a flame thawing snow, destroying the dark golden spectre's body. When the upper half of the dark golden spectre's body finally crawled out of the golden seal pattern, his lower half body had already been completely dissolved, thoroughly destroyed. Yue Yang had wanted to use his innate sword qi on the dark golden spectre immediately, but Xia Wen Li had pulled his sleeves to make him stay and watch the end result first, her face a picture of seriousness. Her little body was moving ever so slightly, blocking in front of Yue Yang, looking like a good girl who was bravely and seriously protecting her father. Elder Tianzuo finally sensed the danger, but he didn't know which way it was coming from. His whole body was trembling. In front of the dark golden spectre, he realized that he was just the weakest of worms. He was immediately so scared that his knees went weak, throwing the white jade beetle away in fright. He moved his body wildly, brandishing his large blades madly. "Is this your doing? What has actually happened?" Elder Tianzuo shouted in fright. Above his head, the dark golden spectre was floating wordlessly, preparing to seize his body. Elder Tianzuo suddenly sensed the dark golden spectre with his beast's ability to sense heat. He sensed an extremely dangerous presence right above his head. He howled loudly as he exerted all of his strength. With the added ability from his strengthening type beast with electricity attribute, his large sword flashed and resounded continuously with claps of thunder. Countless streaks of lightning scattered in all direction. Elder Tianzuo didn't care if this thing hovering in the air was Yue Yang, the Bloody Queen or some other beast. In short, he had released his ultimate attack that would bring everyone down along with him. His sword tore apart heaven and earth. Either the enemy or I must perish was the determination displayed by the attack. Yue Yang couldn't help but be amazed by this. If someone had said that this Elder Tianzuo's character was trash amongst trash, Yue Yang would definitely agree. However, if someone now said that Elder Tianzuo's battle skills were bad, Yue Yang wouldn't quite agree. This Elder Tianzuo was definitely the person with the strongest martial art skills that Yue Yang had ever seen. If it wasn't for encountering the beautiful Big Sister's teachings in his dream realm, Yue Yang would probably not be able to fight him off as easily as he had just now. Elder Tianzuo's martial arts technique was extremely profound. However, comparing it to the beautiful Big Sister's technique, one was like an ox cart while the other was like a Ferrari car. Although both moved on wheels, they were at totally different levels. That's why, Yue Yang, who had been beaten by the beautiful Big Sister in the dream realm to the point where he didn't know which way was north, could easily fight against Elder Tianzuo. Of course, if Yue Yang were to be hit by this ultimate move of Elder Tianzuo's, he would probably not remain unscathed. However, the dark golden spectre had ignored the blow completely. The blade that contained several hundred volts slashed through the dark golden spectre's illusionary body, right into the dark golden spectre's lower half body that had already been melted by the golden seal pattern. The dark golden spectre moved his body a little and blocked the large blade from coming down. The ultimate slash that could tear heaven and earth apart fell on the dark golden spectre's body, but the blade just sunk into the dark golden spectre's body with no hope of returning. It was completely ineffective. Yue Yang watched this spectacle speechlessly, his heart thumping loudly and his hair stood on its ends. This was really too frightening. An attack as powerful as the Elder Tianzuo's ultimate move was actually completely useless against the dark golden spectre. However, the golden seal pattern had been able to easily melt the dark golden spectre's body. If these two were to be compared, wouldn't the difference of the power be too far apart? What kind of extraordinary rancor was it who had created this golden seal pattern? The golden seal pattern had sealed the demon for such a long time, yet it was still so powerful. It was really hard to imagine. The dark golden spectre now started its attack. With just one attack from the dark golden spectre, Elder Tianzuo was like a small boat that had collided into a huge iceberg, weak beyond comparison. He was immediately sent flying, bouncing hard on the ground several times. The dark golden spectre, who still had a frightening amount of strength left even after losing the lower half of his body, slowly descended to the ground. He then summoned something unknown and threw it towards Elder Tianzuo's body, causing it to immediately float into the air. His body was unable to move even a single inch before he was slaughtered by the dark golden spectre. Yue Yang saw the dark golden spectre reach out his hands to scoop out the two strengthening type beasts from Elder Tianzuo's body alive. There was a flash of dark light before the two strengthening type beasts were immediately killed. With two loud bangs, the two strengthening type beasts weren't even able to recover their own bodies as they exploded into two balls of badly mutilated flesh. As for Elder Tianzuo's guardian spirit beast, the dark golden spectre seemed to be unable to pull it out and he didn't try a second time. Maybe he thought that such a low-level beast couldn't possibly pose a threat to him. He gripped Elder Tianzuo's throat tightly with one hand, while he used his other hand to reach deep into Elder Tianzuo's throat from his mouth. Nobody knew what he was trying to do. Could it be that he was thinking of seizing Elder Tianzuo's body to be reborn? If this fellow could truly be reborn, how much power would he recover? How would Yue Yang fight in the next few moments? It was an enemy that was completely unfamiliar and had an unknown level of strength. Furthermore, it was an enemy that had been sealed by a peak rancor. This battle, even Yue Yang thought that it was a little bit impossible. However, his manly battle spirit that vowed never to lose a battle was igniting from the depths of his heart. Yue Yang had always hoped to find an opponent that would test his limits. If he was only to battle opponents like Yan Shi, Wu Yi, and Xia Huo, Yue Yang would not be satisfied nor feel that he had accomplished something. He wanted to feel the satisfaction of stepping on top of an even stronger opponent. His initial target had been a demon king. But it seemed like this dark golden spectre in front of him may not be any weaker than a demon king. Fortunately, this spectre didn't have a body. Otherwise, Yue Yang wouldn't even think of starting this fight. Yue Yang wondered if he could use his level 3 divine vision to see through the fellow's weakness if this dark golden spectre seized Elder Tianzuo's body. He prepared to summon his divine grimoire and set up its shield before thinking of a way to fight against this dark golden spectre who had been sealed for God knows how many years. However, before he even managed to raise his hands, he suddenly felt a bout of sleepiness. He couldn't help but yawn. Why would he be sleepy? Yue Yang could feel that something wasn't right. He looked up towards the dark golden spectre, whose demonic eyes had become something like stars, blinking and shining brilliantly. In an instant, it was as if a fisherman was singing a light melody through the quiet night sky. It sounded like a soft wind, brushing through the night ever so softly, captivating all the people walking on the shore. The last thing that Yue Yang heard was a captivating voice calling to him in his heart, beckoning him forward. In his haziness, Yue Yang couldn't help but follow the voice, wanting to find that strange voice that was calling his heart. Chi. Xia Wen Li felt an anomaly and immediately appeared, beautiful like a white orchid, accompanied by thousands of rays of light. A shield immediately protected Yue Yang. She saw that there was an invisible thing on Yue Yang's body. It was struggling and hissing ever so lightly. However, Xia Wenlin increased the intensity of her purification power, destroying it quickly without any trace. Although the strange demon who had mounted a sneak attack on Yue Yang without anyone realizing it had been killed by Xia Wenli's purification, Yue Yang still fell to the ground with a loud thud. His consciousness was clear. But it was as if his body had been hypnotized to sleep and he couldn't control it at all. He couldn't see anything in front of him. In the endless darkness, he could only feel in his heart that Xia Wen Li was trying her best to save him. It seemed like she was using her purification ability to purify his body. The strange thing was that Yue Yang's body was all normal. His innate qi was flowing through his body unobstructed, and the thing that had caused him to fall asleep with a sneak attack had already been destroyed. However, he still couldn't open his eyes, and couldn't wake up from his sleep. Yue Yang was really anxious in his heart. He could be 100% certain that this was the Dark Gold Inspector's doing. Although he didn't know when the Dark Gold Inspector had attacked, nor what method he had used, Yue Yang was certain that he had fallen into the Dark Gold Inspector's trap. What kind of beast was that which could hypnotize him soundlessly? How could it have done that without even Fei Wen Li realizing it? Yue Yang was extremely confused. What he was feeling in his current state was more or less the same as when he entered into his dream realm. The only difference was that he could freely control himself in the dream realm, whereas he couldn't do anything right now. What exactly must he do in order to wake up? Could he enter into his dream realm from this space that he couldn't control and then exit from the dream realm? Yue Yang's mind flashed as quick as lightning as he considered various methods to counter this attack. Compared to Yue Yang, the extremely strong Elder Tianzuo was even more miserable right now. He was just like a small worm being crushed within the Dark Gold Inspector's hand. Initially, the Dark Gold Inspector had wanted to crush Elder Tianzuo to pieces, but seeing that Xia Wen Li had summoned a diamond grimoire to protect Yue Yang, his expression changed. He immediately stopped and put down the pitiful Elder Tianzuo, before reaching out his shadow-like hands into Elder Tianzuo's head, as if he was sifting through the memories inside. The deeper he searched through the memories, the more surprised the Dark Gold Inspector seemed to look. He didn't have a mouth, but by resonating the air, he was strangely enough able to speak. How could there be such a young innate ranker? That's really strange. Little Lamia, your master only has a silver grimoire. As his guardian beast, how could you have a diamond grimoire that is higher leveled than his own? This is really tiring. Only 1,000 years have passed, but everything has become so disorderly. Looking closely, the three of you are all completely different, but you are all guardian beasts. This is really unimaginable. This brat is really strange. I should have already summoned his spirit out. How could it fail? I have never encountered such a thing before. Could it be that this young human brat can actually fight me with his will? Could it be that human beings have completely revived after all these years? What exactly has happened in all these years while I was sleeping? The Dark Gold Inspector looked extremely surprised as he mumbled to himself, shaking his head continuously. He looked like he was really vexed. He couldn't understand such a mysterious and strange figure like Yue Yang at all. In the end, the Dark Gold Inspector shook his head. Forget it, I should stop thinking about it. I should first fix my body and kill this dangerous brat quickly. He's really dangerous. If he has already become an innate ranker at such a young age, what will he become when he grows up? The upper half of his body slowly melted into Elder Tianzuo's body. If Yue Yang was awake, he would see that Elder Tianzuo was not dead yet, and his consciousness was extremely clear. Though Elder Tianzuo was not dead, his body was completely controlled by another person. His whole body had been invaded by the Dark Gold Inspector, who was taking control of everything. The only thing that was left uncontrolled was his face. His face that was filled with astonishment, fright, despair, and helplessness. Countless expressions mixed together, twisting his face into a strange expression that would make others feel absolutely horrified. However, Yue Yang couldn't hear the Dark Gold Inspector's words right now or see Elder Tianzuo's expression. He was still diligently struggling to escape from his dream. Although his opponent was a powerful being who had reached the pinnacle, he couldn't just wait helplessly to die. Wake up! Fight a battle to the death with him! Yue Yang cried out from the depths of his heart, wake up quickly, fight, fight! You must not continue to sleep while your opponent might kill you easily. Wake up and fight! Kill him, it doesn't matter if he's a crazily powerful being or any other person, you must kill him. Quickly wake up! It was as if they felt Yue Yang's heartfelt cries. The Bloody Queen and the Barbarian Cow Shadow immediately fought against the Dark Gold Inspector's terrifying pressure and advanced forward instead of retreating, their battle spirit bursting through the skies as they protected Yue Yang at his side. Yue Yang's innate qi circulated through his body madly. With each circulation, Yue Yang managed to seize back control of his body little by little. His mind and body's reactions were also getting stronger. Xia Wen Li suddenly turned into a rainbow light and disappeared. Could a guardian beast also flee a battle? No, that's impossible. The Dark Gold Inspector that had melted into Elder Tianzuo's body and was preparing to join completely with Elder Tianzuo's body as one shouted unbelievingly. Yue Yang's eyelids were moving a little, he felt that he was about to wake up at any moment. His spirit ignited even stronger as he cried out even more desperately in his dream. And suddenly, a power that he had never felt before burst forth. The Dark Gold Inspector's face started to distort, as if he was extremely furious towards Yue Yang's ability to resist his willpower and turn the battle situation around, seizing back the control of his own body. How dare a puny human being fight against him? Suddenly, a seven-colored, brilliant light shot up into the sky. A sparkling grimoire that was translucent like a crystal appeared in front of Yue Yang, emitting thousands of sparkling rays of lights, shining brightly with radiance. The rainbow light spread across Yue Yang's body and formed a special rainbow shield. Countless streaks of rainbow light flowed as a large golden halo suddenly expanded over Yue Yang. Its power was like a blazing sun, shining brightly like a star, illuminating the whole area in an instant. The dark golden spectre jumped in surprise when he saw this. He howled in despair, I really have bad luck. How could it be a divine grimoire? Damnation, how could it be a divine grimoire? How can he have two grimoires? No, that's not right. He should not be able to own that divine grimoire. Suddenly, a huge pillar of fire shot up into the skies from the divine grimoire. The flames rotated continuously upwards, spreading wider and wider apart. In an instant, there was only one thing left in the battle arena: the flame. It was a flame that could burn even the heavens. In the midst of such a pure and powerful flame, the bloody queen and barbarian cow shadow's bodies began to evolve. They reconstructed and evolved repeatedly. On the opposite side, the dark golden spectre who had hurriedly left Elder Tianzuo's body and gone back into the white jade beetle summoned a dark-colored shield desperately. However, in the midst of such a pure and intense flame, the dark-colored shield was as powerless as a wisp of smoke, shattering in an instant, completely destroyed and purified by the burning flame. It was as if there was a pair of beautiful creatures circling around each other inside the burning flame. In the dimensional space, the burning flame started to burn even more intensely. It burned 10 times, or even 100 times more intensely, just like the legendary, most formidable Nirvana's flame that could burn everything to the ground. The dark golden spectre, who was initially strong beyond compare, couldn't even last for 3 seconds, as its body was completely purified to its despair. In the end, only a soul that continued to writhe in the flames was left, as the dark golden spectre continued to struggle in pain. The pair of mysterious creatures both cried out clear, nature-like sounds that echoed through the ground before they returned into the divine grimoire. This nature-like cry had only resounded when the soul that was burning inside the flames looked like it had reached its limit and broke into thousands of pieces of light that dispersed in all directions. Even its soul had been completely wiped out. Only a transparent pearl was left, which dropped to the ground. Other than that, there was no other remnants. Ah! Yue Yang suddenly shouted out loud as he leapt high up into the sky like a magnificent, arrogant dragon. He had managed to break the chains on his spirit and had successfully taken back control of his body. It was only at this moment that he finally felt that he truly controlled his own life. Because it was only in predicaments that he could come to a realization and overcome obstacles. That was what victory really was. When Yue Yang finally snapped out of his proud feelings of getting back the control of his life, he almost fell to the ground when he looked at the surrounding area. How could everything be over? I haven't even started to fight. Who did this? The whole battle was already over. The strong dark golden spectre that had made others tremble with fear had completely disappeared. As for the elder Tianzuo, his body, which was completely undamaged and intact, suddenly turned into dust soundlessly and was dispersed by the wind and earthquake caused by Yue Yang when he leapt into the air just now. Yue Yang was thoroughly speechless. Who did all this? How could they instantly kill the dark golden spectre and elder Tianzuo in just one move? While Yue Yang was doing everything he could to take back control of his body and wake up, he could vaguely feel that it was the creatures from the divine grimoire that had defeated the enemies. However, he didn't know what kind of creatures those were. He remembered when he made his first contract and when he first reached the innate realm, this creature had appeared back then. But Yue Yang didn't know what it was, he only vaguely remembered its nature-like sound that was even more beautiful than heaven's bells. So it turned out that he already had that creature within his body? Was it the compensation that the old Daoist priest had given him for kicking his butt? Or could it be a creature that the sword goddess had created, just like the beautiful big sister in his dreams? Countless thoughts swam across Yue Yang's minds, but he still couldn't figure anything out. He only knew that the powerful elder Tianzuo and the much more powerful dark golden spectre were both instantly killed by one move from the divine creature. Although the bloody queen and the barbarian cow shadow were evolving, Yue Yang didn't care that much about them. He was looking for Xia Wen Li frantically. His precious darling had disappeared and he hoped that nothing bad had happened to her. Yue Yang couldn't see Xia Wen Li anywhere no matter where he looked. His heart was a frantic mess as he shouted, "Little lowly, come out quickly, where are you? Don't scare me." Just as Yue Yang thought that Xia Wen Li had been injured by the dark golden spectre and became thoroughly heartbroken, a rainbow ray of light and a divine grimoire floated out. Yue Yang could smell the wonderful, familiar scent. Xia Wen Li's small body that was light as a swallow entered into Yue Yang's embrace as her 6 hands hugged Yue Yang's neck tightly. A smile blossomed on that rosy, adorable little face, radiant like the morning sun and filled with love. In that instant, it seemed like all other things on earth couldn't compare with her beauty. Yue Yang composed himself as he looked. Wasn't this his precious darling? He happily kissed her cheek and raised her up high in the air, shouting carefreely, "You really scared Uncle Gui to death. Luckily everything is okay." Shiro, Uncle Gui some Chen Cc pun that means a strange, perverted uncle that would lure kids with sweets, NN. Xia Wen Li nodded adorably, her doe eyes blinking with joy. When she saw Yue Yang worrying about her and then overjoyed when he found her safe and sound, she couldn't help but feel extremely moved. She hugged him tightly and kissed him a few pecks, before giving him a brilliant smile. Yue Yang threw her high up in the air and caught her again, making the little lowly laugh with joy. Finally, he put her down slowly. On the side, the bloody queen whose body who had become completely naked after she finished her evolution, felt extremely jealous. She had finally managed to evolve after great difficulty, but Yue Yang had actually ignored her naked body completely. This was really a great blow for her. Luckily she couldn't speak the Soaring Dragon Continent's language yet, or she would have scolded him as a lilicon. As long as the master was still alive, a guardian beast wouldn't truly die. What was he so worried about? Furthermore, what could be wrong with that strong little Lamia lily? The bloody queen really had a headache. Having a master like this would be the death of her. Seeing that Yue Yang had finished playing with Fei Wen Li, the bloody queen immediately put up I have just evolved, pay attention to me now look. Who could have guessed that Yue Yang's gaze would completely skip over her and fall on the barbarian cow shadow instead? If the bloody queen had a rod in her hands right now, she would definitely bash Yue Yang's head hard. Could it be that in his eyes, a beauty like her couldn't compare to a cow? The barbarian cow shadow had looked like a female cow previously, but right now, her appearance was not cow-like anymore. The barbarian cow shadow, who had repeatedly perfected and reconstructed its body with the mysterious energy from the pure raging flame, looked like she had benefited more than the bloody queen. As the bloody queen already had a strong foundation to start with, the energy she received had only helped her to level up to gold ranked level 5. However, the barbarian cow shadow had been bronze ranked level 5. With the mysterious, magical energy from the flame, she had evolved into a silver ranked level 5. Even if she had successfully undergone a variant evolution, the barbarian cow shadow who was a bronze ranked level 5 should have evolved into a silver ranked level 4 at best. However, right now, the barbarian cow shadow had actually had a variant evolution, a level up, and a body reconstruction all at the same time. Yue Yang realized that after multiple reconstructions of the barbarian cow shadow's body, it looked totally different from her previous self. Her previous body, which had been almost 3 meters tall, was now reduced to a smaller size. Her colossal, monstrous body had also lost some of its frightening amount of muscle, and she had become more slender. Her current appearance was practically 100 times better than her previous one. Her horns didn't look as coarse anymore, and instead, they became extremely glossy and lustrous. Furthermore, her lines also looked better and sharper, like a beautiful killing machine. Her face, which had previously only looked like rough outline of a woman, had become fine and delicate right now. Although her looks had not reached the level of a beauty, she was definitely not ugly. She actually looked like a bold and powerful female warrior. Her eyes, which had previously been completely crimson red, became a little more like a human's eye with a white sclera. However, her pupils were still the same crimson red color. In addition, her strength had increased multiple-fold. Yue Yang reckoned that her Doom's Eye's power had greatly increased. The oxen armor draped over her body previously had also completely changed in appearance. Currently, the barbarian cow shadow had completely lost the features from the barbarian cow that was a part of her fusion previously. She was more of an Amazon warrior wearing an oxen armor. She still had her muscles and her explosive, unbridled strength, but her skin had started to become glossy and soft. Her body had become closer to a womanly figure, instead of her previous body which had the waist of a bear and back of a tiger. She had more curves right now. Of course, if one were to compare any part of the barbarian cow shadow's body to a normal girl, no matter if it was the chest, waist, butt, or legs, the barbarian cow shadow would look like a female giant. It's just that she kind of looked like a girl right now. This made Yue Yang feel extremely relieved. He had initially given up hope for the barbarian cow shadow to evolve into a hot girl. He was already more than pleasantly surprised that she could evolve into this. Maybe she could become a great beauty if she could evolve another time. Yeah, I have decided. I'm going to call you a man from today onwards. Yue Yang had officially given the barbarian cow shadow a name. He had called her with this name before, but it was not official yet. Shiro, barbarian cow shadow is Man Niu Ying Zi in Chinese. A is a prefix while man comes from the man in Man Niu Ying Zi. Seeing this, the bloody queen felt even more sour in her heart. It was really a rare occurrence for him to name his beasts. Amongst so many beasts, he had only named Fei Wen Li and Hui Tai Lang before. Now he had even given the barbarian cow shadow an official name, but she, though a gold king beast, didn't have one. She was really a failure. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Yue Yang finally saw her accidentally and asked curiously. The bloody queen almost fainted. In her heart, she thought, did you just see me now? It's been so long that if it was snowing right now, I would probably have been frozen to death. It's also good this way. I mean, your body is really good. Sorry, I didn't see anything, please wear this first. Seeing that the bloody queen was using her hands to cover both her chest and the other part below, Yue Yang gulped his saliva down. If it wasn't for the fact that Fei Wen Li was at his side, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from pushing her down. She was simply too enticing, her snow-white naked body, her beautiful peaks that couldn't be hidden from view, and also the lush garden underneath that peeked out for a moment. Based on his conviction that he shouldn't teach bad things to small children, Yue Yang finally, with great difficulty, calmed his wolfy heart down. Seeing this, the Bloody Queen had actually felt pleased secretly. In order to take revenge on Yue Yang, who had ignored her earlier, when she was wearing the clothes he had given her, she purposely exaggerated her movements, sometimes even slowing her motions. She pretended that it was an accident and revealed a little bit of spring sunshine. Her actions made Yue Yang's wolfy heart rise again, and his eyes, which were pretending to face another way, almost pulled a muscle due to straining to look to the side too much. The Bloody Queen coughed a few times lightly, and Yue Yang immediately pretended that he didn't see anything, quickly running away from her as he searched for the remnants of the dark golden spectre. He found a transparent pearl and picked it up. With his divine vision, he saw something strange. At first, Yue Yang thought that the dark golden spectre had not died completely and was hiding inside the pearl. However, when he used his divine vision, he realized that there was not a single trace of a soul left inside the pearl, there was only an indescribable mystical energy inside. It was not an active energy, but a passive one, that seemed to be stationary and was close to burning out. What use would this thing have? Yue Yang couldn't understand at all. Suddenly, he remembered that when he was hypnotized to sleep by the dark golden spectre, his spirit was almost captured by him. He realized suddenly, could it be it was because of this pearl? Pondering about it, Yue Yang finally made a decision to test it out. He held his Huijin magic blade in his hands, and brought the pearl closer towards the Flame Lord's molten core and the dragon core. As a result, this pearl made the whole Huijin magic blade tremble violently, as if it saw an extremely scary monster. On the contrary, when Yue Yang brought the pearl closer towards the golden beast that had become a wrist guard and was still digesting the giant frost dragon's core, it had reached out its greedy arms as if it wanted to swallow the pearl down too. Don't even think about it. You didn't even participate in the battle, so there's none for you. Yue Yang naturally wouldn't give the pearl to the golden beast to swallow. He decided to just keep it for now since he didn't understand it. There was nothing wrong with having more treasures. He would first store it into his lich ring and then research it later slowly. He also picked up his white jade beetle. The current white jade beetle had also undergone a change. Its back, which was previously sparkling and translucent, now had an additional golden seal pattern. It looked similar to before. Other than having pure, clean energy, Yue Yang also discovered that there was a kind of crystallized demonic qi that had deeply condensed inside the white jade beetle. Yue Yang reckoned that this was the energy condensed from the lower half of the dark golden spectre's body, which had become a crystal after losing its master's control. Yue Yang felt that if he could take the demon crystal out and place it onto Hui Tai Lang's body, Hui Tai Lang would be extremely OP. It may even further evolve into a Cerberus, or into a Demon King level demon wolf. Of course, because of that golden seal pattern, Yue Yang could only think about it at present. Yue Yang placed the white jade beetle back into his backpack. He was extremely bewildered in his heart. He had definitely hidden this thing cautiously, right inside a small pocket at the bottom of his backpack. How could the white jade beetle fall into Elder Tianzuo's hands when there were no holes and nothing else from his backpack had spilled out? Could it be that it was the dark golden spectre's doing? Or could it be that this white jade beetle that looked sluggish and passive was actually a naughty little beetle, who liked to add troubles to people during battles? Hey, I'm Orsama, warning you. Don't give me any more troubles, otherwise I will have you deep fried and serve you with a beer. Yue Yang really didn't understand how it had happened, and he also didn't care if the white jade beetle had understood him. He simply warned it strictly. Seeing him talking to a beetle like that, the Bloody Queen could only roll her eyes. However, she also felt that it was extremely weird. She didn't see how the white jade beetle had fallen out of Yue Yang's backpack. Based on her senses, she could feel everything clearly in a radius of 100 meters as if she was seeing them with her own eyes. She could even feel the soft winds that blew through the grasses. However, she completely didn't feel it when the white jade beetle had fallen out of Yue Yang's backpack and picked up by Elder Tianzuo. This was indeed a mystery that couldn't be solved. Yue Yang tidied up everything and slept for around 10 minutes inside the battlefield of certain death before finally the 1-hour time limit was up. The laws in the battlefield of certain death then forced Yue Yang to transfer out and allowed him to return to his initial teleportation point. Yue Yang had not even stabilized himself when he suddenly saw an unbelievable scene right in front of his eyes. There stood Feng Kuang, the Xia Empire's Imperial Guard commander, the eagle-eyed man whose body was drenched in blood, and 2 other generals that Yue Yang didn't recognize. The 4 men were attacking madly in turn, working together to fight against Elder Tianzuo. Wasn't Elder Tianzuo burned into ashes? How could he still be alive? Yue Yang's chin was about to fall to the ground. Yue Yang's sudden appearance had a huge influence over this battle. The eagle-eyed Xia Wen Li, who was about to unleash his ultimate move onto Elder Tianzuo, immediately skidded across and stared at Yue Yang, shocked to his core. You are all right. Why was there 2 Elder Tianzuos? Yue Yang pointed towards the Elder Tianzuo, who was being pushed back repeatedly by the 1,000 withering bones Feng Kuang's halberd. What? When the eagle-eyed Xia Wei Li was extremely shocked and astonished when he heard this. He quickly howled out, General Feng Kuang, wait a minute, something's wrong. He first stood on his guard at Yue Yang's side, protecting him, before asking again, what did you say? 2 elder Tianzuos? Explain it more clearly, there is another elder Tianzuo for sure, but that other elder Tianzuo is already dead. Could this person be his twin brother? Yue Yang could guarantee that elder Tianzuo who died in the battlefield of certain death couldn't die even further. Not only was his body taken over by the dark golden spectre, he was even burnt by the raging flame of the mysterious entity from the divine grimoire. His whole body had already been turned into ashes. Furthermore, if that elder Tianzuo who fought a deadly duel with him had not died yet, he wouldn't be able to come out from the battlefield of certain death. Are you speaking the truth? The eagle-eyed Xia Wei Li then shouted towards Feng Kuang, we need to seek an audience with His Royal Highness the Emperor, the State Grand Master and the 2 Heavenly Imperial Guardians as soon as possible. This matter is definitely suspicious. I have already said before, someone is impersonating me. Elder Tianzuo flew right towards Yue Yang and pleaded his innocence. Before you are free of any suspicions, please step away from our only witness. If you dare to make any suspicious move towards him, then the Emperor will continue to enforce his decree just now, declaring war against your floating mist sect. The eagle-eyed Xia Wei Li looked at Elder Tianzuo furiously, protecting right in front of Yue Yang. Alright, as long as you don't attack me, I will not attack anyone at random. I have received sect leader Bai Yun's orders to come here and save people, so why would I purposely kill people instead? I do have grudges against General Dao Feng, but I wouldn't kill him just for that grudge that happened so many years ago. Furthermore, I wouldn't kill others so brazenly. As a representative of the Floating Mist sect, how could I commit a massacre in your medicine hall? This is a misunderstanding, someone had disguised as myself. Although I don't know who that person is, the person who attacked General Dao Feng and Grandma Feng, old lady doctor, was definitely not me. I guess that the person who has impersonated me wanted to create a conflict between Floating Mist sect and the Xia Empire. Elder Tianzuo threw his large blade onto the ground, stating that this matter was simply a misunderstanding and showing that he did not want to continue to fight. You are Yu Chu's son, right? Speak, what's the real situation with this? Feng Kuang had already seen Yue Yang in the Yu clan castle. He would only trust Yue Yang's words now. With regards to Elder Tianzuo, if it wasn't for the State Grand Master convincing Jun Wuyu to take back his declaration of war in the meantime, Feng Kuang would have to summon the whole of his Shangjing troops to surround Elder Tianzuo. Even if he was an elder in the Floating Mist sect, Elder Tianzuo would definitely not be so brazen to commit a massacre in the medicine hall of the Shangjing army camp. Furthermore, he even targeted a loyal subject of the country, who was also the hero revered to by the whole country, General Dao Feng. When he heard this report, Jun Wuyu was furious. He had almost intended to come here personally and kill Elder Tianzuo. At the same time, he had also released a decree for declaration of war and was about to personally take 2 heavenly royal guardians to come to Floating Mist sect. Fortunately, the State Grand Master had convinced him to change his decree to capturing Elder Tianzuo for investigation instead. The eagle-eyed Xia Wei Li had thought that Yue Yang, the student with the most potential in their academy, had been killed by Elder Tianzuo. That was why he kept attacking Elder Tianzuo madly, with the intention of killing him. He wanted to avenge Yue Yang's death. Who could ever know that amidst their heated fight, Yue Yang would suddenly appear? Furthermore, he even said that there were 2 Elder Tianzuos. Yue Yang had never received so much protection before. The eagle-eyed Xia Wei Li stood at his front, Feng Kuang at his right while the other 2 generals that had arrived stood at his left and back, completely surrounding Yue Yang and protecting him from all directions. Everyone was waiting for him to give an answer. What had actually happened here? The matter goes like this. We had came here to deliver herbs, because there wasn't enough herbs to cure all the injured soldiers. I had even exchanged a few sentences with the old General Dao Feng just now. However, at this moment, Elder Tianzuo suddenly arrived in an extremely arrogant manner. He then beat on a golden drum and knocked everyone unconscious. Yue Yang had not finished speaking before Elder Tianzuo immediately denied, shouting, I didn't do that. You didn't? The whole square is filled with injured soldiers whose eardrums had burst. It was a fine thing you did indeed. I was also here at that time, and I saw you doing it with my own eyes, the eagle-eyed Xia Wei Li roared like a lion. I really did no such thing. That was done by someone who impersonated me. Elder Tianzuo pleaded his innocence hurriedly. Shut up. Let him finish talking first. Feng Kuang shouted loudly and nodded towards Yue Yang, signaling him to continue. Then, Elder Tianzuo summoned a silver-ranked level 8 white python who immediately flew towards teacher. He also summoned a fog monster who shrouded the old lady doctor, intending to choke her to death. Then, he summoned a silver-ranked level 6 ox-head warrior to fight against me. Yue Yang's words almost drove Elder Tianzuo mad as he shouted frantically, I already said, I didn't do it. I don't even have a silver-ranked level 8 white python or an ox-head warrior. That was all done by the person who impersonated me. That fellow must have used a special type beast to disguise himself to look like me. That was definitely not me. I'm sure that that person was not wearing a skin mask or a special type beast that could change appearances. He looked 100% just like you. Yue Yang also felt that this matter was extremely weird. If there was really someone impersonating as Elder Tianzuo, this was going to be an extremely huge plot. However, he could guarantee that the Elder Tianzuo in the battlefield of certain death had not used a skin mask. It was his real face. Feng Kuang signaled to Elder Tianzuo to stop trying to explain himself, and nodded towards Yue Yang instead. So it is confirmed that there were two Elder Tianzuos. What happened afterwards? Yue Yang obviously wouldn't tell them everything that had happened inside the battlefield of certain death. He hurriedly glossed it over with a few main points. After I had blinded the ox-head warrior's eyes, I ordered my two-headed demon wolf to lure it towards a cliff. That Elder Tianzuo wanted to kill me, so I escaped to a special place, and he had chased after me. He summoned a big idiot beast and a thunder goblin bat. I didn't know what happened next too, because I had fainted after receiving an attack from him. When I woke up, that Elder Tianzuo had suddenly been instantly killed by an extremely strong warrior. Even his body had turned into dust. Then I came back here. Instantly killed. Elder Tianzuo, Feng Kuang and the others were struck speechless when they heard that. Although it was an Elder Tianzuo's impersonator, he was still an extremely strong warrior who could knock everyone in the whole square unconscious and summon a silver-ranked level 8 white python. How could he be instantly killed by someone? Seeing the crowd's expressions, Yue Yang immediately shook his hands and explained, I didn't know if it was an instant kill or not, because I was unconscious at that time. When I opened my eyes, I saw Elder Tianzuo's body in a good condition, but when I went over to look, he suddenly turned into dust. His body had crumbled with just one touch. The eagle-eyed Xia Wei Li had a sudden revelation and nodded, no wonder. When I was fighting a hard battle with that white python, it suddenly cried painfully, exploded and died. Turns out its master had died. Elder Tianzuo, however, expressed his doubts. You said you were beaten unconscious, that I believe. But you said that that impersonating fellow had died, how could you prove it? I suspect that there was not even such a person, and you guys were deliberately setting a trap and colluded together to frame both myself and the Floating Mist sect. You are just an academy student, how could you still be alive after being attacked by someone who was even stronger than us? Yue Yang didn't explain much and immediately took out the platinum grimoire on his backpack. At this, even Elder Tianzuo couldn't say anything further. His expression became extremely distorted as he furiously cursed, this must be a plot by another sect to instigate us. A ranker who owned a platinum grimoire had actually impersonated as me and did such a thing. Look, my platinum grimoire is not the same as that one, this proves that I'm not that person. Elder Tianzuo took out his own platinum grimoire. However, Feng Kuang shook his head and said, I don't suspect you as that person anymore, but you are still a suspect. I am willing to come before His Majesty Junwu Yu to explain this matter before returning to Floating Mist sect. I am definitely not the murderer, so I'm not afraid of investigations or confrontations. Although I do have grudges against General Dao Feng, I don't have any intention of killing him. I don't even think about that matter that happened so many years ago anymore. Elder Tianzuo knew that if he returned to the Floating Mist sect right now, he wouldn't be able to clear his name from suspicion. He hurriedly showed his willingness to accept investigation so that this incident wouldn't affect the relationship between the Floating Mist sect and the Xia Empire. Is that person really not your twin brother? Yue Yang made sure again, he didn't wear a mask but he looked exactly like you. My brothers had died 180 years ago in a battle. At that time, Dao Feng and I was in the same team. Us, the three brothers, also did not look like each other at all. At that time, both my elder brother and younger brother had died during a battle. Dao Feng and I had barely escaped death, and we had a disagreement with regards to saving people. I felt that we shouldn't fight another battle, we should save our strength or else we would all die together. However, Dao Feng felt that we should all fight to our deaths and save the remaining soldiers. At that time, I was really afraid in my heart and was dejected from the deaths of my brothers. I had a great fight with General Dao Feng, and we broke off our relations in the end. Afterwards, I entered the Floating Mist sect as a disciple. My abilities rose greatly, and at some point of time, I had indeed did a lot of things that wronged General Dao Feng. We do have grudges against each other, but I definitely did not have any intention to kill him. Furthermore, I am a Floating Mist sect's representative sent to save people here, why would I commit a massacre instead? That is impossible. As for brothers, it is even more impossible. Firstly, all my brothers had died, secondly, they all looked different from myself. I would also like to know how that impersonator could look exactly like me. Someone who owned a platinum grimoire yet looked exactly like me, who would know how long he had been impersonating me and did all kinds of atrocities. I would also like to investigate this matter thoroughly. General Feng Kuang, I hope that you could send some people to invite sect leader Bai Yun over so that he and His Majesty Junwu Yu can manage this matter together. This matter was definitely done by some other powers. Our relationship was not really good in the first place, so we make quite good targets for plot conspiracies. Elder Tianzuo then looked towards Yue Yang, nodded and said, I should thank you for this. If you didn't return, I would have definitely become the black sheep. Furthermore, the relationship between the Xia Empire and Floating Mist Sect would become hostile. If that happens, that enemy, who was secretly instigating us with treacherous and murderous intentions, would have succeeded with his plot. It's your turn to investigate this matter thoroughly. I have already said what I could say. I am still a kid, so I don't care so much about the country's matters. It would be better if I can be a good student and return back to my studies. Yue Yang would definitely not want to be involved in such a conspiracy between sects and empires. What a joke, all of these fellows wouldn't be easy to handle at all. He had spent a huge effort to kill Elder Tianzuo's impersonator. Now if he tried to get involved with the real one, wouldn't that be seeking troubles for himself? The eagle-eyed Xia Li nodded and agreed with Yue Yang's words. In his heart, Yue Yang was their new student who had the most potential in the whole of the Xia Empire. He should never be taken notice by those old geezers from the Floating Mist Sect, otherwise they would ship him off to the mountains to cultivate. Then he wouldn't belong to the Xia Empire anymore. One does not need to be with the four great sects to cultivate. As long as one had enough talent, one would definitely become a strong warrior no matter where one cultivated. When he thought about this, he hurriedly took out the magic core of that silver-ranked level 8 white python, passing it over to Yue Yang. I can't go back to the academy right now, so you should return first. Don't worry about doing quests, I would suggest that you listen to Grandma Wu Teng's lecture first. She had a very rich and deep foundation knowledge. If you want to learn about medicine, I can also ask Grandma Feng to go to the academy to become your teacher. Thank you, teacher. Yue Yang immediately received the silver-ranked level 8 white python's magic core the moment he saw it, hurriedly pretending to be a good student. Oh Wang. Hui Tai Lang chose this moment to wiggle its butt over, wagging its tail wildly as it bit a silver-ranked level 6 ox-head warrior's magic core in its mouth. It had actually wanted to swallow it, but remembering Yue Yang's warnings, it immediately kept it so that it could win favor with its master. You have done quite well. I'll reward you with a delicious meat later at night. Yue Yang was thoroughly overjoyed. He had gotten another magic core. Today was really a good day. Is he really Yu Chu's son? His looks might be quite similar, but, his personality, Elder Tianzuo seemed to be quite interested in the little brat as he watched Yue Yang's retreating figure. Hey, you should solve your own problems first. The eagle-eyed Xia Li couldn't help but to remind Elder Tianzuo that he was still a suspect. Seems like the Yu clan will abruptly rise again, Elder Tianzuo muttered, ignoring him instead. Returning back to the academy, Yue Yang saw Fatty Hai whose face was so swollen that he looked like a pig, Ye Kong and the Li clan brothers waiting for him. The death class students also hadn't left yet. Seeing that Yue Yang had returned, the old cunning fox was the first to welcome him. Student Titan, are you okay? The old cunning fox was actually most afraid of losing Yue Yang, his student who had the most potential for growth. Seeing that he had come back safe and sound, the old cunning fox was overjoyed in his heart. However, he then asked quietly, what's the situation right now? There were 2 Elder Tianzuos and we are still investigating the matter. I don't quite understand it either. Yue Yang obviously would not provide him with too much information, as he replied him softly. Seems like there's a conspiracy here. The old cunning fox was extremely clever, he felt that something was wrong immediately. However, the old cunning fox didn't continue to discuss this matter. Instead, he turned around and praised Yue Yang's bravery and quick wit, who had maintained calmness in the face of difficulties and danger, in front of the other students. Finally, the old cunning fox also announced that he would give all students extra achievement points and a reward of 10 gold for every student. He even decided at the last minute to treat everyone to a meal to calm their shock. Instantly, the old cunning fox's extravagant rewards drew a loud cheer throughout the death class. Although they were curious, those students who didn't know Yue Yang didn't try to approach him to make an acquaintance. The tall girl, Princess Qiming and the other children immediately surrounded Yue Yang. Little Princess Bei, above all, had immediately flew straight into Yue Yang's embrace, crying out loud. Previously, they didn't understand the situation at all. When the death class students had woken up, they realized that they have all returned to the academy. However, as Yue Yang was still missing, the old cunning fox had continued to worriedly waited for his news. A lot of people had actually thought that Yue Yang, who had participated in the battle, was already killed. Only Ye Kong and the others firmly believed that Yue Yang would be able to come back safely. Little Princess Bei, for example, was especially scared and worried. Although she was extremely outstanding in her studies, she was still a small kid after all. When Yue Yang returned, she immediately jumped into his embrace and cried out. However, Yue Yang had a gift in amusing little Lolis. After saying a few sentences, little Princess Bei was coaxed by Yue Yang to the point that her tears had turned into laughter. Didn't I say it before? I knew you would definitely be able to return safely. Who are you? You are Master Ha's brother. With my, Master Ha's undying luck protecting you, it would be hard for you to be injured even if you wanted to. Fatty Hai chattered noisily, as he declared pompously. Ye Kong didn't say anything, he only nodded towards Yue Yang with a determined look. Yu Bing had only heard about the news and had rushed over quickly. Her face that was deathly pale immediately fell into Yue Yang's embrace as she hugged her brother tightly, as if she was afraid that if she relaxed her embrace, her brother would disappear like smoke. Not only Yue Yang, others who saw also quickly tried to calm her down. After consoling her for quite a while, and after Yue Bing discovered that her brother was alright after sizing him up and down a few more times, she finally calmed down. Yue Yang suddenly felt that there was someone watching him attentively from afar. However, with his abilities, he couldn't sense where the person was hiding it. Who was this person that was watching him attentively from afar? Could it be that drunken cat Big Sis? Just as Yue Yang was about to search thoroughly with his divine eyes, that person who was watching him attentively suddenly disappeared. It was as if that person had felt that Yue Yang was about to search the surroundings with his abilities. Forget it, seems like that person had no evil intention. Yue Yang was surprised to find that there were so many concealed talents in this Ivy Academy. Not only was there the old cunning fox and the drunken cat Big Sis, there was also that strong person who was hiding and watching him attentively. It was indeed an academy that had 3,000 years of history. They really had a strong foundation. Due to Elder Tiansuo's incident, the death class didn't continue to train by completing missions like before. Instead, they had no classes for the time being, taking this time to rest or to do their own things. Yu Bing gave Yue Yang a piece of letter, saying that it was from Yinan. Her handwriting looked graceful and elegant, although it looked like she had purposely wrote her letter with a very big and coarse font. Some texts were even bolded. However, all these couldn't hide the fact that it was a girl's beautiful handwriting. Yinan wrote that she was receiving her aunt's training right now, so she couldn't come to the academy at all. She would meet with Yue Yang again after a while. With regards to the matter of Yinan not being able to come earlier, Yue Yang was a little disappointed. Studying without girls meant no romantic environment and no whisperings of sweet nothings. That would really be a waste of opportunity. Yue Yang decided to study with Yue Bing and listen to Grandma Wu Teng's lecture. Grandma Wu Teng was actually not only a highly reputable plant category grandmaster, she was also the most important one. She had a rich foundation knowledge that no one in the academy could compare. At first, Yue Yang thought there would be a lot of students who would come to her lecture. However, other than 2 other students, there were only Yue Bing and himself in her lecture. Even after waiting quite a while later, only Ye Kong, who was dragging a drowsy Fatty Hai, joined the lecture. Maybe it was because this was a foundation class, hence almost no students came to this lecture. Only those 2 other weird-looking students were present. One looked like a skinny monkey but had a beast as fat as a pig. The other student's beast looked normal, but its master was covered all over with cuts and bruises, all wrapped up like a rice dumpling. These 2 people seemed to be extremely diligent. Even before the class started, they were already taking notes unceasingly. As they were all new students, neither Yue Yang, Yue Bing, Ye Kong nor the Li clan brothers recognized these 2 weird-looking students. The only one who was familiar with the other students, Fatty Hai, was still in his dreamland chasing after beauties. He had no time to open his eyelids. Ye Kong could only smile awkwardly at those 2 weird-looking students, showing his amicability. The 2 students quickly shook their hands, gesturing to Ye Kong and the others not to sit too near to them, reason unclear. Students, I'm teacher Wu Teng. At first, Yue Yang thought that Grandma Wu Teng would look like the benevolent old lady doctor. Who would have thought that he was actually completely wrong? Grandma Wu Teng was a woman who didn't look to be over 50 years old on the outside. Her face was rosy and her skin was still exquisite. Her eyes looked as clear as spring water. Other than a few wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, she didn't look old at all. Although her clothes were plain and simple, her personality was right the opposite. The rationality and wisdom that she exuded made her character look especially unique. She looked as if no things on earth would make her facial expression change. She looked gentle and serene, as if she was a dried-up well that wouldn't be affected by outside events. If Yue Yang hadn't known earlier that this Grandma Wu Teng was actually Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the old cunning fox's teacher, that she had been teaching students for over 200 years, and that she was actually over 300 years old, he would definitely thought that she was only a 40-plus-year-old woman. Grandma Wu Teng's class was a little more casual. She didn't take attendance nor teach from books. Rather, she taught from her own experience. After talking about the foundation knowledge about plant category beasts for 10 minutes, she stopped and asked with a smile, other than the plant category related questions that we have just went through, everyone can ask any question. I'd like to ask a few questions with regards to beasts and summoners. If it is possible, I'd like to understand more about holy beasts and mythical beasts. Yue Yang had a lot of questions in his heart. Due to the knowledge that he received from the grimoire, he knew about nurturing techniques of higher-leveled beasts, but he was completely clueless on basic knowledge. Beasts, as everyone knows, are divided into normal ranked, bronze ranked, silver ranked, gold ranked, platinum ranked and diamond ranked. Most summoners will interact with normal ranked beasts the most. Bronze ranked beasts and above are called elite beasts. When they reached gold ranked, we will call them a beast king, which is where the term golden king beast come about. As for platinum and diamond ranked beast, they are not something that could be cultivated by humans. They are exceedingly rare, so let's not focus on them now. Normally, when one attained the title of level 7 overlord, there would be a special grandmaster that will lead them further to a whole new realm above. In this soaring dragon continent that we live in, under normal circumstances, an entity higher than level 10 would not appear. In other words, normal ranked beasts could only reach level 10 at the most. In most cases, these level 10 beasts existed due to a special reason. For example, level 10 beasts such as the Ocean King Whale, Island Tortoise, 10,000 years ancient tree, etc., could only exist due to their enormous sizes and endless lifespan. They also had no natural predators in the whole world, which was why they could smoothly grow to level 10. At the same time, they also had formidable strength. As they had no predators, they had not encountered many battles in their whole life. Which is why, they have very little chance to go through a variant evolution, and will usually be normal ranked their whole lives, without a chance of evolving. As Grandma Wu-Tang spoke, the other two weird-looking students behind took down notes furiously. Yue Yang, on the other hand, was listening very intently. He found that Grandma Wu-Tang was actually an extremely formidable ranker who was hiding her strength. On the outside, she looked like she only had a level 5 Grandmaster's strength, but in reality, when Yue Yang saw through her with his divine vision, he discovered her false appearance. Compared to the old cunning fox whose capabilities could not be seen by Yue Yang, Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai, this Grandma Wu-Tang was actually, much stronger. Yue Yang even wondered in his heart if this Grandma Wu-Tang was one of the 6 innate rankers in the Xia Empire. But why would an innate ranker be teaching in an academy? There was no evidence, so Yue Yang didn't dare to be sure of his guess. Of course, it didn't matter what kind of person Grandma Wu-Tang actually was. Yue Yang felt that her knowledge was so much wider than those information stored in the records. If normal ranked beast had a body like the Ocean King Whale, under the circumstances where they have no natural predators, they would have been able to level up to level 10. Our standards also only measure up to normal ranked level 10. At bronze rank, we all know that was the beginning of the elite beasts rankings. Every bronze ranked beast on any level would be a level stronger than a normal ranked beast at the same level. The higher the level, the greater the difference in strength. I shall give you an example. A level 3 normal ranked beast might fight on an equal ground with a level 2 bronze ranked beast, however, a normal ranked level 7 would definitely not be able to win against a bronze ranked level 6, even if it was one level higher than the bronze ranked beast. This is the difference in growth between an elite beast and a normal beast. In Soaring Dragon Continent, bronze ranked beast could only level up as high as bronze ranked level 9. Generally speaking, beasts at bronze ranked level 9 won't have any more predators, so they won't be able to surpass themselves in their whole life anymore, forever stuck at bronze ranked level 9. This is because in a sense, bronze ranked level 9 is the peak, where a beast can practically dominate the whole area of its domain. Therefore, it does not have a predator anymore, which makes it impossible for it to evolve further. Out there in the nature, beasts such as Colossal Kodo Beast, Gargantuan Mammoth, Earthquake Dragon, Great Mountain Beast and the others, have no natural predators due to their enormous sizes. Although they are not as large as the Ocean Whale King and the Island Tortoise, to humans, they are already gigantic beasts. Hence, they will go through very little battles in their lives. Generally speaking, they will definitely be the boss of their territory, so they can only reach bronze ranked level 9 at the most. According to what you said, does it mean that in Soaring Dragon Continent, silver ranked will only level up to silver ranked level 8 at the most, and gold ranked will only level up to gold ranked level 7 at the most? Yue Yang asked. Yes, in this natural world, if no human is cultivating it, silver ranked level 8 and gold ranked level 7 would have no more enemies in the world. They could only prey on any beasts under the sky, other than those on the same level as them. However, everyone must take note of one thing. As it is very difficult to go through a variant evolution, amongst beasts that had reached the maximum level, normal ranked level 10 beasts are the most, while beasts that evolved to gold ranked are the least. If there are around 1000 normal ranked level 10 beasts right now, there would be less than 50 gold ranked level 7 beasts. Most of them only exists in legends, nobody could directly prove the existences of these beasts that had reached their peak. Grandma Wu-Tang nodded assuredly. Then in another place, would there be an existence of a beast that is higher than gold ranked level 7? For example, would they exist in Tongtian Tower? Yue Yang asked further. Yes. However, those are not the topics that we will go through today. In the future when you guys already have the powers of a level 7 overlord, a specialist will be assigned to you to explain them. Let's talk about your second question now. about warriors. Other than the different level of titles that we knew about, after level 7 Overlord, there would be another realm. When you have reached that realm, there would be a person that will guide you to reach greater heights. Grandma Wu Tang didn't explain what the realm after level 7 was, but Yue Yang could guess that that was the innate realm. After level 7, one could start cultivating into the innate realm. Could you explain more about the difference in a beast's and a warrior's strength? Also, could you explain more about holy beasts and mythical beasts? Yue Yang wanted to use this pretext to understand his abilities more clearly. What realm had he actually reached? Most importantly, he wanted to understand his beasts, such as Xiao Wen Li, was she a holy beast or a mythical beast, actually? Alright, I will talk about the relationship between a beast and a warrior now. Also, I will talk about how to cultivate a holy beast and a mythical beast. Grandma Wu Tang spoke out calmly, but her words immediately shook everyone present. Cultivating a holy beast and a mythical beast? How could this be possible? Holy beasts and mythical beasts, could they really be cultivated with a person's strength? With regards to holy beasts and mythical beasts, everyone should know that they exist. Furthermore, there are a lot of people who know the method to cultivate a holy beast. However, regretfully, these methods are useless to a normal person. Just like a normal person and summoning grimoires, they know that grimoires exist, but they simply can't contract with them. Grandma Wu Tang smiled, if you want to know the method, then you must first understand what a holy beast is and how to evaluate them. Not only Yue Yang, even Yu Bing, Ye Kong and the Li brothers were all listening intently with their ears perked. Only Fatty Hai was still in his big dreams, snoring so loudly that his snores could be heard from the heavens. Grandma Wu Tang didn't mind the sleeping Fatty Hai. Instead, she looked at Yue Yang, then at Yu Bing, before nodding her head slightly. Ye Kong suddenly felt that it was because Yu Yang and Yu Bing were listening in class that Grandma Wu Tang had decided to talk about this secret. Otherwise, if it was only normal students, they wouldn't have had the chance to listen to such things. The term holy beasts actually does not refer to a specific type of beast, nor does it refer to a rank or level. Holy beasts are actually a realm. Any beasts that has a high intelligence is a holy beast. No matter if they are normal ranked, bronze, silver, gold, platinum or diamond, as long as they have a high enough intelligence, they could be considered a holy beast. Of course, it would be difficult for beasts under platinum rank to possess a high intelligence. Hence, beasts under platinum rank that can become holy beasts are only 1 in a million. Other than those level 10 beasts that have lived in the natural world for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years, it would be difficult for most beasts to reach the holy beasts realm. Holy beasts' specialties are speech and learning. Due to their high intelligence, a holy beast can speak humans' language and at the same time, it can also learn a human's ability. Only when your beasts reach that kind of realm, will you understand that in reality, the holy beasts realm is actually just the starting point for a beast to reach the peak. Then what about mythical beasts? Yue Yang was secretly curious in his heart. The Bloody Queen had intelligence and could speak Demon Abyss language. Would she count as a holy beast? Or had she just reached the doorstep to the holy beasts realm, and was just starting to evolve into a holy beast? With regards to mythical beasts, I don't know that much. Grandma Wu Tang paused for a while before talking about mythical beasts. She then continued indifferently, I've heard that mythical beasts are the same as holy beasts, possessing a high intelligence. However, the largest difference between a mythical beast and a holy beast is that mythical beasts possess their own grimoires. Grandma Wu Tang words made Yue Yang's whole body jump with surprise. Possess grimoires? Beasts that possess their own grimoires are called mythical beasts? If that is so, then Xiao Wen Li, she. Mythical beasts can possess their own grimoires? How could that be possible? Ye Kong and the Li brothers were extremely shocked, they completely couldn't believe that. Grandma Wu Tang waved her hand lightly, gesturing towards Yue Yang to sit. I'm not very clear about the specifics. I don't know if these are facts or rumors. When you have reached that realm, you can research them on your own. Yue Yang was a little bit worried, afraid that Grandma Wu Tang would see through his abnormal behavior. This matter of Xiao Wen Li possessing her own grimoire must be kept an absolute secret. Hence, Yue Yang immediately tried to change the topic. Then could you tell us more about holy beasts? Holy beasts, other than possessing a high intelligence, they can also learn and speak. They also have another ability, and that is to turn into a human form. It doesn't matter if their initial body looked like a lion, an eagle, or anything else, they can turn into a human. They would slowly evolve to look like humans, to speak our language, and study our martial arts skills. The stronger the holy beast is, the more perfect its evolution to human will be, and the more they will look like us. If a holy beast can reach 9th tier, then they would become identical to us. They can even sit here with us and listen to lectures, without us being able to differentiate who are beasts and who are humans. Grandma Wu Tang's words completely shocked Yue Yang. His Bloody Queen, Xiao Wen Li, Barbarian Cow Shadow and even Thorny Flower, as time passes, they were turning more and more like human. Not only their abilities, even their intelligence and emotions were continuously rising. Could it be that the method of cultivating a golden crown thorny flower queen was a method to cultivate a holy beast? Could it be that holy and mythical beasts weren't as simple as 9 and 10-star beasts, they could also be subdivided into tiers? Amongst holy beasts, how could we divide the strong and the weak? Yue Yang hurriedly asked, amongst holy beasts, could they be divided by tiers? Is it like first tier, second tier, third tier, and so on? Grandma Wu Tang nodded assuredly, the rankings of holy beasts are different from the ones used for normal beasts. Rankers would normally divide holy beasts into 9 different tiers. Even if it is only a first-tier holy beast, its battle power would be equivalent to a normal ranked level 9. However, as their battle power is simply too powerful, way beyond what a normal person can imagine, normal warriors wouldn't need to know all this. Hence, rankers classified holy beasts tiers generally as 9 stars. Of course, this 9 stars classification is completely different from a normal ranked beast level 9. When your beasts have reached that realm, you would understand on your own. Shiro, refer to chapter 41 for explanation about beast star rankings. Ye Kong and the others listened until their heads almost exploded. If first-tier holy beast already had a level 9 normal ranked beast's strength, then how frightening would the powers of a 9th-tier holy beast be? Furthermore, above holy beasts, there were still mythical beasts. No wonder they said that being a holy beast was only the starting point of reaching the ultimate strength. This, for a normal warrior, was indeed hard to imagine. No wonder rankers who had reached the ultimate strength would think that warriors below level 6 were ants. A thought suddenly flashed through Yue Yang's mind. Why didn't he also ask about the mysterious beast that had instantly killed the Dark Golden Spectre? Above mythical beasts, would there be an even stronger entity? It was said that above mythical beasts, there exist beings called transcending mythical beasts. They are a kind of innate entity, born with their master. It wouldn't be possible for normal warriors to have them. Legend has it that once in every 10,000 years, someone with that luck would appear in the Soaring Dragon Continent. But it is only a legend and there are no records about mythical beasts in this world. With regards to mythical beasts, I don't really understand. I can only talk about holy beasts as the main point in this lecture. Transcending mythical beasts, Yue Yang thought in his heart, before he woke up from his unconsciousness, could the mysterious beast that appeared and killed the Dark Golden Spectre in an instant be? Could the lucky person that had not appeared in Soaring Dragon Continent for 10,000 years be him? However, he wasn't someone from the Soaring Dragon Continent at all. He was a guy who had traveled dimensions. Even if the lucky person appeared, how could it be him, who was a guy from another dimension? Right now, the only thing that he could be sure of was that Xiao Wen Li, who owned a diamond grimoire, might be a mythical beast. She might even be a transcending mythical beast. Although he was a guy from another world and was not born with a transcending mythical beast, he had met Empress Fei Wen Li who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. He had even incubated Xiao Wen Li together with her. This might pass for the prediction that the lucky person who was born with a transcending mythical beast would appear once in 10,000 years. He thought that the relationship between Xiao Wen Li and himself could pass as the requirements for a transcending mythical beast. Yue Yang quietly decided that no matter what kind of existence Xiao Wen Li was, he would slowly cultivate her. As for that divine grimoire, he would definitely be able to open it when he had cultivated his innate invisible sword chi high enough. At that time, he could look at the divine grimoire's records. He believed that all of his questions would be answered then. Grandma Wu Tang's eyes that were filled with wisdom brushed across Yue Yang's face as she smiled. With regards to cultivating a holy beast, actually, a lot of people know the method of cultivating them. However, they don't have the powers to do it. Listen to this carefully and, maybe you guys could cultivate a holy beast in the future. Yet, Yu Bing felt that it wouldn't be possible for her, but it should be possible for her brother, who owned a bloody queen. Due to her instinct, she listened to the lecture with keen interest. In order to cultivate holy beasts, it is best if they are guardian beasts, as they will never truly die or betray their master. If for some reason the guardian beast couldn't be cultivated, you can cultivate other beasts too. A holy beast cultivation method is simply to make your beasts level up continuously, increase their intelligence and evolve them to be more human-like. It is the same for every type of beast. In Tongtian Tower, there is a World's Tree quest that will give you a wisdom fruit as a reward. This is one way to increase a beast's intelligence. Refining a magical pill that will develop a beast's brain, increasing their intelligence, is another way. Also, in the first floor of Tongtian Tower, at the 12 Zodiac Temples, every time one finishes a challenge with 100% completion rate, one will receive a reward from the ancient code. If one completed it with more than 100% completion rate, he may be able to increase his beast's intelligence. Therefore, if one could complete all the challenges in the 12 Zodiac Temples and successfully passes, he should be able to cultivate a beast with a holy beast's intelligence. Grandma Wu Teng's words suddenly made Yue Yang realize that those extremely difficult challenges were actually created to help people cultivate holy beasts. No wonder they were so abnormal. As long as one succeeded once in completing the challenge and acquired the higher intelligence rewards, then they would not be able to redo the challenge. They can only go to the next temple. If all 12 zodiac temples have been completed, they can go to Tongtian Tower's second floor and complete the Heaven, Earth and Humanity halls. These 3 halls also have the same type of reward. On higher floors, there is also the continuation for the World's Tree quest, and many other difficult quests. The older generation had passed down these wise words before: higher risks, higher returns. If you want to cultivate a holy beast, you would need to go through countless difficult challenges, and experience many more arduous battles. Only then will your beast level up even higher. This cultivation depends on each individual's training, how many quests you can do, how many hardships you can stand, how many battles you can face, and how high you can cultivate your beasts. All these depend only on yourself, no one can help you with them. There's no shortcut to cultivation. Children, at your young age, it's the best time for you to learn and improve yourselves. Hence, you must treasure your youth and your chances. Grandma Wu Teng's words opened a new door of knowledge for Yue Yang, Yu Bing, Ye Kong, and the others. Although they had not stepped into that realm, they now had the knowledge. They now knew that there was another realm at higher places, another wonderful world beyond what they had thought of. The Soaring Dragon Continent was just the starting point. The real place for strong rankers was in the higher levels of Tongtian Tower, that was the real world that belonged to the strongest. For the next 3 days, Yue Yang and the others all came early for Grandma Wu Teng's lectures. Her knowledge was as deep as the oceans, supplementing Yue Yang's lack of basic knowledge and quenching all of Yue Yang's unanswerable questions. Yue Yang felt like he had learned new things and improved every single day. No matter if it was with regards to controlling himself or his beasts, or fighting against the opponent's beasts' weaknesses, Yue Yang had remarkable improvements. It was only now that Yue Yang finally realized that he was still just at the starting point on the road to becoming a strong ranker. Equipped with this knowledge, he was like a tiger who had been bestowed with wings. He could soar up to the sky. His next breakthrough should be very soon. Grandma Wu Teng's words actually did not help Ye Kong and the Li brothers too much, because the difference in their abilities were too far. Their beasts' levels were also heaven and earth apart from becoming holy beasts. They were just like primary school kids who had gone to a university lecture. Although they had absorbed some knowledge, in reality, they couldn't understand much. Yue Yang, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. His abilities were the closest to what Grandma Wu Teng was lecturing about. Almost every speech that she said assisted his improvements greatly. A lot of things that Yue Yang was confused about initially, had dispersed like clouds being blown away by the wind, giving way to a clear and bright sunlight. At the lecture, most of the time, it would be Yue Yang asking questions and Grandma Wu Teng answering them. In other words, Grandma Wu Teng lecture was mainly teaching Yue Yang alone. Almost all of the content of her lecture was structured in order to teach Yue Yang. For Ye Kong and the others, they could only remember it in their hearts, and leave it for later when their abilities had increased to understand it better. Today's lesson will stop here. In order to put the materials that we have talked about in class into practice, I have decided to arrange some homework for you guys. Go to the Despair Abyss and bring a Starlight Serene Indigo Grass back. If you guys succeed, I will bestow your beasts with 1 fortune from my fortune inherent skill. Grandma Wu Teng's quest was actually set up for Yue Yang. Ye Kong and the others, including Yu Bing, would not have the ability to go to the Despair Abyss to get a Starlight Serene Indigo Grass. Only Yue Yang had that kind of ability. Yes. Of course, Yue Yang had perfectly understood Grandma Wu Teng's intention. She wanted to help him improve. I'll give you guys 1 month. We'll meet here again in 1 month. Grandma Wu Teng nodded her head lightly as she slowly left. A month? Could it be that Grandma Wu Teng felt that he would need at least a month's time to pick a Starlight Serene Indigo Grass in the Despair Abyss? What kind of shithole was that Despair Abyss? Even Yue Yang, who was already mentally prepared, was shocked by this. After Grandma Wu Teng left, Yu Bing took out a map of the Soaring Dragon Continent and spread it out on the table, letting everyone else see it as well. Despair Abyss wasn't located in the Soaring Dragon Continent. This was the biggest problem. In order to get into the Despair Abyss, one must go to the Tian Luo Kingdom. In another sense, Despair Abyss was like Guijianzhou, another one of the 5 Great Land of Deaths. However, it was also very different from Guijianzhou. Despair Abyss was not a place that a normal person could go to. Every spring and summer, there would be countless adventurers venturing into Despair Abyss to pick herbs. There would also be thieves trying to steal demon beasts' eggs. However, due to the high death rate, especially in the inner regions of Despair Abyss, only 10% of those adventurers that risked their lives and entered would come back alive. Hence, when normal mercenaries heard from their leader that they were going to Despair Abyss, they would write their wills and say farewell to their families. After a long time, this deep rift valley, which was originally called Coiling Snakes Valley, was renamed as Despair Abyss. Amongst the 3 main causes of deaths in Despair Abyss, the first one was not due to ferocious beasts, but the terrain instead. The death rate due to falls while walking in this rift valley was extremely high. There was a high chance of falling at any time, even higher than the chances of getting killed by beasts. The second cause of death was the mountain wines. It was said that those biting cold wines could easily blow a herd of goats several miles away, let alone people. The third cause was spider demonesses. No matter if it was the gigantic bloody nests queen or the miniature funnel spider demoness, they were all champions in causing death. The spiders all belonged to the same species, the wolf spider, which was able to crawl and climb at an extremely fast speed. There were bird spiders that preyed on birds, sand drilling spider that could hide under the ground, and dark water spiders, that would hide underwater and launch a sneak attack on its prey at any time. All these spiders were like countless killing machines scattered all over the valley. The most frightening thing was that the spiders here loved to eat humans. Between humans and animals, these spiders would attack humans first. This was the reason for the despair of the adventurers. We should first prepare our luggage well and then teleport to Crowleaf City. There, we can take a horse carriage to Sandgate to cross the country's borders. Afterwards, we can teleport to Waterbowl City, then teleport to Mountain Cat City and then hire a carriage to the Coiling Snakes town. We can buy the detailed map of Despair Abyss when we arrive there. Although Yekong had never gone to Despair Abyss before, he had plenty of experience, so he could quickly come up with the shortest path. The only thing that Yue Yang needed to do was to nod his head. "Yu Bing, do you want to come with us?" Yue Yang was a little worried that her body wouldn't be able to endure the harsh conditions. Despair Abyss, such a harsh-sounding place, would definitely not be a place of leisure and fun. Yet, I also wanted to train hard. Yue Bing showed a determined attitude. She had always hoped to follow her brother and increase her abilities quickly so that she wouldn't be her brother's burden. Since they had a chance to practice, she felt that she shouldn't be afraid of the Despair Abyss. She was determined to challenge her limits with hardships. Of course, she also knew that her brother would definitely protect her if there was any danger. She only needed to grit her teeth and force herself to follow at his side, and train diligently. When Yue Yang saw how determined Yue Bing was to improve, he didn't stop her. Despair Abyss, in normal people's heart, was a frightening place. But in Yue Yang's heart, this place was much better than Guijianzhou. Let alone the demon insects infesting the whole of Guijianzhou, there was even a gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis, which was definitely not a herbivore. Although the terrain of the Despair Abyss was a little bit frightening, accompanied by strong mountain winds, if they had the combination of the right talents and flying-type beasts, it shouldn't be too difficult. The only thing that made Yue Yang alarmed was Grandma Wu Teng's time limit. 1 month. Even if he subtracted 5 days for the time spent on the journey there would still be 25 days left. If it was that way, the Starlight Serene Indigo grass would definitely not be so easily found. Furthermore, with such a precious treasure, it would be impossible if there wasn't a strong beast vying for it too. Even when they went to the Demon Abyss to gather black-eared shriveled heart orchid, they had to fight with a level 8 Herculean rhinoceros beetle. Yekong and the others, please prepare the things needed for the journey. I will go to the Shangjing beast store to look around for a while, and look for a suitable chaos egg. I will also need to send Luo Hua City Mistress a letter to ask her if she has any advice on how to pick the Starlight Serene Indigo grass. 7th sister and I will also go back home to bid our farewells to 4th mother. If you want to come along, then meet us at Sandgate National Border and wait for us. Oh right, I also need to send brother Yinan a reply. Yue Yang felt that there wouldn't be enough force if there were no girls in their party. Thus, he decided to ask Yinan again if she had the time. Sure, let's do as you say. Yekong and the Li clan brothers naturally had no other opinions. Simply relying on their own abilities, they could only protect themselves in Despair Abyss. Gathering Starlight Serene Indigo grass could only be done by Yue Yang alone. Fatty Hai was still snoring louder than thunder, his saliva flowed like waterfall from the table to the floor. Yue Yang realized that this fellow actually had a sleeping inherent skill. As long as he entered a class, no matter whose class it was, he would immediately fall into a daze, and when he took out his books, he would immediately fall asleep. As a warrior who had contracted a grimoire, it was really rare to see such a useless rancor. However, he might be hiding a secret reason. Through his level 3 divine vision, Yue Yang could see that Fatty Hai had a strong point that others didn't have. Furthermore, this strong point was also extremely unique, and it also had a good effect when used. Let's go, pighead. Seeing Fatty Hai sleeping like a log, Yekong couldn't help but bestow a slap upon him. But there was no reaction from Fatty Hai, his snores getting even louder than ever, shaking the earth. Yekong was left with no choice but to use his ultimate move, pouring water on Fatty Hai's head. As a result, Fatty Hai shivered a little before finally sitting up and wiping his face with his chubby hands. He looked all around with a blank face. When he saw Yue Yang, he suddenly shouted noisily and anxiously, it's raining, let's gather all the clothes drying outside. Yue Yang was almost stricken to death by this fatty. He didn't study when there were important things to be studied, and instead, he had learned how to be a maid. When Yue Bing saw this, she covered her mouth with her hands and giggled. Let's go, we have a quest. Ye Kong furiously kicked Fatty Ha's legs, signaling him not to embarrass himself any further. What are the rewards for the quest? Fatty Hai was only concerned with this. If you succeed, you'll get a beauty as a reward, said Yue Yang, sounding extremely serious and honest, without the slightest hint of doubt in his expression. Why didn't you say so earlier? Master Hai was born to this world to finish quests. As your boss, of course I would need to bring a party, bring all of you guys to finish our quest. Right, what is the quest about? Picking Starlight Serene Indigo Grass? Where? Disparabus? Isn't that just Disparabus? Wait, what did you say? Where was it again? Disparabus? No. I'm not going. When Fatty Hai heard it, he immediately changed his mind. It seemed like in a choice between beauties and his own life, he would still choose his own life. Since boss is not going, the beauty will be Ye Kong's. Yue Yang extravagantly gave Ye Kong the non-existent beauty. There really is a beauty? I'm throwing caution to the winds. I don't want this 150 kilograms body anymore. Isn't it just Disparabus? I'll just pick the grass. Can we go to another place? Going there is equivalent to courting death. Your boss, have never even embraced one woman before. If I die just like that, isn't that simply too miserable? Fatty Hai started crying loudly. You cannot go if you want, but then the beauty would be mine. Ye Kong whistled. Relinquish the beauty immediately and get rid of your greed and lust. The beauty belongs to me, do you understand? Fatty Hai grabbed Ye Kong's collar, roaring furiously. Fatty, didn't you say you weren't going? Ye Kong asked curiously. Call me Big Boss. As your boss, how could I cower in the face of danger? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm a brave man. I'm a hero who was born to be paired with a beautiful girl. You, a monkey of a footman, should be more low-key, otherwise I will chop your bones alive. No one can fight over beauties with this boss, do you understand? Before this boss manages to get rid his status as a boy and become a man, don't even think of getting rid of yours. Otherwise I will go on a rampage, I will ignore you forever. Fatty Ha's eyes were like a berserk bull's, looking extremely ferocious and violent. As the boss, you haven't graduated from your virginity? Did I hear wrongly? Yue Yang, who was about to leave, turned his head and asked. What are you talking about? Your boss here is a Casanova. I had already graduated from my virginity at 12 years old. How could I be so miserable that I am still a virgin? There are so many beauties chasing after me that I struggle to cope with them. I lose sleep every day because I'm too busy pleasuring these girls. Can't you see that girls everywhere are fighting over me? Why are you worrying about me not having lost my virginity yet? Cry? I didn't cry, when did you ever see me cry? I was just a little bit excited, these are proud manly tears. Could I not be excited about getting acquainted with you bunch of crazy people, could I not be proud? Fatty Hai continued to blabber, and finally cried in the end. Bringing Ye Kong and Fatty Hai along, Yue Yang then went to the beast store and looked around. However, he didn't see a suitable chaos egg. Yue Yang knew that this matter depended on luck, so he shouldn't be anxious. He then wrote 2 letters and sent them to Yinan and Luo Hua City Mistress respectively. Yue Yang then returned to the Yu clan's castle along with Yu Bing. As for Ye Kong and the others, they went to prepare all sorts of different things needed for the journey. Fourth Mother was extremely happy when her son and daughter came back. She happily told Yue Yang about her husband. Your fourth uncle is much better now. It was all thanks to Miss Feng's care, day and night. I have met with that lady and she doesn't seem to be one of those kind of ladies. Her personality and temperament are all extremely docile and kind, she is a true well-bred lady. If not for that, why would she be willing to sacrifice herself to save your fourth uncle? Yue Yang didn't say anything. He thought that even if Miss Feng was a kind person, this matter was definitely still a trap laid out for them on purpose. However, right now, the most important thing was not to make an enemy out of Yu Xian. He would need to wait for the best time to attack. Yue Yang decided to train and improve as he waited quietly for an opportunity. Since he had decided to unveil the plot, he would catch the mastermind behind this plot. Since he had decided to fall out with his clan, then he should fight a great battle once and for all with them. He would attack with a fatal blow, so that his enemies would never have the chance for a comeback. Furthermore, there were still the matters of fourth uncle with Miss Feng, the cancellation of the pitiful guy's engagement with Miss Shui, and the pitiful guy drowning himself. All these matters, Yue Yang needed to investigate them thoroughly in secret and then release the evidence about his enemy with one move. During his return this time, other than visiting Fourth Mother, Yue Yang had also wanted to help Yu Shuang open her channels. Yu Shuang had never cultivated before, but Yue Yang had frequently channeled some of his innate qi into her body earlier to help her open her meridian channels. This way, the little girl's body would be healthy and not fall sick easily. Afterwards, Yue Yang realized that after opening her meridian channels, Yu Shuang's spiritual qi in her body had become denser than ever before. This would make her chances of contracting grimoires extremely high. However, Yue Yang did not immediately give her the bronze grimoire to contract. He wanted to wait for an appropriate time and hand it over to her in front of an audience. He wanted to let the whole clan witness her successfully contract the grimoire. Of course, in order to guarantee Yu Shuang being able to contract the grimoire, Yue Yang reckoned that he would need to open at least 5 of her meridian channels first. He had only opened 2 channels for now, so it was still too early. Furthermore, helping Yu Shuang open her meridian channels was the kind of thing that should not be known by others. More importantly, he shouldn't let Yu Shuang herself know about it. Otherwise, this loose-tongued little girl would probably leak the secret out easily to anyone who gave her a candy. Yue Yang pretended to play with the little girl, and when she wasn't paying attention, he would channel innate qi into her little by little, helping her open her channels step by step. Yu Shuang, this little girl, liked to play the most. When she went crazy playing, she wouldn't realize that her body was getting hotter. In any case, he didn't need to rush to get Yu Shuang to contract her grimoire. Yue Yang felt that if she really managed to contract the grimoire, she wouldn't have the time to play anymore. She would need to work hard to cultivate every day, which would be really pitiful. Hence, Yue Yang didn't have a mind to allow her to contract her grimoire so soon. Instead, he was preparing to find a suitable opportunity so that the 4th branch could show off in front of all of the Yu clan's members. 4th mother, he must bring her even more glory and honor. He must make her the most glorious and proudest mother in this whole world. Sanyar, since your engagement with Miss Shui was cancelled, you don't have a marriage partner right now. This cannot be. How about if I help you ask around if there are any girls who are looking for a marriage partner? Didn't you get along quite well with Princess Xian? She is a princess, so her status matches yours. Your 4 pillars of destiny also match each other's. It's just your ages that are a little bit messed up. 4th mother seemed to be prepared to talk about marriage partners with Yue Yang. This gave Yue Yang a huge shock. Shiro, please don't think about this. Currently, I only have the mind to cultivate seriously. Can we talk about this later? Yue Yang hurriedly shook his head and rejected the offer. Alright then, find a suitable girl for yourself. If you can't find one, then 4th mother will make the decision for you. 4th mother had heard her daughter talk about someone called Miss Yinan before, but she hadn't seen her yet. She didn't know what Yinan would be like, but 4th mother would definitely not oppose her son's freedom in his own love relationships. She was even afraid that her son would be too shy to ask Yinan out or tell her he wanted to meet her again. Yue Yang only stayed for one night in the Yu clan's castle before hurriedly leaving, afraid that 4th mother would mention marriage to him again. Taking Yu Bing along, he made his way to the Sandgate national border. When they arrived at the national border, which was an endless line of high defensive walls, Yue Yang discovered that at the place where people were queuing to get across the border, Ye Kong and the others were fighting with strangers. Both sides were fighting ferociously, causing a loud ruckus. There was even a crowd of people watching them. What is going on now? Neither party summoned their beasts. They only waved their fists around, striking out indiscriminately. Ye Kong and his group had fewer people, but they were staunch and unyielding in character. Moreover, they were used to working as laborers and mercenaries. Even though they were ganged up on and beaten, they did not retreat even one step. Instead, they fought with all their might, and they were not entirely at a disadvantage. Especially the Li clan brothers, with the 2 brothers covering for each other, one attacking and one defending, they acted with such tacit understanding and rapport between them that the multiple men who attacked them on all sides could not gain any form of advantage. Since he had contracted with King Kong Demon Ape and Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle, Ye Kong's body constitution had greatly improved. The additional strength he received from his beasts was also enhanced. Most importantly, his confidence was back. Even if he did not summon King Kong Demon Ape, he would still be able to match his opponents. He, alone, challenged 2 people. Those 2 people whom he challenged had faces so similar that they could only be twin brothers. These 2 brothers had tall and sturdy figures. Furthermore, the 2 of them had teamed up against Ye Kong. They fought intensely and aggressively, as if they wanted to swallow Ye Kong whole. Ye Kong was also not resigned to his fate and spared no effort in returning their blows. The 3 of them punched and kicked one another with fervor, ferociously beating up each party's face. The 3 people's faces were beaten up so much that there was blood everywhere and their faces were thoroughly bruised and battered. Maybe the anger in their hearts had been ignited by their fight, none of them were willing to stop, and were determined to fight till the bitter end, until one party collapsed. The surrounding spectators also did not think that this was odd because the scene of mercenaries fighting was a common one which happened every day, no matter where or when. Even the frontier soldiers were unconcerned and nobody came forth to dissuade or stop them. Under Yue Yang's signal, Hui Tai Lang pounced. With a thunderous roar, it first shocked every person and beast present. Then it easily knocked away the few men who were ganging up and beating Fatty Hai, saving this fellow who was kneeling on the ground covering his head and not caring about the state of his butt. With the appearance of the silver-ranked level 4 Hui Tai Lang, the surrounding mercenaries immediately retreated 10 meters away, one after another. The color of their faces even changed. All the people fighting were also intimidated into hurriedly stopping their fights. Oi, this is not in accordance with the rules. It was clearly stated that beasts cannot be used. You summoned such a strong beast to take part in the battle, aren't you taking unfair advantage of us? From the crowd, a girl and a guy walked out. The guy still looked amicable, with a normal expression on his face, but the girl's eyebrows were erect with anger as she reproached Yue Yang loudly. I am not sure about what happened, but 10 people are ganging up on 4 of them. Is this part of your rules? Yue Yang replied sarcastically. We don't care about the matters regarding the Ye clan. But before you came, firstly, we did not summon beasts to attack your comrades, and secondly, we did not participate in the fight. This proves that we have no evil intentions. This is just an internal dispute of the Ye clan. Furthermore, both parties are exercising restraint. They did not use weapons or firearms, they only used their fists. Once they finish this fight, their anger would have been vented. Why don't we just forget it this time? The guy had a polite attitude, and he spoke neither servilely nor overbearingly. When he saw the silver-ranked level 4 Hui Tai Lang, he did not turn pale from astonishment. Unlike the surrounding mercenaries, it seemed like he was also an extraordinary person. Forget about it. What forget about it? You guys saw that Hui Tai Lang is here, hence you guys are frightened. Of course you would want us to forget about it. Just now when I was being beaten up, why didn't you say forget about it? Fatty Ha's anger was excessive, but his face did not have any injury at all, there were just a lot of shoe prints on his butt. Perhaps the other party saw his useless appearance and did not hit him with much force. They did not even hit his face, but kicked his butt instead. Ye Kong, don't you think that just because you found a powerful person to lean on for support, you can change your own fortune? You are a piece of rubbish, you were trash last time, you still are trash, and next time you will still continue to be trash. You are such a useless person that you will forever be useless. One of the twin brothers pointed at Ye Kong and abused him loudly. I am not going to quarrel with you. When it's time for our family to pay respects to our ancestors, we will compete again in front of the entire family. Let's see who is the real useless piece of rubbish then. Ye Kong condescendingly spit out a mouthful of bloody spittle. Who's afraid of you? When that time comes, if you don't dare to compete, you are an ostrich. The two twin brothers sporting nosebleeds furiously returned to their comrades' sides. What's going on? Yue Yang's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that this Ye Kong was the same as the tragic guy? Could it be that both of them had the same situation of family disputes leading to family members killing each other? They are my older cousins, Ye Kong started to say, but he was afraid of Yue Yang misunderstanding, so he added another sentence. We don't have animosity towards each other, just some conflicting views. We have had them since young. So why did you all start fighting? Yu Bing asked. Cough, during New Year's there was a little conflict at home, and when we met here, they were swearing and cursing at me so much that I couldn't hold back my temper, hence we started fighting. This is just a conflict between me and the two of them. My father and uncle are actually on good terms with each other, so we just quarreled a little and did not really use our real strength. Ye Kong was a little embarrassed when answering Yu Bing's question. Yue Yang understood the situation a little. This guy, Ye Kong, had two powerful beasts, the King Kong Demon Ape and Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle, but he did not summon any of them. That was mainly because he was afraid of accidentally killing his two cousins. Otherwise, with the King Kong Demon Apes and Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle's battle power, he could easily crush the entire group of the opposing party. Of course, the amicable guy who looked quite strong was an exception. Use real strength. Even if you really used your real strength, you are still a useless piece of rubbish. If not for the fact that I held back in consideration of uncle, would you still even have your life? The two twin brothers laughed coldly. I'll recompete with you all again during the family ancestral ceremony. Now I am not going to fight with you. Ye Kong had complete confidence in himself now. Now that he had the bronze-ranked King Kong Demon Ape and the Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle, Ye Kong felt that he was close to or even be better than his strength last time, before his beast was killed. Hence, he was unafraid of facing challenges. He felt that after following Yue Yang to train and level up, he had improved 10 times faster than if he had done it himself. When the familial ancestral ceremony comes, his strength would probably have enhanced even further. His two cousins would definitely not be able to evenly match up to him by then. If they still thought that he was the same useless piece of rubbish who was lying on the ground in Tongtian Tower, disheartened and awaiting death, 2 months ago, they couldn't be more wrong. Everybody is still young and reckless. Once they are provoked, it is normal to start a fight. Now that the matter is resolved, everybody has their own things to do. Why don't we all disperse? The amicable guy cupped his hands and bowed towards Yue Yang, preparing to leave with his group. Wait, Does this mean I just endured your beatings for nothing? You, the beautiful lady over there, come out now, I want to challenge you individually. Fatty Ha's real purpose was not to fight a duel with her, his real intentions were to touch and be in physical contact with the beautiful girl's body. Shameless! Who wants to fight with you? The little beautiful girl on the opposite side was smart and did not take the bait, rejecting the offer, pulling a cute grimacing face. I, Master Hai, shall give you a handicap of 3 punches. When Fatty Hai saw that the girl wanted to avoid fighting, he was even prouder and more obnoxious with himself. You damned fatty, just wait, today the big dog is here, so I will not lower myself to your level. I will skin you alive the next time if I see you. The little beautiful girl was not afraid of Fatty Hai at all, but she was actually a little fearful of Hui Tai Lang. Even without Hui Tai Lang I am also powerful. I am the boss, get it? All the people here are the little minions that I am taking care of. Hui Tai Lang's level is a little high, but this Master Has beast is also not in the least bit inferior. I am just a low-profile person, and hence I don't show it. Don't tell me people who are low-key like me would tell you guys that I am a grimoire contractor and that I own a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros. Oi, all of you don't leave, I haven't finished what I am saying. Once Fatty Hai opened his mouth, all the people scattered in all directions. Nobody was willing to listen to his crap, this drove him quite mad. Yue Yang looked into the distance. There was a masked thief with a tall, slim body and slender and lanky legs who was silently standing in the empty space, observing quietly. At first, Yue Yang had thought that she was Miss Yinan, but when he seriously studied her, this female thief was at least half a head taller than Yinan, and was also quite strong. When Yue Yang used his level 3 divine vision to observe carefully, he couldn't help but react in shock. This female thief, she was the strongest person at his age that he had ever met. Yue Yang estimated that this female thief was even stronger than Feng Qixia, Yan Pojun and Xue Tan Lang, those 3 great killing stars. From a certain angle for comparison purposes, she was another Princess Qian, with her true capability perhaps on par with Princess Qian, that royal swordswoman. The royal swordswoman primarily majored in battle skills, but this was clearly not the case for the female thief. She only disguised her appearance to look like a female thief, but actually under Yue Yang's divine vision, he could see that she was an element-type summoner. Her true ability was concealed quite well. The oddest thing was that the ancient book in the female thief's hands, Yue Yang realized, was actually a spirit equipment that was alive like his Hui Jin magic blade. The equipment's energy and spirit had been concealed. If they were all to be unleashed, its abilities were perhaps equal to Hui Jin's. Who was this female thief? How could she have so much strength and capability? Yue Yang was really very astonished. If the world had one Princess Qian, it was only because Jun Wuyu that fellow had taken much painstaking effort to nurture her. Then as for this lady who had disguised her appearance as a female thief, which royal family's nurturing result is she? Without a clan, country, or even a sex power, to train one of the younger generations to this level at such a young age was practically impossible. The 3 great killing stars were the result of their clan's all-out effort in nurturing them, and Princess Qian was a result of the royal family, so this unknown female thief who was even more low-profile than Princess Qian was perhaps the disciple that was groomed painstakingly by some section. What is it? Yu Bing followed Yue Yang's face and saw the silently observing female thief. She immediately shook her head. That's not Sister Yinan, I meant that's not Brother Yinan. Let's go. Yue Yang stroked Yu Bing's little head lightly. When Yue Yang and company walked towards Sandgate National Border, a light wind suddenly picked up. Yue Yang couldn't help but turn his head back to look, and he realized that the female thief who was originally standing there looking on silently had disappeared without a trace unknowingly. Isn't this speed too fast? How did she do it? It was neither through teleportation or invisibility. How did she even leave? Could it be that the girl was here because of him? Yue Yang's thoughts kept spinning around in his head, at a speed as fast as lightning. Amongst the 4 great sects, which sect was targeting him? After they passed the national border and rode in their carriage to Water Bowl City, before entering the city gates, Yue Yang unintentionally turned his head to look at behind him. The female thief was just about 100 meters away, looking on silently. How did she manage to chase after them? Yue Yang was even more surprised, her actions could still go undetected by him, it was really. This girl was really godly. Yue Yang was extremely alert. Once he entered Water Bowl City, he immediately proceeded with his team towards the teleportation circle, to teleport to Mountain Cat City. At Mountain Cat City, they were getting ready to find a place to have their lunch. Yu Bing suddenly tugged at Yue Yang's elbow with her small hand. Look over there, isn't that the older sister from just now? How did she come here even faster than us? At a restaurant for martial arts practitioners named Customers Come Again, on the 2nd floor by the window, the female thief was quietly sitting there. She was still clasping her hands and watching them, giving them her full attention. Evidently, she had arrived earlier than them. Yue Yang was secretly frustrated by this girl. No matter whether she wanted to fight or push him, she just needed to come over and say something. Acting so mysteriously all the time, didn't she know that curiosity kills the cat? Who was she? He had never provoked her before, so what was her problem that made her follow him everywhere? After they finished their lunch, Yue Yang and his companions sat in their carriages and made their way to the Coiling Snakes Valley. On their entire journey, they did not see the female thief. Yue Yang's heart suddenly felt a little empty, and his imagination started to run wild. Was there any chance that the person was actually not following him at all, and previously, she was just coincidentally going the same way as he was for half the journey? Luckily he didn't go up to her to demand an answer from her, otherwise it would have been very embarrassing. However, when they reached the Coiling Snakes Valley, the female thief was silently sitting high up on a rock, cupping her hands and watching them. Under the boundless twilight, she was as still as a stone statue, peaceful and calm. This time, not only Yu Bing, but even Ye Kong noticed this and frowned. Fatty Hai did not notice this initially, and when he first heard somebody was following them, he did not care, but when he saw that it was a beauty, he immediately started rubbing his fists. Just you wait for me to seize her. Once I seize her, we'll interrogate her carefully. She can simply use one finger to flick your 150 kilograms of meat away. Go and try it if you don't believe me. When Yue Yang heard this, he almost fainted. Even if Fatty Hai wanted to take unfair advantage of girls, he still need to see who he was dealing with first. Pretend I didn't say anything. Fatty Hai was so scared he started to sweat profusely. Who is this older sister? Yu Bing was curious. If she knew them, why didn't she come up to greet them? If she didn't know them, why would she follow them for such a long journey? If they just happened to be going the same way, wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Outside the Coiling Snakes Valley, there was a small town. The town was originally called Coiling Snakes Town, but mercenaries liked to call it Hope Town. The reason was because when one entered the Despair Abyss, their lives would be in peril until the moment they get off from the Rift Valley, and saw this little town that was located high up on a mountain. Only then could one say that one had truly escaped from the Despair Abyss alive. To be able to see this little town was equivalent to seeing hope. There were a lot of mercenaries inside the town. This was the best time to harvest fire red ants' eggs, and one fire red ant's egg could be sold for 1 gold. That was why there were a lot of mercenaries here seeking for wealth. Generally speaking, no ordinary mercenary troops would be able to live after provoking the fire red ants colony, whose bodies were more than 5 meters long. However, this season was an exception. In these 2 months, there would be countless female fire red ants flying out to seek for a place to build a new fire red ant kingdom. When these female fire red ants started to lay eggs, they didn't have the protection of the fire red ants army. Even if there were, the number of fire red ants present were extremely small. Hence, mercenaries would seize this opportunity to steal those eggs and sell them for gold. Of course, the whole place surrounding the Despair Abyss was the haven of fire red ants. There would be a high chance of meeting other fire red ants which were foraging for food when going through the tunnels underground. Hence, this was truly a job that exchanged one's life with gold. The cost of one map is 2 gold. Young one, please don't complain, because this map could only exist in exchange for countless adventurers' lives. We would always give a half of the profit from every single map that we sell to the grieving families as compensation. The old man who was selling the map in the Warriors Guild pointed out a few dangerous locations on the map to Yue Yang very sincerely and honestly. Despair Abyss was a great rift valley that lay from east to west. It was over 600 kilometers long. Its widest part was in the center, spanning over 120 kilometers wide. Its average valley width was around 40 to 50 kilometers wide, while its deepest part was, from the records, 10 kilometers deep. There were few level grounds on the terrain, it was mostly filled with jutting pillars and weirdly shaped, rugged rocks. A lot of places at the bottom of the valley had never seen sunlight. Furthermore, the terrain was also extremely dangerous. The center of the Rift Valley had so far been a place of certain death, but nobody was able to verify why. There were a total of 6 prohibited locations indicated on the map. These were the regions where death tolls were extremely high. They were the Abyss Blackwater Lake, Flame Mountain, Crushed Bones Bridge, Sandstorm Canyon, Cloud Peak Lake, and Death Center. Other than Death Central Point, the other 5 places were scattered all along the stretch of the Rift Valley from east to west. Yue Yang and company wanted to pick Starlight Serene Indigo Grass, which was only located on a high cliff near the Cloud Peak Lake. It was said that one would have to climb over 3,000 meters of steep, dangerous precipice of a cliff before one would be able to go to a place where the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass bloomed. Yinan. Brother Yinan had left a message at the Thief Guild, saying that he will join us in a few days. Luohua City Mistress had also left a message that she will personally come in half a month to pick the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass together with us. She asked us to explore the terrain here first. Ye Kong, who went over to the Thief Guild, had returned. The news that he brought gave Yue Yang a little headache. He could embrace a girl if there was only one, but if the two of them came at the same time, he could only hope that their jealousy from each other wouldn't be too great. That's perfect, we could explore the pathway in the meantime. It is extremely dangerous here, it's better to spend a few days to explore the terrain first. Yu Bing knew that picking starlight serene indigo grass wouldn't be that easy. It would be better if they can wait for Luohua City Mistress help. Yue Yang also had the same thought. He even hoped not to bring Yu Bing, Fatty Hai and Ye Kong along to pick the herbs. Bringing them to Cloud Peak Lake, one of the 6 dangerous locations, if he climbed up the steep precipice to pick starlight serene indigo grass and leave them alone at the bottom, what would he do if something happened to them? This matter was no joke. Yu Bing, especially, how would he explain to Fourth Mother if Yu Bing was injured? Before exiting the town and making their way to the Despair Abyss, Yue Yang looked around again. However, he didn't see that mysterious female thief who liked to watch him. Although there were a few mercenaries walking in front of them, there were also a few following them. However, as they walked through the cliff track that was not even half a meter wide, their hearts started to become even more frightened as they walked a few meters down, turned and walked a few meters deeper, making their way down layer by layer. Looking down, the group of mercenaries making their way down the valley looked even smaller than ants. Although Ye Kong and the others had some guts, they couldn't help but feel intimidated. If they fall because of a moment of carelessness, not even their bones would be left. The most frightening thing was that the mountain winds was extremely strong, blowing and whizzing. At times, the wind force could even lift people up. Even Fatty Hai with his large body, a lump of 150 kilograms meat, couldn't withstand the violent wind. When the mountain winds blew, he would quickly hold onto the walls of the precipice. Otherwise, he would similarly be blown away by the wind. Behind him was Yue Yang, who was the calmest of all the members in the part. When the mountain winds blew, countless mercenaries would curse or become pale with fright. Only Yue Yang's expression remained calm and collected. Ever since he understood nature's heart, this kind of small wind did not mean much to Yue Yang anymore. Yu Bing pulled on her brother's sleeves as she walked at his side. Whenever the biting cold mountain winds blew through, Yue Yang would grab her hands to prevent her light body to be blown away by the wind. In the skies, spiders, mountain goats, or even huge lizards would appear from time to time, blown away by the strong mountain winds. Some were even smashed to the valley's walls, crushed into a pile of bloody mess. If the force of the wind suddenly dropped, the animals that were blown halfway would all drop to the ground. One could only hear the muffled thump sound as they fell to their deaths. Most of the time, one could see that the mountain goats that were blown by the wind were still alive, crying miserably. Those cries muffled in the midst of the whistling of the violent wind sounded so frightening that it made the others tremble and feel weak. Yue Yang saw that above, there was a mercenary who accidentally slipped. His whole body didn't even manage to fall to the bottom of the cliff before he was blown away by the mountain wind. In an instant, he was blown far, far away. No one knew where he would end up. They could only hear his cries echoing throughout the Rift Valley continuously for a long, long time. Don't be afraid, everything is all right. Yue Yang immediately consoled Yu Bing. Who would know that the little lady's heart was actually very strong and determined? She immediately shook her head and said, I'm not afraid. I'm really afraid. Console me too, Fatty Hai cried miserably. Shut up. Ye Kong really wanted to beat this fellow to death. It was a pity that this was not a suitable place to do that. You pig-headed guys, if you don't wish to die, be more spirited. Think about your babies who are still drinking milk. Do you want to return alive with a newfound wealth? If you don't want to die here and become a lizard's dinner or a spider's shit, then be more alert and spirited. Follow me, observe how I tread this path and copy it. If you fall, no one can help you, and no one would dare to help you. There was a mercenary group leader with a great beard that spoke loudly. Seems like that was the mercenary troop of the guy who had tripped just now. Walking down the turning small alley down the precipice took a full 2 hours. When they arrived at the small settlement camp at the bottom of the valley, the sky had turned completely dark. The last few mercenary troops even had to light up fire torches in order to make their way down. The mercenaries at the bottom of the valley all sat on rocks as they gnawed on mountain goat's meat and ridiculed Fatty Hai, noob, welcome to Despair Abyss. You seem to have prepared a lot of things, but it seemed like you forgot to bring your wet nurse along. Ah, how would I drink milk then? I haven't stopped drinking milk yet, a skinny mercenary shouted out with a ridiculing tone. Ha ha ha, the mercenaries laughed out loud all together. A flash of anger crossed Fatty Hai's expression, but he looked down very quickly. When you are ridiculing others, don't forget to watch your backs, Yue Yang suddenly laughed coldly. What are you talking about? That skinny mercenary was furious when he heard Yue Yang. He threw the piece of meat to the ground and took out a dagger immediately. I was just advising you to be more careful, Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders leisurely. Newbie, seems like I need to teach you a lesson about what shutting up is about. The skinny mercenary soldier then walked over with a malicious smile. However, suddenly, from the darkness, a dark figure charged out. It wrapped itself on the mercenary's body and quickly pulled him back to the darkness. When the mercenary troops saw this, they immediately cried out shit, threw away the pieces of roasted meat on their hands, and took out the weapons from their waists. They raised their fire torch and chased after the figure into the darkness. When the mercenaries chased into the darkness, there was completely no movement in the darkness anymore. That monster that had murdered the skinny man had disappeared without a trace with its prey. After getting worked up, the mercenaries who failed at catching up returned resentfully. There was a bald mercenary troop leader who walked over to Yue Yang and bellowed furiously, "You saw the ghost shadow rock spider, but you didn't give any warning. You caused my brother's death." Yue Yang shook his head indifferently, "I gave him a warning already, but he took my words as wind passing by. If that ghost shadow rock spider had not appeared, I might have even been stabbed by his dagger and collapsed to the ground already. At that time, I didn't see you, the leader, trying to stop him. I know that you care about your subordinates, but I, too, care about my brothers. Ridiculing them is equivalent to slapping my face. Now, I just wanted to say that if there were next time, I wouldn't wait for that ghost shadow rock spider to attack. I would attack you myself. Even if it was my brother's fault, how could you watch him being killed by a ghost shadow rock spider without doing anything? We are all humans. In dangerous situations, we ought to help each other." That bald mercenary troop leader stomped his feet anxiously, anger and guilt mixing in his heart. These words really sounded ironic coming from you. When he took out his dagger, "Why didn't you say that we are all human beings, who should help each other out in a crisis?" Yue Yang rebuked. That bald mercenary troop leader's face turned red and green at the same time, so angry that he beat his chest a few times, before roaring painfully, "Even if it was his fault, you shouldn't have just watched him die. He wouldn't have really killed you anyway. He was only exaggerating his attitude, because he wanted to teach you a lesson. He didn't deserve to die. You clearly had the chance to save him, so you should have saved him first. If he had made a mistake, I could make him apologize to you later." "Alright, then. I'll wait for your apology." Yue Yang gestured with his hands and Hui Tai Lang suddenly flew out from within the darkness. In its mouth, there was the skinny mercenary soldier who had turned all green. All of the mercenary soldiers couldn't catch up with the ghost shadow rock spider, but in Hui Tai Lang's eyes, the ghost shadow rock spider was slower than a tortoise. Hui Tai Lang returned to Yue Yang's side all high and mighty, throwing the skinny mercenary soldier who was on the verge of death to the ground. At the same time, it gave a low growl towards the other mercenary soldiers who were shocked speechless. Its imposing presence was extremely dominating. Thick, dense demon chi engulfed its whole body. The mercenary soldiers were all so frightened that they immediately retreated. That troop leader was also shocked. Looking closely, it was a silver-ranked level 4 two-headed demon wolf. Even he, who was used to seeing formidable beasts, couldn't help but to swallow his saliva and calm his wildly thumping heart when he saw it. He then saw that his brother had not died yet. He quickly rushed towards him and held him, shouting loudly to his subordinates. "Bring the antidote here, quick!" Yue Yang pulled Yue Bing along as he turned around and started to leave. I am the boss, how could I let my subordinate defend me? Yue Yang, listen well. In the future, I wouldn't be dragging you down. I will definitely be a qualified boss, who will never run away or cower in fright. Never, you hear me? I said never. Fatty Hai was like an injured wild beast, rushing towards Yue Yang's back as he shouted loudly. Even if you are not qualified right now, after this special lesson, you would be a qualified boss. I believe that you have that strength in you. Yue Yang turned around and smiled. Scoundrel, you are not allowed to say I'm unqualified. Isn't it just a special lesson? Fatty Hai's tears rolled down his face. Ye Kong also walked over and patted the emotional Fatty Hai's shoulders, whose body was trembling unceasingly. Beyond expectation, he didn't say anything condescending. Li Qi and Li Ji, the two brothers, also did the same. They walked over and patted Fatty Hai's shoulders. Then, they all followed Yue Yang together. That bald mercenary troop leader, who had just saved the skinny mercenary soldier, looked at Yue Yang's figure, which was disappearing into the darkness, as he murmured, Yue Yang, could he be one of the Yue clan member? Is he that rumored useless third young master? Heavens, such a person like him. I can only say that we are completely blind. No, the whole world is blind. This humbling lesson that has moved me but also made me feel ashamed of myself, I will remember it well. I will forever remember it in my heart. For the next 3 whole days, Yue Yang, Ye Kong and the others trained at the ant holes. They did not return to the settlement camp. Yue Yang's purpose was not like the other mercenaries, who were looking for fire-red ant eggs. His purpose was to train the team's beasts and the coordination. Yue Yang didn't summon any of his beasts to fight, his main priority was to protect everyone's safety while allowing them to train. At the same time, during Ye Kong's, Fatty Hai's and the others' training, Yue Yang had secretly cultivated his Yin Yang twin fish spherical beheader, seeking a greater breakthrough. Yue Bing trained together with Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers on the first day, but when Yue Yang saw that her 100-year-old tree defender's abilities were simply too powerful, he told her to train alone at a place 100 meters away from Ye Kong and the others. He also told Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers to divide into 2 groups to train. Ye Kong had a Herculean rhinoceros beetle which had a formidable defense, and a King Kong demon ape which had formidable attack power. He immediately became the main pillar of group. He had improved by leaps and bounds, but it was a pity that the King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle were both still young beasts. They still couldn't display their maximum potential, otherwise they would definitely be extremely powerful. Fatty Hai changed his lazy ways and followed Yue Yang's training plan, focusing on training his iron-skinned rhinoceros that he didn't really like. Yue Yang knew that Fatty Hai's potential was actually not bad. It's just that he was too lazy most of the time. He only liked eating and hated to train. In addition, he had a weak and cowardly disposition. This was why he ended up in his present state. If Fatty Hai could grit his teeth, bear the pain and cultivate hard, he could still become a little successful in the future. As for the Li clan brothers who liked to keep silent most of the time, their martial art skills were gaining obvious improvements under the random pointers that Yue Yang gave them, as he couldn't stand looking at their inadequacies. Although they weren't very talented, they were extremely hard-working. In such cases, diligence could make up for lack of talent. However, after they split into 2 groups, the Li clan brothers' windwolves were burnt to death by a fire-red ant soldier's flame when they were besieging a fire-red ant soldier. It was all due to the Li clan brothers' lack of control over the 2 beasts, hence they were extremely sad and disheartened. There was always a time limit to summon beasts. In order to quickly improve and stop being Yue Yang's burden, Ye Kong and the others had trained unceasingly. They would immediately initiate an attack when they spotted a fire-red ant foraging for food. Under exhaustion, the Li clan brothers could still force themselves to hold on, but their windwolves couldn't, hence they died in the battle. Within the span of 3 days, Ye Kong and the others managed to kill 7 fire-red ants, including 1 gigantic fire-red giant ant soldier whose body was over 8 meters long. Yue Bing had killed 6 fire-red ants on her own. Furthermore, she had finished them off very easily. Accompanied by Yue Yang's advice and her own instincts, her control of the 100-year-old tree defender had become even more coordinated. Suddenly, a sound wave from an SOS scroll pleaded for help from somewhere deep in the ant's hole. Golden ant eggs, we found golden ant eggs. However, we were discovered by ant guards, and an ant wave had exploded inside the whole ant's nest now. We, 100 or so mercenary soldiers, are surrounded inside. Anyone who can enter the ant hole to help, please help us. We will definitely reward you. We hope that you guys will come to the second layer of ant's nest to help us. The whole tunnel resounded with the echoes of their voices. That type of SOS scroll was the lowest grade SOS scroll which was generally used by mercenary soldiers. Its area of broadcast wasn't very wide, only around 5 kilometers wide. Usually, using sound waves to call for help could easily leak the user's position and attract many enemies. This would increase the danger to the user of the scroll, who was pleading for help. Hence, they were not used by most troops. However, in Despair Abyss, it was very commonly used. This was because the monsters there detected their prey using scent and heat. They were not very sensitive to noises, so they wouldn't seek for the source of the pleading voice. Another thing was that the terrain there was extremely complex with many holes, pitfalls, cliffs, and sudden depressions. Hence, using voice to call for help was much more effective than using fireworks, flashlights, and so on. Bing let's go. Hearing about the ant wave explosion, Yue Yang hurriedly brought Yue Bing and met up with Ye Kong and the others again, preparing to leave. An ant wave explosion was an extremely scary thing. There were around 10,000 or so fire-red ants in an ant nest. The map showed a few hundred fire-red ant nests that had been located. Yue Yang reckoned that there was many more nests which remained undiscovered. The whole ant hole was filled with countless fire-red ants. Generally, when an intruder was found to have killed an ant or broken a large number of ant eggs, the whole colony of fire-red ants in the ant nest would move out together and blindly massacre every single intruder they found. These fire-red ants all came from one original ant queen. After thousands of years of continuous expansion and multiplication, the number of ant queens continued to increase, and that was how the ant hole of the present day came into being. In reality, all the ant queens were either mother-daughter or sisters. Because they belonged to the same family, they could coexist in peace. With regards to fighting opponents, they would help each other with all their strength. Facing an ocean of ants in the hostile terrain of the ant hole, let alone ordinary mercenary soldiers, even a level 6 elder wouldn't be able to escape alive. Quick, Fatty, quick! Ye Kong and the others had already started running towards Yue Yang. An ant wave was definitely not a joke. Although the golden ant egg was an enormous temptation, but between their own lives and the golden ant egg, everyone would definitely choose their own lives. Yue Yang and the others had originally entered the hole for the sake of training, and not looking for eggs. They managed to escape from the hole in just a few minutes. However, just as they exited the hole, they saw a lot of mercenaries brandishing their weapons and summoning their beasts, were charging into the hole continuously. The saying that people die for wealth and birds die for food, was perfect to describe the current situation. There were even more mercenaries who stayed on guard outside the hole. They weren't willing to throw their lives away and enter the hole, but they were concerned about the situation. "Brother, why don't you go and take a look? We will stay here outside." "Don't worry, nothing will happen to us." Yue Bing hoped that Yue Yang could do as he liked instead of caring for her all the time. After so many trainings and experiences, she had already understood her brother's powerful strength. She had great confidence in her brother and she knew that her brother wasn't a hot-headed person. If he entered, even if he couldn't get the golden ant egg, he would at least return safely. The little lady thought that her brother had strong martial arts skills, as well as the aid of the Bloody Queen and the barbarian cow Shadow. There shouldn't be any problems for him to enter the ant hole alone. "Yes, we will be all right." Ye Kong also nodded towards Yue Yang. He, like Yue Bing, also hoped that Yue Yang could improve greatly. He was still the leader after all. No matter what happened, Yue Yang had always been the fastest to improve. This was the perfect time to improve, so of course they would encourage him to enter. "If the ant wave burst out from the hole, I will wait for you at the settlement camp." It was the first time in Fatty Ha's life that he said something other than bullshit. "I'll come back quickly." Yue Yang had actually really wanted to see what the deeper parts of the ant holes look like. Yue Yang left Hui Tai Lang outside. This was because, first, it could protect Yue Bing, and second, it wasn't very useful in front of a swarm of ants. Mercenaries who had gone deeper into the ant hole would bring back different kinds of ores at times. However, Yue Yang realized that the deeper he went, the weirder looking the plants were. A lot of the fungi that he came across were actually precious herbs. In just 3 days, Yue Yang had picked at least 10 different kinds of mushroom that couldn't be found elsewhere. Yue Yang did not hope for a golden ant egg, because the mercenary soldier who had gotten the golden ant egg would probably left using a teleportation scroll already. He couldn't possibly have stayed. The people trapped inside had said it that way simply to attract more people to save them. If the mercenary soldiers had not stolen their golden ant egg, the ant colony wouldn't be so frenzied, and an ant wave wouldn't have occurred. Yue Yang's main purpose was to explore the deeper layers of the ant hole, and in passing, check if there were any precious herbs around. According to Grandma Wu Teng's plant-related lecture, Yue Yang planned to concoct a pill that could help plant-type beasts evolve for Yue Bing's 100-year-old tree defender. The green spirit pill required 72 types of herbs, 5 of those were fungus. Yue Yang had only collected 3 types of fungus right now, he still needed the other 2. To Yue Yang, who had the nature's heart which made it possible to hide one's presence, the ant wave did not pose as a great danger. Fire-red ants detect their enemies mainly using their sense of smell. Yue Yang was like an invisible person in front of them. Other than touching Yue Yang with their antennas or body, even if Yue Yang walked right before them, he wouldn't be found out. Yue Yang followed a crowd of mercenary soldiers through the winding ant tunnel, running for around 10 minutes. Suddenly, they came into a wide clearing. There was a space in the cave that was even larger than a football field appearing into view. The mercenary soldiers gathered at the entrance, not daring to go into the wide clearing. This was because, no matter if it was ground or a cave, the whole place was infested with fire-red ants. There seemed to be more than 10,000 of them. Let alone ordinary mercenary soldiers, even Yue Yang was frozen on the spot. Even if they were only ants, if there were so many of them, it would be very scary. Furthermore, in the Soaring Dragon Continent, the weakest beast was not ants. These fire-red ants were already level 3 monsters when they finished incubation. There was even the larger ant soldiers that were already level 4 monsters when they hatched, and the ant queen guard that could breathe fire that were level 5 when they hatched. Although they were not elite monsters, with their numbers, they had an extremely formidable battle power. Even if the mercenary soldiers were to force a battle and dispatch over 10,000 soldiers here, the result would probably be a total defeat and they would all be the fire-red ants' dinner. Pour ant water on yourselves. These fire-red ants are all fools, they would think that we are them so they will not discover us. There was a brave mercenary troop leader who suddenly took out a bottle of ant water and poured it over himself. Bringing along his troops, who were not afraid of risks and death, their purpose was not the reward, but the golden ant egg. Those who have flying beasts, follow me. There was also someone who had thought of an idea, and that was using flying beasts to advance forward. Those who are not going, please move away. Cowards, watch me count my money later. There was an especially arrogant mercenary soldier who was pushing other soldiers to come out from the crowd. He brandished his axe and jumped out of the ant tunnel with a group of people. They had covered themselves with an insect-repellent liquid. Let alone fire-red ants, many other insect-type organisms hated that kind of disgusting smell. In normal situations, insects would immediately avoid them, unwilling to attack such a smelly enemy. There wasn't only one ant tunnel that led to the space clearing, there were a few dozens of them. Countless mercenaries who were willing to throw away their lives for the sake of wealth set out, causing disturbances amongst the swarm of fire red ants. From time to time, there would be mercenaries that was found out by the fire red ants, needless to say they were immediately killed on the spot. However, there were many more people who managed to escape as they had poured vast amounts of the ant water and the insect repellent liquid. Yue Yang came out from the crowd soundlessly and followed closely behind these desperate mercenaries. They passed through another ant tunnel below, and they arrived at a nest that was even larger than the space before. They realized that there were more fire red ants here. Countless fire red ants were violently moving and crawling, seeking their enemies everywhere. There were also the gigantic-bodied ant guards, who could breathe a long pillar of fire that danced in the air. There were layers of fire red ants crawling on the ground, looking for the intruder that stole their golden ant egg. Close to over 100 mercenaries were standing on a platform at the side of a cliff, their teeth chattering with fright. They had sprayed a large amount of insect repellent liquid and lighted up torches to protect themselves, keeping watch on top of that platform. But it seemed that they wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. When the insect repellent liquid smell dissipated, they would definitely be torn into shreds by the ant colony. The enormous ant colony surrounded the ground beneath them like crazy. Although fire red ants didn't have intelligence, they had a natural instinct to not give up on their search easily. They continued to determinedly look for the invisible intruder. Brothers, for money, let's charge with our lives. Actually, most of the mercenary soldiers weren't there for the reward money, they were there for the golden ant egg. Some of the soldiers had thought to kill the group of mercenary soldiers on the platform and keep the golden ant egg to themselves. Pleading for help? What they were doing right now was to pretend to help them, then they would lure the ant colony over to kill the mercenary soldiers on the platform, and then use the opportunity to steal the golden ant egg away. Yue Yang had seen it with his own eyes as a few mercenary troop leaders colluded together, then threw an insect bait onto the platform. The insect bait attracted the ant colony even more, making them more frenzied than ever. The mercenary soldiers on the platform immediately cursed out loud. The small amount of mercenary soldiers who truly came to help the trapped soldiers started fighting with these selfish people furiously. The whole place was a mess. The fresh blood flowing from the fight attracted the ant colony. The fire red ants were just like a tide of water, charging up towards them like a giant wave. Could it be that the golden ant eggs was still here? They didn't teleport it out. Yue Yang had a sharp eye, and saw that at the center of the group of mercenary soldiers, there were a few people who was carrying a large backpack. They were hiding their expressions, their faces looked complicated as they saw the situation turn even worse. As regards to their response, Yue Yang's heart was again moved. These fellows should have found things that were even more precious than golden ant eggs. They were just using the golden ant eggs as a cover. The people who had returned using the teleportation scroll should have already brought back the best stuffs. If those that were left over here were golden ant eggs, then what could the thing that was brought back be? What other thing could be more precious than a golden ant egg? Curiosity bubbled up in Yue Yang's heart. Perhaps, he could do some negotiation with them. That was because, there were still quite a few teleportation scrolls in his backpack. Unlike the ordinary warriors, Yue Yang was almost like an invisible person, weaving through the ant colony leisurely. Even if he stamped on an ant's back, he wouldn't alert the ant colony. Under the dumbstruck gazes of the mercenary soldiers who couldn't believe what had happened, Yue Yang walked towards that platform and stopped around 10 meters away. He stood on top of a large ant guard's back and followed the ant guard's movements, his body bobbing up and down. Everyone was struck speechless as they watched him. Yue Yang smiled as bright as the sun and asked, "Gentlemen, are you interested to talk for a while? Maybe we can do a little trade, but I don't know what kind of things you can give me as a barter item." On the platform, there was a man who seemed to be the leader, who said, "If you have teleportation scrolls with you, we are willing to buy them at a high price. Please just name a price." Yue Yang knew that if he didn't show them some capabilities, these people wouldn't be so scared that they would start to speak honestly. He didn't answer, but pulled out the Huijin magic blade on his waist. He imbued the blade madly with his innate qi, and purple flames ignited suddenly, exploding like a volcano. The Huijin magic blade revolved and drew a circle under Yue Yang's control. After diligently cultivating his twin fish spherical beheader for 3 days, his skills had gotten better and more perfect. The giant circle drawn by his blade's purple flame sharply slashed across the space around Yue Yang, and those fire red ants that were within the range of the circle was soundlessly cut in two. The fire red ants which were originally resistant to fire had actually been charred into ashes by the purple flames. The area within a radius of 10 meters around Yue Yang immediately became an empty space. It was a single slash that shocked the heaven and earth. This was one slash of Yue Yang's spherical beheader's true power. When they saw Yue Yang's hand which he revealed, all the mercenary soldiers including their leader were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, and they couldn't help but nervously swallow one mouthful of saliva. Horrifying. In the situation where he had such frightful power without even summoning any beasts, how strong of a rancor is this masked robber? The leader on the platform wiped the cold sweat that trickled out and hurriedly showed a little more deference and respect. We pay respects to you, esteemer ranker. We are very happy and hopeful for assistance from a strong warrior like you. If you are willing to lead us out and leave the ant hole, we are willing to offer 1 golden ant egg as repayment. The mercenary soldiers on the platform quickly nodded, parroting his offer. To have a truly strong warrior lend a helping hand to them was better than hundreds or thousands of armies and horses. Their only worry was that they did not know what conditions the other party required from them in return. No, I am not interested in your golden ant egg. Yue Yang was not interested in fire red ants, even if they were larvae that were golden ranked. Ants are living things that wins by numbers. No matter how strong an individual ant was, it wouldn't be able to be truly strong alone. When the man would look like the leader heard Yue Yang's words, his expression changed a little. He looked eye to eye with his 2 comrades beside him, and then shouted in Yue Yang's direction. Most respected strong warrior, we do not know what conditions of repayment you need. From what we have with us, the most precious thing would be the golden ant eggs. But we only have 3 of them in total. We already promised to sell 1 of them to the Alliance Beast Shop. There are only 2 left. Sharing these fruits of our fresh blood with you is already the most that we can pay you. Yue Yang smiled serenely. I want the thing that is more precious than the golden ant eggs. On hearing this, the leader shuddered. His eyes showed disbelief, and then he immediately tried to gloss over his reaction and deny it. No, we don't have such a thing on our bodies. Could the ant holes contain something that is even more precious than the golden ant eggs? That is impossible. Is it? Yue Yang smiled, then he suddenly made a promise to the people on the platform. Which one of you says what that precious treasure is the fastest, I will give him a teleportation scroll. All the people immediately looked at each other. Everybody wanted to say it, but nobody was willing to be a disgraceful traitor. Yue Yang suddenly made a movement which entirely defeated the perseverance all the people had maintained at the bottom of their hearts. He took out a teleportation scroll from his backpack. They just needed to say it to be able to leave, to be able to live. Survival was just 1 word away. To say, or not to say. Heart-shelled dragon fruit. Just as Yue Yang took out the teleportation scrolls, a skinny mercenary soldier spoke up. His actions were extremely fast, not only had he said the name of the precious item, but he immediately jumped down the platform, afraid that he would be killed by his comrades after betraying them. He jumped agilely on a few fire-red ants' backs, and finally jumped right in front of Yue Yang. He extended his hands and looked at Yue Yang desperately. We found the legendary heart-shelled dragon fruit. It is one of the most important ingredients needed to compound a martial spirit pill. Please give me a teleportation scroll, I don't want to die, nor can I die. My family still needed me to come back alive. Please consider it on behalf of my elderly parents and my newborn daughter who is only 3 months old, ranker, please give me a chance. I don't want anything, I only wish to be safely reunited with my family. Please honor your promise, you are an extremely strong ranker whose words must also be honorable. Please have pity on me, I beg you, very good, your initiative and honesty gave you the privilege to continue living. This was exactly the results that Yue Yang wanted. He handed that soldier a teleportation scroll. When that soldier received it, he immediately opened the scroll and bowed deeply towards Yue Yang emotionally before he left. Then, he quickly disappeared under the bright circle of light, teleported away. That leader couldn't stop him, and the rest of the mercenary soldiers on the platform were extremely regretful. The chance to live had already been presented right in front of them, but they had missed it just like that. They knew that not everyone here could return alive. There would definitely be some people here who would be sacrificed in order to get others out. Even they knew what the end would be, but none of them were willing to become that pitiful sacrificial lamb. Even if there was only a trace of hope, they all hoped that they themselves would be able to leave alive, and to live. Nobody was willing to die. Yue Yang took out a dozen or so scrolls and showed it towards the leader on the platform. Right now, you can make a choice. The first is you can die all together with your comrades here. When you have all died, I can still take the things I want. Second is to accept my offer, and leave this place with the comrades that you have selected. As you would have gone away with the precious items, the ant colony and those mercenary soldiers eyeing for the precious items will disperse naturally. There would be more chances for the rest of the people left here to live. Third is to defeat me here, then all these teleportation scrolls would belong to you. Everybody looked at their leader, hoping that he would make a decision. To choose 1 out of 3, it was that simple. But this was also the hardest choice to make in life. If there was only 1 teleportation scroll, perhaps the mercenary troop leader wouldn't have made a decision, since he couldn't possibly abandon his comrades who followed him through life and death. But there were over a dozen teleportation scrolls in Yue Yang's hands. These scrolls were enough for him to bring along his most trusted and loyal brothers to safely leave this dangerous place where death was almost certain. I understand. One should only obtain things that match their abilities. If you are powerful, you will obtain even more. I decide to choose the second proposal, and I accept your offer. However, I have another proposition. Being the leader, I hope to bring all my comrades out. Perhaps you might not be satisfied with getting only one hard-shelled dragon fruit. If you need me, I can stay back and be your guide. My request is for you to open a path for my brothers to leave this ant hole, so that they can at least safely leave in front of me. I hope that you will allow me to carry out my last duties as a mercenary troop leader. Will you grant me my wish? The mercenary troop leader put forward a request that slightly astonished Yue Yang. He was actually willing to stay back as a hostage and a guide in exchange for a chance for all his comrades to escape. This point alone showed that he was a qualified leader. A dark-skinned oaf with a tall and sturdy figure immediately voiced his opposition. Leader, whoever it is that is going to be left behind, it should not be you. I'll stay here, you bring the others out. Shut your mouth. Right now, what you need to do is to just listen to your assistant troop leader. You must be especially careful when you go out so that you can prevent disasters that might lead to death. The mercenary troop leader nodded towards another middle-aged man with a lanky figure. The middle-aged man had two eyes shimmering with the radiance of wisdom and far-sightedness. The mercenary troop leader then exchanged his backpack with the middle-aged man, and shouted at Yue Yang. As long as my brothers can safely reach the ant tunnel, I will bring you to a place 2 levels down. We found this hard-shelled dragon fruit there. Perhaps with your capabilities, you can find even more hidden secrets and treasures there. Aren't you afraid of me cheating you? Yue Yang asked, smiling slightly. Those who are truly powerful have lofty and unyielding characters. They will not be so mindful of us commoners, and of course they will not be as excessively greedy as bandits and robbers. If you wanted to cheat us, you could have killed us all off just now, why would you wait until now? The mercenary troop leader shook his head. Open your backpacks, first let me see the hard-shelled dragon fruit. The reason that Yue Yang did not kill them, was not because of a rancor's pride. He wanted to further explore and learn the location of the hard-shelled dragon fruit, and hopefully to find more secrets. This type of hard-shelled dragon fruit was different from normal dragon fruits. It only grew at the side of the hot springs around volcanic craters. According to legends, it was created out of the poisonous saliva of giant dragons. If it was used as an ingredient for making a martial spirit pill, it could be used to stimulate the martial arts potential in practitioners. One spirit beast awakening knowledge pill might cost 1,000 gold, but the price of a martial spirit pill was priceless. After all, contracting a grimoire was a privilege that was limited to an extremely small number of people. But to simulate one's martial art potential in one's body, this pill was necessary for any martial arts practitioner. For some people, when they face a bottleneck that they could never overcome in their entire life, their potentials could be immediately stimulated if they simply consume one martial spirit pill. They could break through the bottleneck and level up with one leap. They could even break through more levels. 300 years ago, there was a martial arts practitioner who had trained hard until he was 40+ years old, but his ability remained on par with that of an apprentice. He was unable to rise into the ranks of a warrior, and he was mocked by people as being a dumb old man. However, after taking one martial spirit pill, his body's potential was immediately stimulated, and he broke through the level of an apprentice. Ultimately, this dumb old man who was continuously mocked and ridiculed by others, achieved a state that common people found difficult to even believe and admire, a level 9 sage. This martial arts practitioner who was previously ridiculed and named Dumb Old Man became one of the 2 heavenly imperial guardians of the Xia Empire, the ascetic practice sage. Although not everybody who takes a martial spirit pill would be able to become a sage, this ascetic practice sage's potential was indeed stimulated by the martial spirit pill, that he was able to change wholly and became what he is today. If he did not take that martial spirit pill, he would perhaps truly be a dumb old man his whole life. Making a martial spirit pill was 100 times harder than making a spirit beast awakening knowledge pill. Just the main ingredient, hard-shelled dragon fruit, was enough to cause major headaches for common people. The high difficulty level was not because the hard-shelled dragon fruit grew at the side of the hot springs around volcanic craters, nor was it because of the fact that a giant dragon's nest was most likely beside it, but it was because the hard-shelled dragon fruit only ripened once every 1,000 years. If it was not ripe, it couldn't be picked, and it would also not be effective. One needed to wait for at least 1,000 years for it to ripen, and by that time, human beings' bones would have already become a pile of mud in their graves. Moreover, once it ripened, there would usually be strong beasts fighting over it. With so many challenging conditions and obstacles, the hard-shelled dragon fruit was what common people considered as one of the world's top 10 hardest supernatural fruits and flowers to pick. I can't open it now, because once I open it, its fragrance will seep out, and all the fire-red ants in the entire ant nest will go crazy. My most respected powerful warrior, I swear, please believe me. I can guarantee with my life, this is the hard-shelled dragon fruit, and its meat is definitely ripe. The leader shook his head. He tossed up his backpack high in the air, and it landed right in front of Yue Yang. Yue Yang definitely would not believe a stranger easily. Although he couldn't open it, he had his divine vision and innate Qi senses. As for determining whether it was truly the hard-shelled dragon fruit, he did not need to open the backpack at all, he just needed to touch the backpack. When the backpack touched his hand, Yue Yang felt an immense amount of energy stored in it. It was so strong that he did not need to try sensing for the energy to feel it clearly. Yue Yang stored it into his lich ring with no trace of courtesy at all. He then raised his Huijin magic blade and said indifferently. If you guys are able to keep up, I can send you into one ant tunnel, but don't even think of counting on me to send you out of the ant hole, I am not your nanny. Even if Yue Yang did not have the heart to save others, the mercenaries on the platform were still extremely touched. In these days, people who do not hit others when they are down were already very hard to come by. All the mercenaries on the platform took out insect baits in succession and tossed it far away, hoping to lure more fire red ants away from them and open up a temporary escape path for them. Most people started to apply even more ant water and insect repellent onto their bodies. There were also some who smeared mud on their bodies, hoping that the insect repellent effectiveness could last a little longer. The three men carrying the golden ant eggs hugged their leader tightly. Numerous devoted and loyal team members also took out things like their throwing knives, poisonous powders, daggers etc. and handed them over to their leader, hoping that this would somehow help their leader increase his battle capabilities a little, and increase his chance of surviving. Journeying deeper into the ant hole, they did not need to think to know how treacherous this journey would be. It was definitely an action that meant a huge risk of death. But in order to save everybody, the leader himself had volunteered to stay back as both hostage and guide. This was already their best choice. Similarly, Yue Yang also tossed the insect baits he bought at Hopetown into the distance, creating a disturbance in the ant crowd. The fire red ants started throwing themselves frenziedly at the place where the insect baits was thrown, not caring one bit about killing all living things that were in contact with the insect baits, even if they were their own comrades. A different smell meant an enemy to them. The purple flames from Yue Yang's Huijin magic blade soared into the sky. Yue Yang emulated Yu Chu's earth-splitting slash, creating an explosion. As compared to when he was at the Yu clan castle, Yue Yang's sword technique had vastly improved yet again. Yue Yang's previous earth-splitting slash was only similar to Yu Chu's in sword technique, it was entirely different in its power and style. Now, however, even Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai who were extremely familiar with Yu Chu's battle tactics may not recognize this as the same technique. The power of this slash, as compared to before, had improved by 2 times at least. This was still not its full power, as Yue Yang intentionally held back on his attack. All of you, scram! Yue Yang realized that there was a giant ant guard together with over 10 other fire red ants crawling over. The ant guard seemed to have detected that there was an odd smell here. A few of the mercenaries on the platform who had jumped down successively were injured. The smell of fresh blood had spread out through the gentle breezes in the cave, causing some fire red ants to turn their heads and return, feeling around the area with their antennas. Yue Yang knew that if these close to 10,000 fire red ants rushed forth at once, he could only try to run away, let alone save others. The purple flames from his Huijin magic blade grew bigger, and exploded with a loud boom, it scorched the entire space at once as it swept across it. The mercenaries felt the hot surging waves assaulting their senses. All of them were extremely frightened. In the end, luckily, only their hairs turned into afro. Their hairs did not catch fire as they thought initially. At this moment, they prostrated themselves in admiration of Yue Yang's ability to control the fire, because all of them saw that for the same explosion, the fire red ants at their front and on both of their sides had been charred alive by the purple flames. Countless fire red ants were rolling about in the flames, looking as if they could not bear the pain. This move was practically as cool as the legendary fire god who could manipulate and control all flames in the entire world. What are you still waiting for? When Yue Yang saw that these fellows were frozen in terror as they stared at him foolishly, he was immediately angered. Yes. The wise assistant troop leader responded the fastest. He immediately stuffed something into the mercenary troop leader's hand, then followed the path that Yue Yang had opened, sparing no effort in rushing out of the hole. Behind him, a whole group of mercenaries followed desperately, outrunning each other. In front, Yue Yang continuously slashed with his sword. Using his purple flames to force the fire red ants back, he opened a road with only a few fire red ants present, spread thinly apart. This allowed the mercenaries to run towards the nearest ant tunnel. The ones who took the lead in rushing into it were the assistant troop leader and the Black Oaf, and they had already started fighting the fire red ants in the tunnel. The other mercenaries immediately rushed forward to help in order to survive. The one who was the last to go was an elderly person who carried the golden ant eggs. He had stayed behind for a while to receive the 10 teleportation scrolls from Yue Yang. "Ahau, you must come back, you must. If our family loses you, it would definitely fall apart. You must remember that." The elderly person looked like he was the leader's uncle or older relative. He didn't forget to force a teleportation scroll into the leader's hand before he left. "I'm fine. You guys go, quickly go now." The mercenary troop leader named Ahau did not reject the teleportation scroll. He received it and stuffed it into his robe, then he quickly ran back to Yue Yang's side. If he did not have Yue Yang's protection, the chances of him surviving in the sea of ants was practically zero. Yue Yang watched as the mercenaries rushed into the ant tunnel like a hive of bees. The ones who were slightly slower were crying out for help in desperation, begging their comrades to pull them along. However, most of them only cared about fleeing themselves, very few people turned back to lend a helping hand. In any case, it was simply a huge mess. Yue Yang slashed his blade and created a trailing blaze, setting the antennas of the few fire-red ants which had followed them on fire. The blade slashed the fire-red ants which were about to reach the mouth of the ant tunnel open. This was his final parting gift to them. Yue Yang could not be bothered about whether they lived or died beyond this. When he turned his head back and looked towards the mercenary troop leader Ahau, he pointed at an underground cave where numerous fire-red ants were crawling out of with his shaking fingers. His lips trembled with fear, but he said with certainty, that's where you should go in. By no means would Yue Yang bring a nuisance into the cave. He grabbed the mercenary troop leader and jumped back onto the platform, then handed a map to him. Mark the location clearly on the map, and you can go. Really? Hearing this, the mercenary troop leader Ahau was startled. He could live? He was instantly so moved that he kept thanking Yue Yang continuously. He hurriedly marked the path he previously walked on the map. Finally, as he took out the teleportation scroll and prepared to leave, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards Yue Yang, asking emotionally, "Can you at least tell me what your respected name is?" Yue Yang could not be bothered to pay attention to this fellow. Could it be that he still wanted to take revenge on him? As for repaying his kindness, just forget about it. The mercenary troop leader Ahau offered the little object that the assistant troop leader had stuffed into his hands with both hands to Yue Yang. "We relied on this to find the hard-shelled dragon fruit. Previously we kept this from you because we were afraid that you would go back on your promise, and refuse to save us after getting the hard-shelled dragon fruit. We acted as vile characters, and we're really ashamed for that. We hope that you could be magnanimous and forgive us. Farewell. If I, Zhonghao, can return alive, and if we can see each other again, we, the Wild Sand Mercenary Troop, will await your orders if you have any mission for us, anytime." Double dragon shears? I had been suspicious about how you could actually pick the hard-shelled dragon fruit. Turns out that you guys had this with you. Not bad. With this, I do not need to use the dragon-slaying dagger which requires so much effort. How many hard-shelled dragon fruits are left down there? Yue Yang played with the little shining golden item in his hands, tossing it into the air and catching it again, before keeping it in his robe. "We don't know. As there are dragons down there, we didn't dare go too close to them. We had only picked one when we heard the dragons roaring suddenly. We were so scared that we immediately ran out." When the mercenary troop leader thought of what happened when they stole the fruit, he shuddered hard. He then immediately opened the teleportation scroll and left. "Are there really dragons down there? Is it a giant dragon, or is it a flying dragon?" Yue Yang's heart twitched with excitement. If he could kill a dragon, then the profits of his journey would definitely be even larger. No matter whether there were dragons down there, he must find out and see for himself. Yue Yang walked for a long time in the underground ant hole, but he had not found the place indicated on the map where volcanoes were supposedly present. Of course, he could have moved in a much faster speed. However, the ant hole, which was more twisty than a labyrinth, made Yue Yang's head hurt. The one thing that made Yue Yang sweat most was that most of the markings that the mercenaries had left were either duplicates or incorrect. He had walked in circles and went through a lot of pointless routes. Although Yue Yang did not really care about the time, he was afraid that Yu Bing would be worried waiting outside. She should not by any means enter the ant hole to find him, otherwise she would be in danger. He had walked for an unknown amount of time in the underworld. Finally, Yue Yang heard the flow of running water, and a blackened underground river appeared in front of him. Following the markings on the map, Yue Yang waded upstream from the shallow riverbed, then walked for nearly half an hour before finding some traces left behind by the mercenaries on the wall. Leaving the riverbed, he entered a small hole. After going in a few hundred meters, he found that the temperature of the surrounding had risen noticeably, and the air was thick with the smell of sulfur. Yue Yang increased his speed and walked out of the small hole. To his awe, an extremely huge underworld came into his view. In a remote area, a low volcano was glowing with lava. Below the tiny volcano, there was a hot spring lake with steam rising slightly. This caused Yue Yang to be astonished. There were many small islets floating like a chain of islands on the hot spring lake, with each islets having many different kinds of weird plants growing on them. How could there be such a thriving growth in this kind of underworld? Yue Yang had seen this phenomenon before. The hard-shelled dragon fruit was completely different from the dragon fruit found normally in the desert. Its leaves, the sky-measuring ruler, were thinner and stiffer. Not only that, they were deep green in color and was as strong as steel plates. It took root ashore deep into the bottom of the hot spring, absorbing huge amounts of energy as stockpile for its fruits. It required a duration of 1,000 years in order to float to the surface of the water. At that point of time, the hard-shelled dragon fruit would slowly separate itself and begin to reproduce itself. It was absolutely impossible to harvest the hard-shelled dragon fruit as and when one wanted to. The only time they could was when it matured, then use a specialized medical scissors to cut it off. The twin dragon scissors * was a type of medical scissors. Not only that, it was the trademark product of the smithing grandmasters, Zhang clan. Shiro, previously translated as double dragon shears, I'm changing it to twin dragon scissors as it is easier to remember. In the world, there were many plants that could not be cut by ordinary blades. For example, the obsidian bamboo, the iron bone scale star grass, the hard-shelled dragon fruit and many others. However, a pair of small twin dragon scissors could easily snip them off. Obviously, the smithing grandmasters Zhang clan would never admit that although it was a design made by their ancestor Zhang Jiao, the first pair of twin dragon scissors was actually crafted by the ghost genius Yu Gong from the Yu family. This twin dragon scissors was the betrothal gift that the ghost genius Yu Gong gave to Zhang Jiao. Its original use was not to harvest medicinal plants, but rather made for her to do her sewing. Yu Gong and Zhang Jiao's intellects were unsurpassed throughout the world. However, due to the two of them being frail and ridden with sickness, they did not even make it in time to be wed and died very early on. However, their love story that touched people was passed on for centuries without end. It's no wonder that it had such a tiny and feminine design. It was a scissors that was meant for girls to use. With his big hands, Yue Yang held the scissors and felt that the twin dragon scissors was very small. Thinking a little, he finally realized that this was designed by the ghost genius Yu Gong specially for Zhang Jiao's small hands. He did not know why the Grandmaster smithing family Zhang did not make it a little larger. After searching through the entire hot spring lake, Yue Yang found that there were still 2 hard-shelled dragon fruits at the bottom of the lake. However, they had not matured yet. Yue Yang furrowed his eyebrows. He found that there were 2 different cuts. Could it be that someone else had already taken the other hard-shelled dragon fruit before him? The marks left behind by a scissors cuts were completely different from an animal's bite. Furthermore, this other cut was different from the cut made by the twin dragon scissors. This proved that someone had come here before, and the mercenaries did not know about it either. The greater doubt that Yue Yang had was that although the mercenaries had heard a dragon's cry, he did not find any trace of a dragon even after searching for every nook and corner of this hot spring lake and the mouth of the volcano. The only suspicious thing was that the quintet seeking golden mice found a kind of energy within the water that was dissipating. Had a great battle happened in the water? Who was it that knew there were hard-shelled dragon fruits at the bottom of the ant hole? Not only that, how did they know when to come here and harvest it just as it matured? Where did the dragon that was protecting these hard-shelled dragon fruits originally go to? It didn't take long for Yue Yang to be filled with suspicions. He definitely knew that something was wrong, but he could not think of what was wrong. As Yue Yang was collecting his thoughts, suddenly, a black silhouette appeared behind him soundlessly. With a unique, magnetic voice, he asked, "Are you looking for me?" Yue Yang was shocked. He had always been careful and never let an enemy approach him closer than 5 meters before, but he did not sense this person's presence at all. Who exactly was this person? He forced himself to calm down and turned over to look, but he found that there was nothing behind him. There wasn't a single trace of existence of any humans. It was as if the sentence that was spoken just now was simply a hallucination inside his head. Yue Yang was completely motionless. He did not use his eyes, but he could feel that the enemy was right behind him. Not only that, his enemy was extending his hands close to the back of Yue Yang's head. If Yue Yang had moved even a little, the enemy's hand would probably smash the back of his head. A drop of cold sweat glistened as it slid down Yue Yang's forehead. This was the most powerful enemy that he had encountered in his life. "Are you scared?" The person acted as if he was provoking a little worm. His voice was filled with disdain. Who are you?" Yue Yang turned around quickly and found that there was a tall imposing middle-aged man with a power that seemed to belong to a god. He had a haughty look, and he looked at Yue Yang with a gaze as sharp as spears. Yue Yang felt another jolt of shock in his heart. This unknown middle-aged man was definitely not inferior to Jun Wuyu in any way. Furthermore, he could conceal his killing intent even better than Jun Wuyu. That middle-aged man heard Yue Yang's question and furrowed his eyebrows. "You actually dared to not recognize me?" Yue Yang was sweating profusely. Could it be that this was Tragic Guy's deceased father Yu Qiu, as talked about in legends? No, that was not right. Everyone else said that the Tragic Guy resembled his father. Yu Qiu shouldn't look like that. Was this guy the Tragic Guy's uncle? Or another relative? Or a killer out to plot murder against the Tragic Guy? Yue Yang's thoughts flashed as he thought of the endless possibilities, yet none of them could be proven to be true. However, Yue Yang was certain that this man was hiding his killing intent that was directed towards Yue Yang. No matter who it was definitely an enemy and not a friend. Commoners usually call me the Marquis of Xian. The middle-aged man called himself the Marquis of Xian. What? Yue Yang turned pale at this. Within the three great countries de Xia, Tianluo, and Ziyijin, there were countless of strong rankers present. No matter whether it was the de Xia Emperor Jun Wuyu, the Tianluo Emperor Huasu Ri, Sephilia, literal rising sun, or the Ziyijin Emperor Chu Tianxiao, they were rankers who were at least level 7 overlord and above. Their strength was extremely terrifying and could completely deter a military unit from invading. Within the royal families, almost none could match the power of the three emperors. The sole exception was the Marquis of Ziyijin, who was standing in front of Yue Yang. He was the publicly recognized ranker whose strength was said to be even stronger than the three emperors. 30 years ago, he had once challenged his brother, the Ziyijin Emperor Chu Tianxiao, for the position of Ziyijin Emperor. The whole Soaring Dragon Continent was shocked by this. Countless warriors in the world witnessed it, and Ziyijin's emperor also agreed to it. However, a month before the challenge, the Marquis of Ziyijin, who had an arrogant personality, had offended Tianluo's Emperor Huasu Ri when he went to the Tianluo kingdom as an ambassador. He was subsequently heavily injured by one of the three heavenly imperial guardians of Tianluo, Yeho. Afterwards, the Marquis of Ziyijin fought his elder brother while still recovering from a serious injury. After 3 days and 3 nights of bitter fighting, he was eventually defeated. If not for being seriously injured, nobody would have been able to predict who would win the battle. And thus, the Marquis of Ziyijin made his name with this battle, becoming the strongest prince in everyone's hearts. Even Ziyijin's emperor, Chu Tianxiao, had also set up a prince's seat 9 steps below the imperial throne as respect to the Marquis of Ziyijin. Everyone on the planet felt that perhaps the elder brother Chu Tianxiao was more suited to be an emperor. However, strength-wise, the Marquis of Ziyijin was better than him. The Marquis of Ziyijin was originally the Ziyijin country's 6th prince. However, after the battle for the throne of Ziyijin, the three great countries' emperors came together to give him the unique title of the Marquis of Ziyijin. This kind of overpowering existence had appeared right in front of him out of the blue. Yue Yang did not think that this was a good thing, especially when he met him next to the hot spring lake where the heart-shelled dragon fruit grew. Yue Yang's vigilance was at its highest. He wasn't sure whether this guy had tailed him or had made camp here early on. If the Marquis of Ziyijin was here to take the heart-shelled dragon fruits, then after he had taken it, he should have left. Why was he still staying here? If he had tailed Yue Yang, when did that happen? Was it since he entered the ant-hole, or was it just a few moments ago? You've heard my name. Should you not bow in respect to me? Not mentioning that I'm a noble, I am after all your senior and a ranker. Shouldn't you give your proper respects? The Marquis of Ziyijin looked at Yue Yang using his especially arrogant face. His gaze was as sharp as blades. Do you intend to smash my head the moment I bow to pay my respects? Yue Yang tried his best to act naturally. At this time, he definitely could not let the enemy see through his entire strength, otherwise it would be dangerous. Oh? I did think along those lines. I'm not willing to see a young man who can't see through the strength of others to grow up slowly. The Marquis of Ziyijin actually nodded in agreement. He casually made a remark, saying, before I kill you, I can give you 3 options. You can choose 3 different ways to die. First, you can resist and get your bones and heart completely smashed by me. Second, you can choose not to resist and let me kill you instantly, without a single shred of suffering. Lastly, you can try your utmost to escape and let me catch up to you. I'll then skin you alive and douse you in this scalding hot spring. Then, I'll watch you die alive. Think about it. Once you've chosen, I'll move. Yue Yang had never seen such an arrogant guy in his life. He thought that he, himself, was arrogant enough. However, compared to the Marquis of Ziyijin, he seemed to be lacking by a huge margin. Yue Yang was very arrogant and unbridled, he never once did he think about trying to reason. This guy, on the other hand, was good. He made his arrogance seem as if it was well reasoned. Yue Yang grinned at his words. Can I choose to commit suicide? The Marquis of Ziyijin coolly and emotionlessly refused while shaking his head. Without my permission, it is impossible for you to commit suicide. It seems like you've already made your choice. The Marquis of Ziyijin was actually not angry and had rather asked in a peaceful tone. Now, are you ready to die? What about you? Are you ready to die too? Yue Yang spat this question back at him. At the same time, the magic blade Huijin in his hand slashed out with the speed of lightning, cleaving towards the Marquis of Ziyijin's face. Sparks of fire scattered, shaking the area. The entire underworld was shaking from Yue Yang's slash. The hot spring lake's water was cleaved in half by the blade's chi, forming a deep gap, and raising the waters into 2-meter-high waves that dissipated towards each end. However, after a single second, Yue Yang's gaze was frozen. That was because, the strike he used all his force in had been stopped by 2 of the Marquis of Ziyijin's fingers. The Huijin magic blade, that had a thunderous power capable of completely cleaving metal and rocks, was held by the Marquis of Ziyijin's index and middle finger, unable to budge a single inch further. Abnormal. Yue Yang could not help but thought of this word in his heart. However, for Yue Yang, who had undergone the beautiful girl's special training regimen for a long time in the realm of dreams, he was definitely not an idiot who would resign himself to death the moment he saw a strong opponent. Before the Marquis of Xijin's other fist collided forcefully with a loud boom, Yue Yang executed the silent summon which he had learnt from Fei Wen Li. It was the silent summon that he had trained hard in and succeeded. His silver grimoire floated into appearance, and its protective shield rose up with an irresistible speed, repelling the Marquis of Xijin away. Yue Yang saw that the protective shield was slightly fluctuating from the after effects of the Marquis of Xijin's powerful fist. Although he was aghast, he heaved a sigh of relief silently at the same time. Luckily, this Marquis of Xijin was not as overpowering as the Demon King Xian. He had no means to smash the protective shield. If it was a punch or a finger thrust from Demon King Xian instead, his protective shield would probably be unable to stand the impact. Yue Yang would definitely have a headache then. At that time, the halo shield from Fei Wen Li's diamond grimoire was also not able to withstand a furious attack from Demon King Xian's finger. However, this time, it seemed that even though the Marquis of Xijin was an expert, he really wasn't entirely unbeatable. The first thing that Yue Yang did was to increase the number of giant phantom shadows on his body. His strength, that had suddenly become 100 times greater, exploded at that instant, enabling Yue Yang to completely recover his confidence to compete with the other party. He did not use the teleportation scroll to leave. Instead, he started to compose himself and draw on his qi, readying himself for a major confrontation with the Marquis of Xijin. As for the Marquis of Xijin, who was floating down slowly from the sky, a surprised look flashed across his face for a second. He did not expect that the young-aged Yue Yang actually knew how to instantly summon a grimoire. He felt that if the protective shield of the grimoire had not blocked his punch, this brat would have already suffered from fractured bones, severed tendons and crushed internal organs. What surprised him even more was that this fellow did not take advantage of the situation and run away, but instead summoned his beast, looking as if he wanted to fight him. Could it be that he really had that much confidence? You're playing the summoning card? I'll entertain you. Marquis of Xijin summoned a platinum grimoire, flipping a few pages at will, looking as if he was choosing a beast. In the end, he chose one carelessly, and extended his hand to summon it. A freakish dog-like animal with a human body, ox legs, and bat wings was summoned. It looked extremely ugly. However, it seemed to have a little intelligence. It knew how to use a giant sword as its weapon and was also wearing a set of blue battle armor. Its red eyes flickered with bloodthirst. When it was summoned, it immediately knelt in front of Marquis of Xijin, as if offering its most respectful loyalty to its master. Looking at it, Yue Yang discovered that this monster's level was silver ranked level 6. He was slightly pleased. It looked like this the Marquis of Xijin had not seen through his capabilities yet. Under the protection of counterfeit, enemies would always inaccurately estimate and also grossly underestimate his power. This is because they did not believe that such a young person like him would be an innate ranker. Their line of thought was easily limited by reality. They would definitely not expect that he was a guy who traveled dimensions and hence an exception. Come, what does a monkey of Xijin even count as? Other than the great sage son, that monkey, other monkeys are just transient beings. Yue Yang put away his silver grimoire and raised his Huijin magic blade as he walked over. TLN, great sage son is Sun Wukong, the monkey from Journey to the West. The Marquis of Xijin's face color had really changed now. This fellow was not only not running away, he even put away his grimoire. Could it be that he was really not afraid of death? Without the protective shield, he could instantly kill him off at any time. What was going on in his brain? This was too strange. Yue Yang's actions were puzzling to the Marquis of Xijin. He frowned slightly as he also put his platinum grimoire away. Easing his hands behind his back, he stood distantly opposite Yue Yang. Instead of approaching him immediately and execute his moves to attack Yue Yang, he only sent a look towards the ugly beast and indicated to it to go forth and kill Yue Yang. He was not anxious to kill Yue Yang. He wanted to test out Yue Yang's capabilities first. The ugly beast immediately leapt into the air as it received his master's orders. Fanning its wings, it swooped towards Yue Yang like a swift lightning. The huge blade slashed down from the sky. Yue Yang dodged, avoiding the tip of the ugly beast's blade with lightning speed. As he was about to counterattack, the ugly beast started to spin high up in the sky, its sword tip spiraling like a spinning top. This was the human's martial art technique Whirlwind Blade. What was different was that humans stood on the ground and spiraled, but this monster spun in the air. Yue Yang leapt backwards, withdrawing from the attacking range of the sword blade. The ugly beast flapped its wings wildly and kept chasing, finally forcing Yue Yang to back up into the lake water. Sure enough, this ugly beast had intelligence. When he saw Yue Yang enter the lake, the bloodthirst in its red eyes intensified, revolving and slashing faster as it chased. The Marquis of Xijin felt a little astonished. He did not think that this masked brat would easily fall into a disadvantageous position. Backing into the lake was most likely a crafty plan. However, he completely did not control or warn off his summoned beast. He only quietly observed, looking at Yue Yang's counterattacks, hoping that he could find a hint or trace from this fight to deduce Yue Yang's identity. The Marquis of Xijin could be certain that this fellow in front of him was a young ranker that was secretly nurtured by one of the 4 great sects, because he did not recognize him at all and had never heard about such a young ranker in this world. How did a person like him not even chosen to be one of the 3 great killing stars? Even if he was not chosen, how would he be completely obscure and unknown? Also, the most important point was that with this fellow's skill, courage, and insight, were definitely not something that normal people could have. He must definitely be a young ranker secretly nurtured by one of the 4 great sects. Counterattack! Yue Yang shouted loudly, raising his magic blade to fake an attack. The ugly beast clearly could understand the human language. It immediately reacted with a kind of vigilant defense when it heard him, and its revolving speed had also slowed down quite a lot. With this single test, Yue Yang confirmed what he thought. He then repeatedly raised his magic blade and put them down, shouting counterattack, at each time. The ugly beast was completely confused by his actions and its offensive attacks ended up hindered time and time again and again. Finally, its spiraling form ultimately disintegrated into nothingness. It's really an idiot, haha. Yue Yang jeered at it loudly. When the ugly beast heard him, it flew over, flustered and exasperatedly. Meanwhile, Yue Yang was stepping on the surface of the lake, using his magic blade to stir the water slowly. The Marquis of Xijin noticed some irregularity. The true power did not lie in the purple flames on the magic blade, but in the turbulent undercurrents in the whirlpool of waves underneath this fellow's feet. Unknowingly, a giant whirlpool had appeared at the bottom of the lake, but the surface remained as calm as ever. What made the Marquis of Xijin's heart beat faster was that this masked brat had used the magic blade in a very ingenious way. When he tried to observe and compare Yue Yang's moves carefully, he actually found that he, himself, would not be able to do this. In the instant when the ugly beast thrust at Yue Yang's face, Yue Yang's Huijin magic blade had arrived before it and met the sharp tip of the giant sword. Taking advantage of this moment, Yue Yang caused the ugly beast to entirely lost its balance and fell heavily onto the lake's surface. When it flapped its wings desperately wanting to fly up, Yue Yang chopped at the wings on its back with one slash of the magic blade, laughing coldly. Go to hell and be a water ghost. The ugly beast dropped onto the lake's surface with a loud sound. Initially, with its strength, even if it was injured, it would still be able to fly towards the sky within a few seconds. However, the strange whirlpool at the bottom of the lake entirely destroyed any possibility of it even struggling and simply swallowed it whole. Suddenly, a fist cast a shadow onto Yue Yang's head. You too go to hell to be a water ghost. It was the Marquis of Xijin. Even though Yue Yang had already put the most attention on him, he still could not sense the Marquis of Xijin's movement. Yue Yang completely could not understand how this fellow could move to the top of his head in an instant. It was like he had disappeared in midair, and then reappearing again suddenly here. There was no trace of movement in between, no indication of change at all. If there was, Yue Yang would definitely have been able to feel it. But the weird fact was that the enemy seemed to have gotten control of the entire space. He could carelessly disappear and appear in any place, including the place right above Yue Yang's head. Looking at his punch which was almost within reach, Yue Yang dropped his body rapidly downwards, his entire back smashing against the lake surface. A hint of cold killing intent flashed through Marquis of Xijin's eyes. Nobody could ever escape from his clutches. Ever. As long as he wished to kill, nobody could escape from him. When his fist hit Yue Yang's face, Marquis of Xijin laughed coldly and snorted. Young fellow, you are still too green. However, in the 1,000th of a second, in the instant that the force of the fist had exploded, he discovered that the masked brat under his fist had disappeared. At the same time, in the sky, with a frightening amount of power that seemed to be capable of overturning seas and waves, an unstoppable clenched fist ruthlessly punched Marquis of Xijin vital pressure point on his back. It was Yue Yang. Sometime unknowingly, he and the Marquis of Xijin had exchanged positions and furthermore, they had also exchanged roles. From being attacked, to become the attacker. You are practically courting death. Marquis of Xijin's fury hit the roof. He turned his body, and as he reduced most of the impact of Yue Yang's punch, his left palm counter-hit at Yue Yang's chest with a speed and strength 10 times more than his right palm just now. He no longer had the mood and patience to make fun of his prey. His move was one fatal blow. Two idiots. Yue Yang did not avoid or dodge at all, he merely extended his hand and pointed leisurely. The silver grimoire was yet again instantly summoned, and the protective shield started to spread over Yue Yang's body. The Marquis of Xijin's powerful fist that had an incomparable power hit onto the protective shield, deforming it slightly. However, the protective shield that had an unequivocal defense immediately rebounded the Marquis of Xijin into the lake water. With a loud boom, the Marquis of Xijin was rebounded by the power of his own move and smashed into the water. Even though within a second, he had split the lake surface and leapt high up into the air with water splashing up everywhere. His clothes were half drenched in water. It could not be concealed anymore, his miserable appearance after playing right into Yue Yang's trap was completely exposed. This was definitely one of the biggest humiliations in his life. Furthermore, it was an enormous humiliation that was, for the first time ever, caused by a younger generation. Abominable, masked brat, you are definitely screwed. I'll let you see that in front of a truly strong person, that laughable witty plan, is simply a display of a weak person and simply not worth mentioning. The Marquis of Xiajin was really angered. There had never been anyone from the younger generation that put him in such a sorry state. What made it so difficult to bear was that he was actually tricked by this fellow. He hated the feeling of being tricked the most. The ugly beast started to struggle up from the lake. It opened up its bat-like wings which were drenched in water and was about to fly up. Yue Yang immediately put his grimoire away again and landed down to the lake water, wordlessly and soundlessly. With one foot, he stepped on the ugly beast, pushing it back into the water, his Huijin magic blade revolving again on the lake surface. The ugly beast struggled in the water, and was yet again embroiled by the whirlpool into the deeper waters. The Marquis of Xiajin disappeared. Yue Yang kept using his level 3 divine vision to sense him, but the Marquis of Xiajin still managed to easily disappear into the air without Yue Yang's divine vision capturing even a trace or a hint. Die! When a furious voice traveled over from Yue Yang's back, the Marquis of Xiajin's clenched fist had already hit the fulcrum joining Yue Yang's spinal cord and head. As long as he hit his target with one punch, Yue Yang would most likely die. The terrible power of this one punch, let alone one person, even a battle mammoth or battle kodo beast would be beaten into a pulp of mud. The Marquis of Xiajin definitely believed in his own strength. There was no non-innate rank or body that could withstand his perishing blow. Under this punch, this follow would only have one end, and that was his entire body dissolving into flesh and blood fragments, splashing as far as 100 meters away. You are the one who's dead. Yue Yang bellowed in rage. He completely ignored the Marquis of Xiajin's punch, both hands clasping together. In that instant his innate invisible sword Qi executed his supreme sword. He had already planned this counterattack and waited for this opportunity for a very long time. Thinking of using normal weapons or punches to kill the Marquis of Xiajin was one of the most ridiculous moves. To kill rankers that were level 6 elders or above, the best way was to use innate invisible sword Qi. Only this sword Qi that could conquer every obstacle and destroy everything. Only this could cause a fatal blow to them. The Marquis of Xiajin saw countless golden sword tips extending out from Yue Yang's 10 fingers, then collecting into one extremely sharp sword Qi. He was inwardly alarmed. He instinctively wanted to summon his grimoire to protect himself. However, he discovered that he could not move at all. A sort of shapeless strength had bound his entire body. He had concentrated all his power into this punch and the momentum was bringing his body forward. Currently, his protective shield had not been raised and his strongest summoning beast was still not summoned. In addition, his entire body was bound so tightly that he could not budge. On the other hand, his enemy was an innate who had concealed himself. That innate sword Qi was aimed at the space between his eyebrows and was about to deal a fatal blow. At that instant, a shadow of death flashed across the Marquis of Xiajin's heart. If he had a chance to regret, he definitely would not fall into the enemy's trap like that again. He would first summon his strongest summoned beast to protect him instead. He would even rather have let this fellow go back and never meet with him again. He would never even think of killing him. It was because of one ill-considered action, that now he had fallen into such a dangerous situation where death was certain. The Marquis of Xiajin almost went crazy. Who could expect that this fellow was actually an innate ranker that hid himself so well? Who could expect that he still had an innate skill that could bind a person's entire body up? If he had known it would be like this earlier, the Marquis of Xiajin would definitely not have attacked so impulsively. However, there were no what-ifs in this world. He also understood this himself. It was just that he was too careless and too confident in himself. And also too stupid. Too stupid. Yue Yang pointed his supreme sword at the Marquis of Xiajin's forehead. His innate invisible sword Qi exploded with a burst. In that instant, a bloody hole appeared on the Marquis of Xiajin's forehead. In that instant before the effects of binding chains wore off, Yue Yang had even grabbed the Marquis of Xiajin's head with his fastest speed and greatest strength, twisting it in another direction, breaking the bones in his neck. When the effects of binding chains wore off, the Marquis of Xiajin's fist still attacked Yue Yang with a devastating amount of strength. However, this punch couldn't cause any damage to Yue Yang anymore. This is because when Yue Yang's surprise attack succeeded, he had already soared up into the sky. Phew, that was a close one. Yue Yang's nervously beating heart that he had tried to forcefully calm all this while started to thump wildly suddenly. The Marquis of Xiajin was definitely the strongest enemy that he had seen in his life. Fortunately he didn't see through his capabilities, and he could successfully kill him instantly with his surprise attack comprising of his binding chains and innate invisible sword Qi skills. If not for that, Yue Yang really didn't know who would emerge as victor. He had mounted a sneak attack on his enemy's weakest point with his strongest attack. In the end, he had finally succeeded with his gamble. Although Yue Yang had definitely killed the Marquis of Xia, his heart was still beating hard. He was still shouting about his luck for that sneak attack just now. Had the Marquis of Xia summoned his strongest beast right from the beginning, or had he unleashed his maximum power, his body wouldn't be so easily exposed to the sword chi. Then his sneak attack would not even have been successful. The Marquis of Xia was definitely not a careless person, but his deducing capabilities was limited by his knowledge. He would never have thought that Yue Yang was an innate ranker. He had even thought that he could kill him off easily any time. This was his reason for failure. As Yue Yang finished calming his breath in the air was about to drop down onto the ground, unexpectedly, he found that the Marquis of Xia, who should have died and fallen into the lake, had instead stood on top of the lake surface in a strange manner. His neck had already been broken by Yue Yang's twist. His forehead was drenched with fresh blood, as it continued to spurt out. However, something absolutely horrifying had happened, making Yue Yang's head hurt. The Marquis of Xia had actually not died from these attacks, and he could even stand on top of the lake without falling in. How could this be? The Marquis of Xia, who had his neck twisted off and a hole in his forehead, had actually instantly summoned his platinum grimoire, without waiting for Yue Yang to snap out of his shock. As his protective shield rose up, he first summoned a flaming strengthening type beast to fuse with his body, then he raised his hands slowly and twisted his neck back. Reconnecting his spinal cord with his head, he then took out a golden headband and bound the hole in his forehead that was bleeding profusely tight. Yue Yang watched, dumbstruck. His whole soul had almost become frozen. Is this fellow still human? How could he not die from such an attack? From my childhood until now, in all the 1,328 big or small battles that I have fought in, no one has ever managed to injure my face. No one ever did. You are the first. The Marquis of Xia slowly took off his top garment and revealed a body full of scars. There were hundreds of scars on his body overlapping on top of each other. However, compared to his body, there was not a single scar on his face. The Marquis of Xia pointed at 5 of the scars on his chest that had already healed. This was left by Yeho during our battle that time. She had almost killed me, but fortunately, I managed to escape quickly. But even at that time, the situation wasn't as dangerous as today. You are the first person that could threaten my life to such an extreme. I would never have thought that I could die by your hands. Just a little, if you were stronger by just a little bit more, I would definitely be in danger today. Are you not human? Yue Yang was 90% sure in his heart that this person was not a human being. That was why the method that he had used to counter against human would not work on him. I admit that I have wrongfully underestimated you. That's why I was almost killed. But fortunately, you have also underestimated me. The Marquis of Xiaojin's voice was gentle, as if he was speaking to a friend, completely without a trace of anger. Yue Yang's heart froze, he immediately summoned his silver grimoire and erected his shield. This Marquis of Xiaojin was really too abnormal. In this kind of situation, he should never be careless. Just as his shield was erected, Yue Yang found that in that split second when his shield rose up, a bloodied scythe that was ignited in flames was about to slash at his back mercilessly. However, in that thousandth of a second, the attack was blocked by his shield. If he was late by even a tenth of a second, his soul would probably have ended up in another place. Yue Yang turned around and saw that there was a blood scythe demon wielding a bloodied scythe ignited in flames, standing more than 5 meters tall and glaring at him with an extremely vicious look. This Marquis of Xiaojin. When did he summon this blood scythe demon? When Yue Yang observed the demon closely with his divine vision, his heartbeat soared up to 300 beats per minute. Gold rank level 7. This blood scythe demon whose whole body was ignited in flames was actually an extremely high-leveled gold rank level 7. This was already the limit of the beasts in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Before this, Yue Yang had heard about different versions of beasts levels. Most mercenaries believed that normal ranked beasts wouldn't be able to rise above level 8 and only elite beasts could. Ye Kong and the others had also misunderstood this belief. This was because a normal ranked level 9 and level 10 was not something that could be seen by the common folks. 10,000-year ancient tree looked like a forest on the outside, but it was actually a single large, old tree. The ocean king whale lived deep in the vast ocean, so no one could see it. As for the other level 10 beast, the island tortoise, its shell looked exactly like a small island. It was said that it wouldn't be crowded even if a city was built on top of the shell. All these beasts were not beasts that were normally seen by mercenaries. Even if they had seen one, they might not realize it. Normal mercenaries wouldn't even think that they were beasts. However, under Grandma Wu Teng's proper teaching, Yue Yang's knowledge had changed beyond recognition, and experienced a 180 degrees change. She had clearly pointed out that normally, in Soaring Dragon Continent, the beasts over level 10 wouldn't exist. Grandma Wu Teng didn't say it out, but Yue Yang knew the hidden meaning behind her words. She meant that under normal circumstances, in Soaring Dragon Continent, there wouldn't be beasts over level 10 that came into being naturally. However, if beasts wanted to exceed this limit, they would only need to follow one point, that was transform into humans. As they transform into humans, beasts would be able to learn and improve like human beings, breaking through new limits each time. They could only surpass level 10 this way. Otherwise, level 10 was a beast's maximum limit. Those who did not conform to the requirement of transforming into humans would be limited at level 10, existing as a colossal beast and becoming a peerless existence in an area of Soaring Dragon Continent. Transforming beasts into human had always been the secret amongst the deepest secrets. Only the truly strong rankers would be allowed to know these secrets that normal people wouldn't be able to access. Yue Yang suspected that the Marquis of Xiajin in front of him was actually an extremely high-leveled strong beast who had transformed into human and had this human appearance now. Otherwise, a normal human's body wouldn't possibly still be alive under the circumstances of having their brains destroyed and spinal cord detached. Most importantly, the Marquis of Xiajin's words had also hinted on admitting this point. This Marquis of Xiajin was definitely not a human being. Could it be that he was that giant dragon that the mercenaries had said before? Yue Yang didn't think about it that much. He immediately took out a teleportation scroll, channeled his spirit chi into it and prepared to teleport away. Why would he fight with a giant dragon who could already evolve into a human? Why would he fight with such a powerful entity who wouldn't die even after his forehead was pierced through and his neck twisted off? Yue Yang wouldn't bother with such a pain in the ass. Such a meaningless fight was not something that Yue Yang was seeking. Furthermore, the Marquis of Xiajin even had a gold-ranked level 7 blood demon scythe as his beast. Who would still want to fight with him? Surprisingly, although the Marquis of Xiajin should have hated Yue Yang to his every bones, he didn't have any reaction when he saw Yue Yang teleporting away. Yue Yang immediately felt that something was wrong when he entered into the teleportation pillar of light. To his surprise, he found that the place he was teleported into was not the settlement camp at the bottom of the abyss, it was right in front of the Marquis of Xiajin. In the air, it was as if the blood demon scythe had known beforehand that the place where Yue Yang would teleport into was right in front of the Marquis of Xiajin. His bloodied scythe split the air as it slashed down. Yue Yang was extremely shocked and hurriedly tried to avoid it. However, he found out that his body was moving right in the opposite direction to what he had intended, as if his body wanted to welcome the scythe and deliver his life on a silver platter. As a result, his final body's movement and control had defeated his original purpose of trying to avoid the attack. This must be the Marquis of Xiajin's doing. He must be able to manipulate space. Yue Yang secretly cried, it's the end. In a span of less than a tenth of a second, he wouldn't have the time to summon his silver grimoire and set up a shield. Could Fei Wen Li withstand a gold-ranked level 7 blood demon scythe's attack? Furthermore, there was still this Marquis of Xiajin's fellow heavy punches that could come at any time. In the brink of life and death, Yue Yang raised his arms and welcomed the frightening bloodied scythe coming down swiftly towards him with the golden beast, who had transformed into a wrist guard. His right hand executing binding chains again on the Marquis of Xiajin, who was closing in for a sneak attack. However, the ugly beast that was at the bottom of the lake suddenly burst out and flew towards Yue Yang. It thrusted its great sword, looking as if it couldn't wait to cleave Yue Yang into half. There was a blood scythe above, great sword below, and a palm behind, the most frightening one. Yue Yang realized that he had never fallen into such a dangerous situation before, to the point that his life was on the line. At that moment when the Marquis of Xiajin's eyes flashed with a cruel desire to kill, the blood scythe demon exerted his utmost strength to slash down, and the ugly beast almost succeeded in mounting a sneak attack on Yue Yang. A protective shield started to spread around Yue Yang's body suddenly, blocking every single attack, keeping the enemies out. It was Fei Wen Li who had managed to summon her diamond grimoire on time. My precious darling! Yue Yang was moved beyond compare and immediately hugged the figure that had appeared in front of him. However, the moment he embraced the figure, he felt that there was something wrong. Fei Wen Li was still a small girl, it would be strange if she had breasts. Why did this figure had 2 lumps in front? Yue Yang was puzzled as he squeezed those lumps. The elasticity of those mounds shocked him. This obviously belonged to a big sister, Onisan, with an extremely hot and sexy body. Could this be Luohua City Mistress? Had she came to save him? Or was it Princess Xian Big Sis, Onisan? The feeling on his hands were incredible. It seemed that it was much bigger than apples. Yet, the only thing that he could be sure of was that this wasn't Yinan's. Yue Yang was still imagining things when that figure who had summoned her grimoire and saved his life turned around, her beautiful eyes glaring at Yue Yang icy cold. It was so cold, as if she wanted to freeze Yue Yang into an ice sculpture alive. Let go. The owner of those mesmerizing eyes was furious. Her anger was different from the ordinary ones, her expression was even more furious and colder. I'm sorry, that's my natural reflex. Yue Yang was so shocked that his heart almost jumped out of his mouth. This beautiful girl was neither Luohua City Mistress nor Princess Xian, she was also most definitely not Yinan. She was that female thief who had watched him along his journey here. Even at this point of time, Yue Yang's wolfy paws were still grabbing onto the girl's chest. Looking at their positions right now, even Yue Yang himself looked down on his own actions. He was simply too rude and wretched. This is also my natural reflex. The female thief raised the ancient book in her hands and slapped it into Yue Yang's face. Not only did Yue Yang have thick skin, he was also shameless. He leapt up, immediately assuming an air of refinement and courteousness. Beautiful lady, I'm so sorry, I grabbed you by mistake just now. Actually I am a man of honor. As long as you hear my name Xuetan Lang, you would know how decent and honorable I actually am. Xuetan Lang's head is silvery white in color. The female robber immediately exposed Yue Yang's attempts to impersonate Xuetan Lang. Ha, actually I am Yan Po Jun, just now I was just kidding. Yue Yang broke out in sweat internally. It looked like this beauty not only liked to check out handsome guys, she also committed them to memory. Yan Po Jun has a lion dog. On hearing Yue Yang's words, the female robber kept rolling her eyes. If he really wanted to impersonate somebody, why didn't he impersonate somebody who is not too well known? Who didn't know the three great killing stars? Unless they were blind, anyone could immediately see through his attempts in wanting to impersonate the three great killing stars. I also have a dog whose name is Lion. I just happened to not bring it along with me today. Firstly, beautiful lady, I would like to thank you for saving my life. I want to give you 1 million gold as a reward. However, I happen to not have this little amount of pocket money on me, but don't worry. You can go to our Yan clan to ask for it. I'll give you an IOU shortly. I, Yan Po Jun, have always been a man of my words. I would definitely not forget your kindness in saving my life. May I know your name? Even if Yue Yang's identity was exposed, he still forcefully insisted on using Yan Po Jun's name. He would not be foolish enough to reveal that he was actually third young master of the Yue clan in front of the Marquis of Xian anyway. That was not a heroic act, that was practically courting death. There were advantages in impersonating Yan Po Jun. He was the one who molested the beautiful lady, but the one being made the scapegoat would be Yan Po Jun. Moreover, in the event that the Marquis of Xian wanted to take revenge, he would also not seek Yue Yang for revenge. He didn't know what the Marquis of Xian was thinking secretly, since he was keeping quiet all this time. But the mysterious female robber who liked to watch him glared at the guy who traveled dimensions with cold eyes, snorting. Why didn't you say you are Fatty Hai Fu? Yue Yang was flabbergasted. This beauty actually knew Fatty Hai. Then, she must also know him. Who was she? How did she get to know him and why did she follow him? Could it be that she wanted to push him down? I have no interest in knowing who you are, I just wanted to know what tricky moves you still have up your sleeve. Quickly use them to beat the Marquis of Xian. The mysterious beauty changed the topic right back to the main point. On hearing this, Yue Yang's mood immediately soured. Beat the Marquis of Xian? What a joke. He even refused to die with his brain burst open and neck broken. What other methods could he use to defeat him? I don't have any methods left. What about you? Yue Yang shrugged, throwing the question back to her. I think I will only be able to defeat him after training another 50 years, the mysterious beauty answered. What about now? Upon hearing her answer, Yue Yang almost fainted. Now my plan is to kick you out to attract his attention and then take that opportunity to run away. What do you think about that? The mysterious beauty asked earnestly. Not a very good plan. Yue Yang immediately opposed the idea. Think carefully. I am a guy. At the most, I will just be killed by the Marquis of Xian. Once my head drops, the pain stops and I am free from suffering. But it's different for you. You are a girl and a beautiful one at that. If you are caught by him, he would most likely rape you and perform those sinister and wicked acts on you which I actually secretly want to do but I don't have the guts to. At that point, in my opinion, you would end up in a more tragic death than me. Perhaps you don't know this, but I heard that the Marquis of Xian actually prefers handsome guys, especially those who are 99,999 times even more handsome than the three great killing stars, a guy like you. Originally, this was what he told the imperial swordswoman, Princess Xian. However, this mysterious beautiful woman had also knew about this now. Yue Yang did not believe that Princess Xian, that rouge tiger of a girl, was a big-mouthed person. It was even more impossible for his other older cousin, Yu, to brag that her own little brother was a handsome guy. If this mysterious beauty did not eavesdrop when he was joking around with Princess Xian, then how did she know all these? Could it be that she was one of Princess Xian's close friends? But why had he never heard Princess Xian talk about her before? What made Yue Yang sweat the most was that the Marquis of Xian, who was standing at the opposite side, had actually agreed with the mysterious beautiful lady's words, nodding. That's right, I actually like handsome guys. This sentence made Yue Yang's little heart thump wildly. The shock inflicted to him was not little. He was done for. His anus was in danger. In order to protect his sacred anus, Yue Yang decided to go all out and fight this pervert Marquis of Xian. He firstly tried to calm his madly beating heart. Composing himself, he asked the mysterious beauty. Let's work together to defeat him. Do you have any idea how to counter his instant teleportation? What instant teleportation? The mysterious beautiful lady asked as her curiosity was piqued. Didn't you see what happened earlier? This huge pervert Marquis of Xiajin knows a terrifying skill of immediate movement, disappearing from one place and then appearing immediately in another. It's extremely difficult to make sense of it. Only if we can find a way to neutralize this move can we fight him. Otherwise we would certainly lose. Yue Yang's words were all sincere. To fight a ranker who could instantly teleport was courting trouble. Furthermore, this fellow was also a perverted ranker who was impossible to kill. That's his inherent skill, space teleportation. The mysterious beautiful lady was made speechless by Yue Yang's lack of foundational knowledge. What the hell, how could he have such a good inherent skill? This is too unfair. I want to complain to God Game Company, this is definitely a bug. Yue Yang was thoroughly jealous. Inherent skill space teleportation. How would they even survive with this? What is God Game Company? What is a bug? The mysterious lady was entirely confused by this fellow's vocabulary. Even a baffled look appeared on the Marquis of Xiajin's face. The mysterious lady swept her gaze across Yue Yang from head to toe, and then asked curiously. All demon kings have the same inherent skill, and that is the ability to control space. You should have known this, right? Ah. He's a demon king. Yue Yang was astonished. So this Marquis of Xiajin was actually a demon king who had come over from the demon abyss? No wonder he had a golden rank level 7 blood scythe demon as his beast. As it turns out, he was a demon king. Yet when he thought about it carefully, there was still something wrong. The Marquis of Xiajin was a demon king? This was not possible. The previous demon king that he met, the demon king Xian, was so powerful that he was utterly defeated even when he only used one hand against him. However powerful this Marquis of Xiajin was, his capability was not even 1/10 of demon king Xian's. How could such a person also be a demon king? Wasn't this demon king too weak? If he was a demon king, then where did the dragon roar that the mercenary soldiers heard underground come from? The confused and disoriented Yue Yang asked. How is he a demon king? Isn't he a human being, the final result of a human transformation of an underground red dragon or black dragon? The mysterious beauty sweated profusely. There are no red dragons and black dragons in Soaring Dragon Continent. Those are products of the demon abyss. Even if they migrated their habitats over to Soaring Dragon Continent, they wouldn't hide in this underground hole. There's nothing other than ants over here, what would they eat? As for human transformation, not any living thing can transform into a human being. To do so, one must have extremely superior intelligence, and must also fulfill other conditions. The Marquis of Xiajin is currently not yet a demon king, he should be a prince in the demon abyss. There's a rule for future demon kings in the demon abyss. All demon kings must learn human beings' knowledge and gain human experiences in Soaring Dragon Continent first before they can return to become demon kings. That's right, the Marquis of Xiajin naturally nodded and admitted it. All demon kings must learn human beings' innate battle skills. If we can't master it, we will not be recognized. Even if we become demon kings, our thrones will be easily usurped by others. Are innate battle skills so powerful? Isn't the most powerful skill in Soaring Dragon Continent summoning? Yue Yang's jaw dropped to the ground. His mouth opened so wide that one could force 3 big steamed buns into it. The mysterious beauty and the Marquis of Xiajin looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Summoning is indeed the strongest for normal people. Innate skills, however, are an entirely different ball game. One cannot look at them with a worldly perspective. Also, don't you think that the power of innate battle skills, if used together with summoning, would increase one's overall battle power? According to legends, both of these skills are complementary when one reaches the peak. Neither can be left out. The mysterious beautiful lady explained to Yue Yang in one of the rare moments that she did. It is unknown what she was thinking about when she did it. If you can write down all that battle skill that you know, I will let you live. I can swear to the demon god. The Marquis of Xiajin said this with a very sincere expression on his face. There was no trace of resentment or hint of revenge that could be seen on his face, only self-restraint and sincerity. Okay, look over here. Yue Yang lifted his middle finger. Moreover, it was 2 middle fingers. Both of you are dead meat, there's no use struggling. The Marquis of Xiajin did not mind waiting for a few minutes more. As long as the time limit of the protective shield was up, the death knell had sounded for the both of them. Who taught you your battle skills? The mysterious beauty was also very curious about the sword stab that Yue Yang just used to instantly trap the Marquis of Xiajin. Wasn't it taught by you? Master Xiao Long knew, all of Guo Er's martial arts were imparted by you. Oh no, I should call you Long Er. Yue Yang had yet to finish saying his sentence before he was slapped to the ground by the mysterious beauty. What nonsense are you spouting? Besides, dragging out the time is useless in dealing with the Marquis of Xiajin. He can control space for at least 3 hours, and his control scope is at least 1 kilometer in diameter. We can't wait until then, and we can't escape to any place that's so far. Are there any other ways? If not, we should start directly attacking. Every passing minute will only weaken my battle strength. Hurry up and say it, do you have any other ways? Shiro, Xiao Longnu and Guoer are characters from Return of the Condor Heroes written by Louis Cha. Now that you have said it, I actually have a way. Yue Yang stood up matter-of-factly. When the mysterious beauty and the Marquis of Xiajin perked up their ears to listen, Yue Yang suddenly zoomed in front of the Marquis of Xiajin like lightning, and his Huijin magic blade struck down as if he was tearing the heavens and splitting the heavens. His idea was to launch a sneak attack. The Marquis of Xiajin snorted lightly, disappearing and appearing on the lake surface 100 meters away. The blood scythe demon in the air did not wait for Yue Yang, who had failed in his sneak attack attempt, to return to anywhere within the protective shield, and had already flown in front of him to obstruct him. The blood scythe was raised at the same time as Yue Yang's Huijin magic blade. Both sides ruthlessly chopped towards the other's body. When the flaming blood scythe was about to slash into Yue Yang's face, it was suddenly stunned entirely by the binding inherent skill. Yue Yang's Huijin magic blade ruthlessly pierced onto the demon's heart through its chest. At the same time, the mysterious beauty appeared with a flash. With rapport as if they had gone through thousands of practice with each other, she struck the blood scythe demon's back coordinatedly. Her lily-white hands glowed with a strange, cold beam of light. The ugly beast swiftly pounced downwards from the sky, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Yue Yang. However, its face was immediately stamped upon by Yue Yang's leg that had moved like a tornado. The ugly beast was entirely blasted away. The blood scythe demon was still entirely fearless even after receiving 2 attacks continuously. Brandishing the burning blood scythe, it moved horizontally, whirling and slashing. It first slashed at Yue Yang's body, and then slashed towards the mysterious beautiful lady behind him. Shocked, Yue Yang hurriedly flew over to save her. However, his wolfish claws had yet to embrace the fragrant body of the mysterious beautiful lady before he was hit away by her elbow. The blood scythe swiftly chopped across the head of the mysterious beautiful lady. However, it did not actually hit its target before the mysterious beauty disappeared in midair like the Marquis of Xiajin had and reappeared behind Yue Yang without making a sound. She then instantly summoned a golden grimoire, using the protective shield to resist the demonic whip that the Marquis of Xiajin had brandished and thrashed against her from a distance away. The attack that produced a thunderclap sound shook the protective shield wildly. If not for her quick reactions, Yue Yang would most likely be unable to deal with this attack. She clearly had more battle experience than Yue Yang. She could easily coordinate with Yue Yang's attacks, but Yue Yang, who was used to fighting alone, could not coordinate with her. They had failed in their sneak attack, but luckily they were unhurt. On seeing that the danger had passed and the battle situation was in a deadlock yet again, Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. While wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, he asked the mysterious beauty in hushed tones. You are also a future demon king? Are you a princess of the demon abyss? Have you gone crazy in thinking about princesses? This is not an inherent skill, it is a beast called the evil spirit breeze. Don't lean so close to me, I fear that your idiocy is contagious. The mysterious beauty looked like she was extremely familiar with Yue Yang's words and behavior. Even though Yue Yang dared to be sure that he had definitely never seen her before, strangely, what she said was exactly the same things he said last time to flirt with some pretty girl. Who are you exactly? Yue Yang's curiosity had reached its limits. Who on earth was this girl? This girl. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm telling you now, I can only give you 1 minute at most to kill that gold rank level 7 blood scythe demon, or we'll all die here. The mysterious beauty said this calmly, as if it was something natural. Pretty lady, you know that's a gold rank level 7 demon, right? I'm not God, how can I beat it within 1 minute? Yue Yang expressed his helplessness in this situation. Do you want to swap and fight the Marquis of Xiajin instead? The mysterious beauty was extremely democratic, giving Yue Yang the freedom to choose. Ah! I guess I'll go take down that damned blood scythe demon then. Yue Yang knew that the Marquis of Xiajin was harder to handle than the blood scythe demon. The more terrifying thing was that the Marquis of Xiajin knew how to teleport. Once his guard was up, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. If Yue Yang were to fight him, it would probably end up with either the Marquis of Xiajin chasing after Yue Yang to attack him with his heavy palm, or Yue Yang chasing after the Marquis of Xiajin to attack him with his innate sword chi. He would definitely not be able to defeat him. I'll give you a minute. Take out the blood scythe demon, then come over and help me. The mysterious beauty set up this impossible mission for Yue Yang. Okay. Then what about that ugly beast? Yue Yang pointed towards the other silver-ranked bat-winged monster with a jackal head. Take it out while passing through. The mysterious beauty gave this terrific job to Yue Yang. That can be done very easily. However, if you are willing to give me a kiss, I believe that the process would definitely be much simpler. However, before Yue Yang could finish his sentence, the mysterious beauty had already had a foot on his butt, kicking his entire body towards the Marquis of Xian. A bit of sword chi seemed to break out from the golden brilliance in Yue Yang's hands. The Marquis of Xian's expressions darkened but did not face the attack head-on. With a flick of his whip, his figure vanished and he reappeared 10 meters away. Although the sneak attack that was coordinated by the mysterious beauty and Yue Yang was very sudden, to the Marquis of Xian, who could control space, it was not even a threat. Of course, Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty who knew about this only used it as a feint. The objective was to push the Marquis of Xian back. Their true target was the Blood Scythe Demon. At the same time, the mysterious beauty flashed right above the head of the Blood Scythe Demon. With a light touch of her hand, a frost storm that was far colder than Shui Tanlang's tornado was summoned. Even more mysteriously, the impact from her attack on the area behind the Blood Scythe Demon's heart that she had hit before, only started to show its effects now. Under the echoes of the frost storm, the place where she had attacked before turned into a continuously growing and freezing piece of ice with unparalleled power. In the end, even the flames on the body of the Blood Scythe Demon were sealed up in the ice. Yue Yang realized that the ice sealing ability that the mysterious beauty had was much stronger than Lich Suoji's Demon Crystal Ice Spirit Orb. The gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis was not a fire element beast. This Blood Scythe Demon, on the other hand, which was also a gold-ranked level 7 beast, was actually a fire element demon. Her ice could still freeze it solid. From this, it could be seen how terrifying her ability was. Yue Yang figured that her power were already far above the borders of his own imagination. Compared to the other Ice Cube guy Shui Tanlang, this mysterious beauty's freezing power was at a much higher level. She also concealed it much better. Yue Yang did not think that her move, which was a momentary burst of an ambush, would have such a high efficiency. However, his amazement would remain only as amazement. Yue Yang's reaction was not slow at all. Currently, it was a matter of life and death. Yue Yang had no room to care about hiding his strength now. The gold-ranked level 5 Bloody Queen was instantly summoned. With a single scream, she shocked the ugly beast, causing it to be completely disoriented. At the same time, her dragon-slaying dagger penetrated deeply into the back of the ugly beast's head. The barbaric cow shadow pulled the leg of the Blood Scythe Demon, and smashed it brutally on top of a rock. With fragments of ice scattering, Yue Yang flew downwards as if he was dancing. He abandoned his Huijin magic blade which was blazing with purple flames, and used the golden armor puppet's giant club instead. He aimed straight between the two horns on the forehead of the Blood Scythe Demon and used all of his might to swing the club downwards. Suddenly, without any warnings, the Marquis of Xian appeared behind Yue Yang and struck Yue Yang's back with his heavy palm. He had been waiting for a chance to launch a sneak attack too. The mysterious beauty crashed into Yue Yang's arms and she swapped their positions ingeniously. Using her back, she forcibly withstood the heavy palm strike that the Marquis of Xian delivered as she cried out delicately. Unexpectedly, the one who was jolted into midair was actually the Marquis of Xian, whose palm could probably even split rocks into half. As for the mysterious beauty's back, the clothes around the area where the palm had struck instantly turned into powder and was scattered by the wind, causing a huge patch of snow-white skin to be exposed. Yue Yang knew that this was her trying to buy some time for him. He violently shouted, his full power exploding. His innate chi violently shot out like a sword, with a strength that was several times stronger than the usual. A golden light in the shape of a sword that was almost half a meter long drilled into the forehead of the Blood Scythe Demon, whose forehead was slightly concave after suffering from the heavy blow previously. After that, Yue Yang spiraled his finger, turning the insides of the Blood Scythe's demon head into a mess. When Yue Yang was using all of his power to kill off the Blood Scythe Demon, the Marquis of Xian was also using his full power to pounce and kill the mysterious beauty. The Marquis of Xian could see that although the masked boy was proficient in both attack and defense, he was most suited towards attacking. On the other hand, although the mysterious beauty was proficient in both as well, she was more suited for defending. If it was a one-on-one against either of them, they would not be his match at all. However, with the two of them cooperating to fight against him, their combined battle power would increase by 10 times, making them extremely difficult to handle. So, he had to kill off one of them first. This masked boy was hard to kill. He had a binding inherent skill, if he were to try and kill him forcefully, it would be easy for him to counterattack. The mysterious beauty was even harder to kill, but she had a fatal flaw. She had to use her body to protect the masked boy, to cover for him so that he could kill the Blood Scythe Demon. Now, he could not think of anything else. The most important thing to do now was to kill off this mysterious lady thief. Without her powerful battle intuition and almost unexplainable defense, this battle's victory would be his. The Marquis of Xian moved. His whip was like a poisonous python biting towards the mysterious beauty's head. A whizzing sound was heard after the whip struck. The speed was so fast that one could not see the flashing whip at all. The mysterious beauty used her body to protect Yue Yang who was wildly attacking, without moving back a step at all. Then, a lovable shout was heard as a ripple scattered out from her body, eliminating the shockwaves of the whip, then sending it back with 10 times its strength. This was the power of her elemental-type beast countercurrent. Along with Evil Spirit Breeze and the 2 other beasts she had, they were her 4 great beasts. The Marquis of Xian immediately let go of his whip. Just now, he was enticing the enemy to attack him. The objective was to let the enemy's beast act beforehand. After this, he would use his Thunder Heavy Palm to deliver a fatal blow. As long as there was no assistance from Countercurrent who could eliminate and send back the power, the mysterious beauty would be eliminated without a trace if his attack hits. Ah yeah. The Bloody Queen who was in midair pounced downwards rapidly. Her banshee scream exploded right above the Marquis of Xian. However, the banshee scream that could cause the demon commander Ma Liang to faint did not have much of an effect on the Marquis of Xian. With a whirl of his left arm, the Marquis of Xian threw his fist backwards, creating a cold wind from his swift fists as he sent the Bloody Queen flying. His right hand had continued to execute his heavy palm, inching closer to the mysterious beauty's head. What he wanted was to kill her in one blow. Yue Yang originally wanted to go back and save her, but the mysterious beauty elbowed him and warned him not to lose concentration. She then held her hand high up. All of her fingers released streaks of white lightning, and with a boom, they landed on the Marquis of Xian. The Marquis of Xian had vanished. He had fled 100 meters away, and his chest was heaving. His sneak attack had failed and he was even hit by the mysterious beauty's lightning. This could really be called going for wool and coming home shorn star. The Marquis of Xian was a little disheveled. His left hand that he had used to block the attack was now charred black and smoking. It was obvious that the mysterious beauty's lightning strike was much stronger than him, and it was not easy to receive. Shiro, Chinese idiom trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, do it again. Shock him until he can't recognize his grandmother. Yue Yang was very happy. Don't bother about me. The mysterious beauty was angry. Her form swayed slightly. It seemed like the consumption of spiritual qi in her body was significant. Under the consecutive rounds of fierce fighting, she was quickly reaching her limit. Yue Yang madly swiped towards the blood scythe demon's heart and head, but this blood scythe demon's body was extremely abnormal. Even though it was completely frozen, had its head blown off, its demon crystal pierced into pieces by his innate sword qi and the dragon-slaying dagger piercing through its heart, it still didn't die. Not only that, it continued to recover as well. If it was allowed to recover and continue to fight, combined with the Marquis of Xian's sneak attacks, this battle would be extremely dangerous. Yue Yang found out that the Marquis of Xian did not care whether the blood scythe demon lived or died. The weird thing was that it wasn't even a guardian beast. Yue Yang suddenly had a bad premonition. It's a trap. Using normal methods, it might not be possible to kill off this blood scythe demon. He carried the mysterious beauty on his back, and tied her with a long ribbon, tying her sweet body tightly against his back. Originally, Yue Yang wanted to use this move to protect Yu Bing. He did not think that he would have to use it on this mysterious beauty who was a stranger. Seeing that the blood scythe demon who could not be killed and had abnormal recovery powers, he instantly fled. If it was under normal circumstances, the last stratagem of the 36 stratagems, if all fails, retreat, would probably work under Yue Yang's feet, whose movement was as slippery as oil. Shiro, however, he just had to meet the Marquis of Xian who could control space. After running over a dozen of meters, not only did he not succeed in escaping, he had even defeated his purpose of fleeing, falling towards the edge of the volcano. The Marquis of Xian seemed like he was laughing, yet he was not. He looked at him, completely ignoring Yue Yang's attempt to flee. The blood scythe demon who had suffered serious injuries painfully crawled back up. Its wounds were recovering quickly. Seeing that this was not turning out well, he quickly called the barbaric cow Shadow and the Bloody Queen back into the summoning grimoire. Although his repeated blows had greatly shaved off the blood scythe demon's battle power, trying to kill this blood scythe demon that has an incredibly strong recovery power was something that Yue Yang could not do. Yue Yang could not do it now, unless he could use a longsword qi to shatter that blood scythe demon's body that could not be penetrated other than using the dragon-slaying dagger. It was completely impossible to kill this weird blood scythe demon via normal methods. You have to use plant-type beasts to defeat the blood scythe demon. Do you have any strong plant-type beasts? The mysterious beauty asked in an exhausted tone. Yes, but you might be disappointed if I say it. The plant-type beast that I can summon is only the thorny flower, and it's only a level 1. The mysterious beauty was speechless. What could a level 1 thorny flower do? Even though Yue Yang tried his best to play it down, the Marquis of Xian had a premonition of danger. A rancor's intuition told him that he could not let this masked boy summon his thorny flower, otherwise it would be disastrous. It was a great lesson in the history of the Demon Abyss. Although the warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent may have already forgotten about it, but in the Demon Abyss, any intelligent life form could still remember it vividly. There was once a single thorny flower, that was looked down upon by everyone, who had completely annihilated 2 blood prison demon kings and 5,000 of the most elite soldiers of the Devil Army. Hearing that this fellow's plant-type summoned beast was a thorny flower, and feeling that he still had energy left to spare, the Marquis of Xian quickly teleported nervously and brought down his demon whip on Yue Yang's face. When Yue Yang dodged, the Marquis of Xian exploded. He did not conceal his power anymore, and used his greatest power. At the same time, he used his strongest equipment to deal the most powerful blow. The Demon King's trident appeared in his hands. This Demon King's trident, which was clad in the black flames of hell, holding a terrifying amount of demonic qi, was thrust at an extreme speed towards Yue Yang. The mysterious beauty on Yue Yang's back used breeze to teleport out, wanting to protect Yue Yang with her body. However, Yue Yang would never let a lady die for him. He used his legs and kicked her little butt away. With his left hand, he met the Demon King's trident, risking the danger of getting pierced by it as he rushed towards it. The innate sword qi on his right hand gathered to become a sword, shining with golden brilliance. This was a move that put his life on the line. Yue Yang was prepared to use this move against the Marquis of Xian and kill each other. Whoever could survive in the end would be the final victor. The Marquis of Xian's heart shook. He felt that this masked boy was indeed ferocious enough. Amongst other humans, there really wasn't anyone as fierce as him. When Yue Yang pounced over to fight him, the Marquis of Xian roared, not budging a single inch. He raised his Demon King's trident towards Yue Yang's chest and thrust towards it. He was determined to fight to the bitter end. If even humans could stake their life in a fight, how could the rankers from the demon abyss show their weakness? Who would emerge victorious? That would have to depend on whose final attack was stronger, and who was more tenacious. The Demon King trident pierced through Yue Yang's left arm easily. In the instant when it was about to penetrate through his chest, Yue Yang turned his arm, bringing the force of the trident outward. At the same time, he turned his body, narrowly dodging the deadly blow aimed squarely at his heart. His body rubbed against the side of the Demon King trident, coldly ducking and bolting forward. His right hand's innate sword qi flared, its aim locking on the Marquis of Xian's eyes. Howl! The Marquis of Xian received the blow fully with his right hand. The innate qi cut the meat of his palm, blood splashing everywhere. His attempts to receive blows fully had blocked Yue Yang's counterattacks. One move after another. One blow after another. The outcome of both sides' competition of wit, brawn, and ruthlessness was still an evenly matched one. Both Yue Yang and the Marquis of Xian's arms were injured. The Marquis of Xian suddenly opened his mouth and puffed out a raging flame, burning Yue Yang, who was close at hand. He was not human, and hence had more attack moves up his sleeve. Yue Yang could not have expected that he would breathe out demonic flames, hence this was also a trick he had in scheming against Yue Yang. However, Yue Yang, who had instantly become engulfed in flames, did not move back even for 1 inch of a step. When talking about competing how ruthless and cunning one could be, human beings have never been inferior to the demon clan. How would Yue Yang's attack strategy just consist of one sole attack? He lifted his leg and trampled with all his might on the Marquis of Xian's chest. His boots smashed into pieces, and at the same time, a beam of golden sword qi passed through, penetrating the Marquis of Xian's demon heart. When the innate invisible sword qi entered its second stage, it could emit sword qi from the 100 acupuncture points of the human body. Now that Yue Yang had already reached Innate's third stage, he could use it with both hands and feet, and had already become adept at employing it. Hit squarely in the heart by the sword, the Marquis of Xian let loose screams of despair and pain in a blood-curdling scream that shattered the heavens and earth. His large arm swept across, knocking Yue Yang away. Behind him, the mysterious beauty appeared in a flash, one hand equipped with her ice and the other with her lightning ability. Her two hands struck at Marquis of Xian's 2 ears respectively. There was a loud rumbling sound. The Marquis of Xian, who, on top of an injured heart, continuously endured these heavy attacks, had half his body scorched black and the other half frozen. This was Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty's best coordinated attack after he had deliberately attacked the Marquis of Xian with considerable force and successfully distracted him. This was also the mysterious beauty's most powerful attack. But the heavily injured Marquis of Xian was still standing strong. He brandished his Demon King trident madly, and even managed to blast the mysterious beauty away. I am going to kill you. The severely injured Marquis of Xian had gone entirely mad with rage. After suffering severe injuries and completely losing his mind, he had also lost his ability to control space. As he chased after Yue Yang, he could no longer use his teleportation skills. Strongly affected by the electrocution and freezing, his blow had missed Yue Yang. Instead, his face was struck by Yue Yang's spiraling Huijin magic blade. This drove him even madder, flying into berserk mode. The demonic flames on his body soared into the sky. On seeing that his opportunity had arrived, Yue Yang raised his Huijin magic blade and wildly hacked at the completely mad and roaring Marquis of Xian as if he was beating a drowning dog. Aren't you always acting cool? The one I am chopping at is you. The special type demonic flames which the Marquis of Xian summoned were originally supposed to serve as a magical armor for defense. However, he did not expect that before it could complete its transformation into armor, Yue Yang's swift chopping attacks had smashed it to smithereens. Contrary to what he thought, this actually gave Yue Yang a chance to work the situation to his advantage and launch unrestrained attacks at him. The extremely furious Marquis of Xia immediately returned the blows with heavy fists. He pummeled Yue Yang's chest with punches, while Yue Yang also brandished his blade and wildly chopped at the Marquis without taking a single step back, using his blade to counter against the Marquis' fists. Why should he be afraid of him? Yue Yang also became more ruthless in his attacks. Previously, the Huijin magic blade was not able to inflict any injuries on the Marquis, but now, for every chop endured by the severely injured Marquis, a deep and bloody cut is produced. Similarly, the frightening strength of this fellow's punches had also made Yue Yang so disoriented that he saw stars. Both of them were enduring each other's blows, hoping to persevere till the time of conclusive victory. At times like these, battle strength was no longer important. What was most important were determination and resilience. Whoever could persevere to the last moment would be able to achieve victory. The tip of Yue Yang's blade and strength of the Marquis' fists intertwined with each other, creating loud rumbling sounds. Fresh blood was flying and splashing everywhere. It was hard to differentiate whose blood it was. Amidst the chaos, both of them tangled with each other like lunatics, attacking each other like mad people without caring about their lives. Neither of them dodged each other's attacks or defended themselves. If one's concentration laxed even by a little, he would fall down and then be killed by his opponent, becoming the ultimate loser in this battle. One must grit his teeth and press on further, until the other party collapsed in defeat. The mysterious beauty crawled to her feet. Her shivering little hands clutched at her ancient book as she staggered over, readying herself to lend a helping hand to Yue Yang with her final bit of strength. The blood-scythe demon, which was similarly covered in cuts and bruises, had also recovered its strength by now. It ran over with big steps, brandishing its scythe and fiercely attacking the mysterious beauty who had already completely exhausted her spiritual chi after releasing many attacks and had reached her physical limit. More than a few times, she fell into perilous situations and was almost chopped off at her waist. Yue Yang was greatly alarmed. He abandoned the Marquis of Xia whom he was concentrating his attacks on, and rushed over urgently to help. The blood scythe was raised highly in the air, chopping down in vehemence. The mysterious beauty lifted her ancient book, her lily-white hands trembling as she opened a page in the book. A spectre-like girl darted out from it. Opening her mouth, a ball of ice-cold air sprayed towards the body of the blood scythe demon, before she immediately disappeared into thin air. The blood scythe demon froze rigidly for a few seconds. However, the demonic flames on its body started to burn again very quickly, and as before, the blood scythe slashed downwards with force fit to tear the heavens and split the skies. All the spiritual chi in the mysterious beauty's body had already been used up. She no longer had any more energy to continue battling. She slowly closed her eyes, which were clear as a spring, waiting for death to arrive. However, at the instant when the blood scythe slashed downwards, Yue Yang had managed to reach her in time. He hugged her close to him with one hand while his other hand waved his blade to reduce the force of the blow. A tearing sound resonated in the air. The blood scythe, which had not been completely neutralized, cut a deep wound on Yue Yang's shoulder and his back, unfurling his skin and flesh, splattering fresh blood in all directions. The mysterious beauty and Yue Yang fell down onto the ground heavily, both of their streams of fresh blood flowing and converging together, and forming a very strange bright red color. However, the two of them did not notice the strange color as they were both utterly beaten and gasping for their breaths. The consecutive tough battles had entirely exhausted their strength. Let alone the two of them, even the Marquis of Xia, whose power was so mighty that he induced despair in his opponents, also needed time to recover his strength for now. The blood scythe demon took wide steps towards them, brandishing its terrifying blood scythe as it tried to attack Yue Yang relentlessly. However, its body had also suffered multiple injuries and was greatly affected by them. Before it even managed to take 2 steps forward, it stumbled and lost its footing, sliding and falling noisily down the slope for a dozen meters. It only managed to break its fall by hooking onto a rock with its blood scythe. The blood scythe demon struggled to get up. Its talons wildly clawed at the crushed rock on the ground. It struggled a few times but still did not manage to get up, looking battered and exhausted. The Marquis of Xia hastened the recovery of his bodily injuries while picking up his Demon King trident, preparing to give Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty his final blow. If we don't have plant-type beasts, we won't be able to win him. I can still use Breeze for the last time to send you away. You might not be able to defeat him now, but after a few years, you definitely would be able to. When that time comes, take revenge on my behalf. Blood continuously seeped out of the mysterious beauty's purple-red mouth, which was hidden under her face scarf. She then pulled Yue Yang's face scarf down and looked at his face. Suddenly, a serene and calm glint of a smile surfaced in her eyes. Your looks are above average and you are also glib-tongued, no wonder so many girls are smitten with you. Beautiful lady, it's okay to flirt with me, but remember that you must take responsibility for it. Yue Yang was totally exhausted except for his mouth. If his naughty hands could actually move, he would definitely reach his wolfy paws out and molest the mysterious beauty. But he no longer had any strength now. You want to leave? There's only one path left for both of you, death. The Marquis of Xian had already recovered a part of his physical strength. He leapt over into the air, raising his Demon King trident high up with both of his hands. He ruthlessly slashed it down, preparing to penetrate through both Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty. Just when we were having a little romantic moment. Yue Yang wished for this Marquis of Xian's penis to rot since he had interrupted his sexual bliss at this crucial time. Hugging the mysterious beauty to himself tightly, he started to roll away, dodging the Marquis of Xian's attack. However, he did not think that damned blood scythe demon would actually throw its blood scythe at them. The mysterious beauty gave a delicate shout as she turned over, pushing Yue Yang down beneath her. The blood scythe penetrated her frail shoulder easily, stabbing a little into Yue Yang's chest. What I owed you just now, I have now returned you. The mysterious beauty was already at her last gasp of breath, but a smiling expression had crept into her eyes. Let me send you both on your way. The Marquis of Xian laughed maliciously, stabbing the Demon King trident again in their direction. Though Yue Yang had used all of his effort to roll away, the Demon King trident still pierced into his thigh, even penetrating the mysterious beauty's calf. Both of their fresh blood had flowed into each other's again, creating a strangely bright-colored red. Yue Yang smiled at the dying mysterious beauty. Now, you owe me one yet again. The light in the mysterious beauty's eyes was starting to fade. She tried her best to raise the volume of her voice, but it still remained as weak as that of an ant. Are you really willing to die together with me? Without even finishing her sentence, she had already fainted. Yue Yang was almost scared to death. He reached his bloody hand out to sense her breath and found that she was still breathing. He also groped her developed, tightly bound chest, and found that her heart was still beating, although it was very weak. Sensing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yue Yang let go of the mysterious beauty lightly. Struggling to stand up with his entire body in a mass of cuts and bruises, he shook his head at the Marquis of Xian, who was smiling maliciously and looking pleased with himself. If I were only fighting by myself, I would perhaps have long been dead with so many injuries. But I have a beast whom I share my life with, so you are dreaming if you want to kill me. On hearing this, the Marquis of Xian was startled. A beam of rainbow-colored light floated out from Yue Yang's body as Fei Wen Li, whose face was pale and body was completely trembling, appeared in front of Yue Yang. Once she appeared, she immediately swung her dual icicle blades to attack the Marquis of Xian. The Marquis of Xian's Demon King trident had just been raised when its movement was frozen by her binding inherent skill. Fei Wen Li's dual icicle blades deeply penetrated into the Marquis demon heart, as she poured boundless white light into it. In the sky, Yue Yang flew downwards like a blood-soaked dragon. His 10 fingers combined into one sword. Aiming at the bloody hole on the Marquis of Xian's forehead that was previously opened by him, he superimposed on the sword injury previously inflicted, giving his brain another more ruthless bout of spiraling sword chi. There was a loud rumble. The Marquis of Xian's chest exploded. His head also smashed into a large bloody hole the size of a fist. Fresh blood and milky substances poured forth. Want to kill me? You are at most a bento guy. Yue Yang wanted to pick up his Huijin magic blade to behead the Marquis of Xian, but Fei Wen Li stopped him, seemingly worried that the severely injured him would be devoured by the Huijin magic blade instead. Also, she was especially wary of the Marquis' collapsed corpse, as if still worried that he had not completely died. Yue Yang was astonished, he couldn't be so abnormal, right? Even with these injuries, he's still not dead? The Marquis of Xian's body slowly started to change its shape. Multiple demonic flames started to burn in a raging manner. The Marquis of Xian's body instantly grew larger as bones and scales continuously sprouted in large numbers. Giant wings, bent horns, and talons extended from his body. Within a minute, the Marquis of Xian had transformed into a demon prince whose entire body was burning with the black flames of hell. His height was still shorter than Demon King Xian, but he was taller than the blood scythe demon by 2 meters, having a body that was 7 meters tall. The Marquis of Xian's numerous body wounds had recovered completely. Except for the terrifying big hole on his chest that could not close, even the bloody hole on his forehead had shrunk to the size of an infant's fist before it stopped shrinking further. Looks like the wounds caused by Yue Yang's innate sword chi could not easily recover even for bodies as strong as the demons. This is the first time that I have been so thoroughly beaten by a human being that I have to return to my original body. The Marquis of Xian covered his head and groaned in pain. Even if I kill you, it would be hard for me to recover my human body. This battle has been too disadvantageous for me, I hate battles like this. You loathsome human being, how should I put you to death so that my hate for you will subside? I think that you can reflect on your life while being plant fertilizer. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire out, and started to summon his thorny flower. On the other hand, Fei Wen Li had already summoned her diamond grimoire, summoning Stone Element Medusa and Storm Mermaid. When Stone Element Medusa and Storm Mermaid appeared, a terrified expression immediately appeared on the blood scythe demon's face. It started to take small steps backwards. The Marquis of Xian's expression was also strained. He completely did not expect that at this point of the battle, Yue Yang still retained such power. He wanted to capture the mysterious beauty as his hostage, but this idea had barely formed in his head before Storm Mermaid had summoned a water dragon, smoothly sliding the mysterious beauty into her embrace easily and gently placing it under Xia Wen Li's diamond protective shield. I heard that the demon's greatest nemesis are thorny flowers. What a coincidence, I also have one. Yue Yang had spent most of his time and effort in condensing a little spiritual qi to summon the thorny flower demoness. A beam of dark golden light flowed out from his fingertips, gloriously shining upon the entire volcano, casting a layer of dark gold on their surroundings. Dozens of clusters of stalks that were thicker than the bowls crawled out from the ground. Amongst them, there were level 1 spitting thorny flowers and level 2 carnivorous thorny flowers. However, most of them were level 3 giant thorny flowers and level 4 thorny flower overlords which had flower faces as gigantic as a round table. Yet, these were only the stalk clusters. Subsequently, the secondary bodies that were as bulky as water buckets appeared. Out of 6 secondary bodies, 2 of them had transformed into thorny flower demons that were similar to human shapes. Their heads, faces and bodies were strikingly similar to women, but they had gigantic bodies that reached 5 or 6 meters in height, hence looking like green giants. Their hands and lower bodies consisted of long thorny tree trunks. The only feature that made them different from human beings was that these 2 thorny flower demons' eyes were closed, and their facial expressions were stiff and rigid. It looked like they had no soul or consciousness. Finally, the main trunk burst out with a rumbling sound. What was different from the past was that now the main trunk looked more like a flower terrace or a gigantic ball of flowers, filled with green leaves and blood-red thorny flowers. The giant green leaves and blood-red thorny flowers opened up as the flower terrace blossomed. Dark golden light radiated all around. A little girl with a petite and exquisite body lay quietly in the middle of the flower terrace. When she opened her eyes, an aura that was as bitingly cold as a demon king's immediately broke out. At the sight of this level 1 bronze-ranked thorny flower demoness, the level 7 golden-ranked bloody scythe demon actually started to shiver in fright. Yue Yang noticed that this naked little thorny flower demoness who didn't have a shred of cloth on her was practically no different from a human little girl. She only had an extremely thin green stalk that was connected to the flower terrace on her little butt. As she flipped over and got up, she opened her eyes and looked towards Yue Yang with the green pupils of her eyes, seemingly extremely curious about him. She then looked towards Xia Wen Li, and tilted her head. Finally, she looked towards Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, and the unconscious Mysterious Beauty. Her little hand pointed towards the Mysterious Beauty. All the secondary bodies and stalk clusters started to move without warning, as if getting ready to devour the unconscious Mysterious Beauty. Idiot, the enemy is over there. Yue Yang was not just a little angry, he had spent so much effort to nurture a thorny flower demoness, yet it was a little dunce. Is it that hard for him to get an Onisan with a sexy figure? Yue Yang suspected that he was cursed by Onisans. Why did all the Onisans make life so difficult for him, while the little Lolas were all competing with each other to assail such a perverted old man like him? Looks like the little thorny flower demoness was still far below Xia Wen Li. She was so muddle-headed that she could not even tell who the enemy was. She looked towards the direction that Yue Yang pointed at with a dazed expression. However, when she saw the blood scythe demon and the Marquis of Xian, she immediately started to salivate. She then sucked her thumb like a good-for-nothing. Her excited expression was like a child who saw a sweet